Brasil, Sao Paulo. You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! It's Ventures Pro versus W7M!
It's a tail, can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024.
The grand final of the 6th Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos fazer barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again. But it is happening for FaZe! One round away from cementing themselves as world champions. From 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to fight him, and he fights you! Comes, he makes it! We cannot, we know we cannot! Into red time, he can't finish it! He's no brother! Infinite overtime! It's upon us! We get it! We get it! This is how legends are created! Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes we will! Yes we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Watch out. Watch out.
show goes on every night. Did you book your trip yet? Boston never gets old.
It's, of course, the biggest occasion in the Siege calendar every single year. So because it's such a big occasion, we have rolled out the red carpet here at the MGM Music Hall in Boston for the Six Invitational 2025 Grand Final. We've got an EU representative in BDS taking on Brazil's FaZe Clan. We will guarantee a brand new SI champion here in Boston. Who's going to take it? Time will tell. The hammer will be raised by the end of the night.
Grand Finals. Thank you so much for joining us all weekend long. And on Sunday, Championship Sunday, it's time to get it all rolling. Welcome to the MGM Music Hall live at Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. And we're all here to have some fun. Hello, welcome. I'm Milish, your host. With me are wonderful analysts with +1 that'll be joining us as the show goes on. Fox, Fresh, and Laxing. Gents, how are we doing? You're looking so snazzy today. Can we get a shout out, please? God damn!
It feels great to be here, Milos. I'm happy we all coordinated a little bit. We're looking pretty good up here. I like the black and gold, the little touch. It's nice.
It's so good. Everything builds up to this year, builds up to this moment today for the teams, but for us as well. It's SI Championship Sunday. I'm so excited.
There's no feeling that can describe what I'm feeling right now for seeing all of you guys up here sharing this moment and sharing this moment with you guys and everyone watching. I mean, it is spectacular to live in this moment.
Gentlemen, you've lived the Invitational in different ways over the years, right? As a person who lifted the very first hammer at SI 2017, you've been on it again years afterwards with you, Fox. You've been throughout the event, either as coach or analyst, and also as talent, and now all three of you as talent on here. What does it feel like for you? You're gonna have to find those words today.
I mean, for me, it's pretty heartwarming just because it's my first time actually being at a main stage grand final as an analyst, and also I've never been at a main stage like top 2 as a player. So, I mean, I got here one way or another.
This is your first time on a Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's my first time.
I mean, even sharing that moment with Fox, I mean, us coming in as analysts, switching from players to be here on the main stage, and again, sharing it with all of you, the ones who make this a special moment. It's, again, the feeling, it's unreal.
Jack, out of time.
So nervous before coming on. I'm not gonna lie, like, might have done this quite a few times now, but today is just everything for everybody, right? And that's the big thing. But it's good nerves because everybody turns out for today.
Blood is pumping, and we're feeling it all here, I'm sure. You can tell the emotion is definitely rolling, but yesterday, emotions were also high as we eliminated 2 players and 2 teams. Here's what it looked like. Hearts broken and dreams smashed here on the main stage, but some of those will continue. And of course, they move on to our grand final today. Here's a bit of a recap, a bit of housekeeping before we get this show on the road. Where we got, well, it's that grand final. We're gonna go through BDS in phase to immense detail as the day goes on. However, a big surprise going down the line through this bracket.
I mean, honestly, I was pulling for SSG, truthfully. I thought they were going to be able to make it a little bit further in that run, but FaZe, obviously, nothing but pure dominance going across.
We just saw in the video, that yesterday was such an emotional day. We lost all North American hope of winning this trophy, unfortunately for everybody in the crowd and back home, but we also lost the reigning world champions. Massive emotion for them, but one thing that does guarantee, we will now see a new champion crowned today.
And I think that's the best part about it. I mean, obviously the biggest upset is the fact of how badly FaZe beat Furia. I would say for me, I thought Furia was going to put up a little bit more of a fight. But at the end of the day, in an American crowd, the NA event, it doesn't matter who's up there. They're happy to see some great Siege be played.
I don't think I've lived to see the day where an NA crowd cheers for an EU team, but today may be that day. Our two grand finalists guarantee a minimum of $450,000 for second place, and you more than double that. A $3 million prize pool, $1 million on the board for whoever lifts the hammer at the end of the day, crowned the champion of the 9th ever Invitational. However, as always, we are full of activities on our finals day. We're gonna have a lot of fun with our show match. Team Rainbow goes up against Team Keres. There'll be a lot of content creators and community members from all around the world that are joining us for that matchup. Of course, our Year 10 live panel. Two of the developers have flown out from Montreal here to talk about what they've been working on for years now to get ready for this upcoming Year 10. 10th anniversary, can you imagine it? We've been part of this game for so long. And of course, the grand final, the game that everybody's been looking forward to. Our first and final best of 5 series at the Invitational, BDS versus FaZe Clan. What a way to end this show.
I mean, history's about to be brand new. It's making itself right now for both the teams here. They can finally get that opportunity to close out the year with an SI World Championship underneath their belt.
And again, both objectively and subjectively, these have been the best 2 teams in the tournament. So from a competition point of view, it's going to be such a good game. Obviously, we've got to wait a while to get there, but I can't wait for it.
Yeah, we got to wait a little bit. I'm excited to see the panel, personally. I want to know what I'm going to be playing in ranked next season. I want to know what new operators, whatever we might see, whatever. I just want to taste.
There's a lot to look forward to today, but I want to hear it from some of you in here. And actually, Ian, you're looking so sharp today. Can you have a little chat with everybody downstairs?
Yes, Milosh, not as good as you, but listen, this is my first chance to talk to everybody. It's Championship Sunday. Boston, how we feeling? So much coming up in this jam-packed show, of course, that will culminate in a best-of-5 grand final between BDS and FaZe Clan. Let's talk to a few fans that make these events so special. Hello, sir. What's your name? And who are you backing to win this whole thing?
Coleman for BDS.
Coleman for BDS.
BDS, of course it's BDS.
BDS over here. I'm not sure. What do you think?
John, FaZe Clan, all the way.
What about you, sir?
My name is Ian. I'm FaZe Clan fan. FaZe up!
I love it. So we can have a bit of a conversation as to why. Now, of course, if when either of these teams raise that trophy, it will be for the first time that team has ever done it in SI history. Why will it be BDS?
We got Usus in this. He's the first time that he's been at an Invitational at this level. We've got this.
Simple as that, Usus, right? Yep. How about you?
Well, you got the best captain like Ifak, and then the best support Bride, and then of course Shaiko on the team. Gotta be BDS.
Anybody want to see Shaiko raise that hammer? Now, FaZe Clan, as fans, it was tough this time last year in Brazil. Why will it be different here in Boston?
Can't choke twice.
Can't choke twice.
BDS can't choke twice.
All right, we did learn that at the 2 back-to-back majors grand finals. But listen, we've got so much to get into. I'm going to be down here talking to the fans as much as possible. You want to carry on talking to me as we go along, guys? Good stuff. We're going to have a lot of fun, but for now, it's back to the studio with Milosh.
Thank you so much, Ian. God, you're looking so so good. I just have to say it. But yeah, if anything, maybe if Shaiko lifts the hammer at the end of the day, we'll get an interview from Dark Shaiko, who has been kind of living up to it over the year, at least social media. Who knows if that'll be the case in Boston. Though, we can't be dressed in tuxes altogether without having a bit of an award show here. And going through the past season of 2024 up to the Invitational now, there's some highlight players and people that we need to celebrate at SMA.
Yeah, absolutely, Milosh. Obviously, there are various different players. You know, we've got rookies, we've got MVPs, we've got all sorts of awards to be giving out.
Yeah, I mean, I think every one of these players, obviously, it may not be a trophy win, but obviously it's a commendation for the last year of their play and how well they've been doing getting to this point. And, you know, I'm excited to give out some awards.
Hey, Jack, you gonna say something?
No?
Well, I hope that the award is at least a hug and a high five from you.
I will give a hug and a high five to every award winner if they're still in the building today.
You know what? I hope I win one today. I've been waiting for this forever. Rookie of the Year, it's definitely not me. Let's put it up on the screen and see who our analyst picked. It's Diffuser.
I mean, Diffuser obviously had a blowout season this year. His first tournament being the major that he won in Manchester with Beast Coast. Opened up the whole year, and obviously he's been playing so well for M80 since joining this tournament. Obviously, they fell out short, but for him personally, he's easily the Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is individual awards, and it's about the whole year. And coming in as a rookie to then win a major, it's so impressive. It's not been done very often by players. You know, you're thinking of Dan that maybe did it, Spoit obviously did it, and now Diffuser joins that elaborate, you know, group of people. Incredible.
Well, from Rookie of the Year to someone that really shown, but just someone who has improved, right? The most improved player of the entire year, because you can be playing Siege forever and still be learning new tricks. Hot and Cold, our winner.
Again, crowd favorites being from the Unwanted roster. I will say, and Fox can go into this was close with Kino, but for Hot and Cold, having to go from these legacy teams to build his own roster, to then win a major, to then go through all of the adversity, and then come out on top as one of the best Unwanted players, and then get the main stage at SI. Beautiful stuff.
I mean, it was amazing. He was constantly overlooked on his previous rosters of DZ and SSG. Finally gets his chance with Beast Coast. They win a major. His team gets pulled players apart. Nobody takes Hot and Cold, the IGL. He comes back to this event with Unwanted, a team homeless. Nobody thought they'd be the best NA team, and they make it as far as they did to top 4. Obviously, most improved player, and his journey up to this event has just been amazing to watch.
I really hope that we get to see the squad with an organization coming up to the 2025 season, because top 4 in Invitational is incredibly impressive. Our next category, I wish we had a drum roll here just to kind of really live it up. Our biggest surprise, Loira from G2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when G2 picked up Loira, he was maybe a bit of an unknown quantity on an international stage. Didn't really start out too hot at G2, it's fair to say. And this is why he's the biggest surprise for us, because he turned up at this 6th Invitational with a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he delivered and more for G2.
Of course, when you look at Loira on a team of storied players that are just all good in their own caliber, you don't expect him to be the main reason why G2 was able to stay this long in the tournament. And obviously, against their final game against OXG, Loira was the main person putting up numbers to be able to keep his team in that fight. G2 ends up falling out a little bit earlier than we expected, but obviously biggest surprise of the tournament so far definitely has to go to Loira.
Honestly, to move across the planet from Brazil to Europe and then bunk with Alamo, which is probably the most difficult thing ever, and then be coached by him, helped out together throughout the year, and then finally getting achievements, if anything, in your first year. That is huge what he has shown. Can't wait to see what happens in his future. But I'm talking about leadership, right? We have to talk about the best IGL of the year, and I think some people here in the audience will love it. Our IGL of the year, Lukefak from BDS.
I mean, easily Lukefak has to be the IGL of the year, abandoning the French language to learn English, to be able to support 2 English players, consistently trying to evolve not only in-game but out of game to be the best leader possible. And obviously his passion is unrivaled. He has a chance to win a hammer today. So obviously he was the IGL that stood out amongst all the rest this year.
You don't get a consistent level of performance without having one of the best IGLs in the business. And BDS's level of consistency this year with 2 grand finals of majors, winning Esports World Cup, and now being in the grand final of the 6th Invitational, he is by far and away the IGL of the year.
Without a doubt.
Cannot wait to see again if he lifts it today. It's been a long time coming. Remember, BDS were not here last year at the Invitational. Nobody was here in Boston back then, but you know, at SI 24. However, the end. the final award. The MVP of the 2024-2025 season of Rainbow Six Esports is Handy from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I think absolutely incredible. You know, he obviously went through the absolute ringer 1 year ago. He could have fallen off at that point, but the consistency that he showed at top level competition, bearing in mind domestically, plays inside the best region in Brazil, has attended every major, has now played 6 Invitational, and look at these stats. 110 EPS. He was the highest rated player of any player, if we did a top to bottom, that has attended majors and 6 Invitational this year, by far. Plus 142 KD, plus 19 on entry, and he's got an amazing, you know, front line. He's got great gunners in front of him as well. He's putting up those numbers despite that.
And his aim's been amazing, and obviously to do this on that support, secondary support role is a difficult task. That he's one of the best players in the world. Currently in the tournament, he's plus 41, so obviously the whole year has been all up to Handy, and hopefully he has another attempt today to be able to lift that hammer to right the wrongs a little bit.
Well, if anything, the history has been you lose out in the final of an SI, you come back the next year and win it. However, Brazil has not won an SI. That hammer, the 2 times that it's happened, was against another Brazilian team. So today, maybe history can be rewritten. You need at least 2 things or 3 to try to make it a pattern. That'll be to figure out at SI 2025. Gentlemen, that is our award show. Honestly, there is so much more to kind of appreciate from all of our players, but we have to continue on with our program. So let's take a quick breather. We get back, we continue on with our games.
Hi guys, I'm Doki, and this is my own operator.
My name is Alemão, this is my operator.
Alright.
The nationality I would pick my operator would be from Antarctica. I love the cold.
Scottish. Same as me.
My operator's ability would be, you know those windows, those metal windows in the maps that you cannot open? Like, he could open those bulletproof windows because, like...
I have a tool, like Maverick, that can just make holes in the reinforces, or like change the reinforces and defense. That'd be crazy. Imagine you have a cool angle. That'd be sick.
My operator would have like a foxtail. I don't know, it just came up in my mind.
He has like metal legs that just make him run super fast. He's like a 4-speed. He's like a 4-speed operator. He's just so fast. Operator's name...
Foxy.
It's Bob. It's Bob the Builder.
Hi, my name is Gunnar, and this is my operator.
Hello, my name is Boyd, and this is my operator. If there's a nationality I could pick for an operator, I'll probably pick Swedish, because I'm Swedish, so, you know, I have to represent.
The nationality I would pick is America.
An ability I would like to see on an operator would be an operator who could turn off the lights in the room, just everything goes dark, and then take it from there.
My gadget would be like, if there was a shield anywhere in the map, it would just tell me, and then it would give me like a lion scan wall hack, but only for the shield, because my gadget allows me to see that there's something on the shield that just shows me where they're at all times, and if I do get close to them, my bullets go through the shield. They don't block them. I just insta-kill them. They're just dead every time. That'd be my ability.
I would like to see a football outfit in Siege, you know, the whole Brazil kit or whatever.
My wild card would be that the operator has perma Ember so it's not banned in the server because it's its default skin. So not only can I kill all the shields, no one can see me, and I'm just like the GOAT operator. My operator's name would be Gunna. Not with an R, just an A. Just Gunna.
So the operator name would be Håkan. Very Swedish name, if you know, you know. And yeah, peace out.
Hey, I am back down in the fans. Boston, we good? And I'm joined by some wonderful fans. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's not just any fan, that is Fast Ann, the incredible talent, streamer. You've done a wonderful job in the build-up to the main stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Fast Ann, please. We love Ann! And, what's your name? Where are you from?
Erica from Montreal.
Erica from Montreal, please give it up for Erica. And you, sir, what's your name? Where are you from?
I'm Scorched Aaron from St. Louis, Missouri.
Let's go St. Louis! All right, so Ann, I'm gonna come to you first. You are our VIP right now. How much are you enjoying this SI, and how cool is it that we've got a brand new champion today?
I mean, I'm enjoying it a lot. You can tell I lost my voice with how much talking and screaming I guess I did. But it's been a lot of fun, and especially with the new champion, it's going to be amazing the storylines, regardless, are going to be really good. So I'm very much excited for this final.
We're in for a treat, aren't we? You look wonderful. I have to ask you, who are you supporting to win this and why?
BDS, mainly because I do not like FaZe, but gotta go for the French. They deserve it.
Who's your favorite player on BDS?
I'd have to say Shaiko.
They love Shaiko here in Boston. FaZe up. Why?
You know what? This is my first ever event, right? And so basically, like, my friends persuaded me to root for FaZe, so after yesterday's games, I went to go buy a jersey, and now I'm here.
I love that. What's cool is this is your very first ever event, and this has been a hot ticket, so shout out for you to getting in here and enjoying all of the fun. This event has been wonderful. I'm going to get, before I go again, a prediction. Anne, who's taking the hammer?
BDS.
Oh. All right, good stuff. Thank you so much, and guys, go and enjoy this. I'll be back down here very shortly, but for now, it's back to you, Milos, and the gang.
Thank you, Ian, and thank you to all the fans, of course, and downstairs in the audience. Good thing that you said BDS, or else your EU passport would have been taken away from you. I think that's kind of just a piece that happens as the time goes. But we are back in Leo. Oh my God, can we get a round of applause to Alpha Ma here, who's joining us on the desk? My God, no Frenchman has ever looked this good.
Oh, thank you so much. You know what? It's actually the first time that I wear a tuxedo.
Same.
I will admit it, but honestly, I might do this more often.
You look pretty good. I can't lie.
Look pretty good.
We look very similar.
We look very similar.
We look like across the...
No?
Oh, wait, I don't know if you were invited to this party. I don't know.
Well, gentlemen, there is a party to talk about here, and a party of two is in the grand final, both BDS and FaZe. Let's talk about them one by one. BDS is up first on our chopping block, and kind of talking about how they made it to SI25, because I don't remember they were in Brazil last year.
No, they weren't. They did not qualify to SI 2024, which led to the pickup of Yuzus and Solotov, and to create the best European team we've seen in a long time. And I will say this, the best team in the world, because they came in as the #1 standing, because then they achieved 4 grand finals in 4 events to come here at this SI and be another grand final, and they deserve it. One thing that we noticed, though, is this guy's losing consistently in major grand finals. Well, I will tell you one thing. If you ask any professional player out there, are you losing 2 major grand final to win an SI1? Everyone would say yes. And I think you lose by learning, and I think that they will not lose another final, because I will tell you one thing. Likefak, he said, I'm not losing another final. I'd rather lose early in the tournament, but I'm not losing another final. So these guys, I think they're here to take it.
I mean, making it that far is no easy threat. I mean, getting 2 back-to-back major grand finals and obviously dominating regional leagues, there is something going well for BDS. They've found what seems to be working, and every single meta throughout the year, they've been able to adapt and cultivate their team amongst it. And they've only been getting better and better. And so, obviously, when you throw and get to that position where you lose rounds, you lose tournaments, obviously, it's only a matter of time before you fix those issues that are causing it. And they've been there twice, so that's 1 more than FaZe so far. So hopefully, they'd have 1 more of a better chance.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have to take a look at FaZe then in this case. Both of these squads have been known over the past year to have a bit of a, I guess, an airwave plug or a little bit of a choking situation here between them. FaZe were at the SI Grand Final last year. They make it back a year after.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see the SI Grand Final on the slide right here, but obviously, we all know what happened. Map 5 down up 6-1 to Furia, and inevitably, they just could not close it out. 5 match point attempts to be able to close out and be the 6th Invitational 2024 champions, and it slipped away from their fingers. But that didn't stop them. Mentality is a big thing when you lose a game like that, and obviously throughout the year, they dominated regional leagues. They were able to make it back to these tournaments. It wasn't the showing and the performance that they wanted to. It wasn't as consistent, but sometimes you just need to fall back. You need to be able to get yourself up, and it's a process to be able to pull yourself up and put yourself back together after a loss that devastating.
It's a story of resilience, isn't it? Like these guys, they're so experienced. They come back from this. And they were consistent as well this year, you know? They qualified for every S-tier event. Yes, they made top 8, top 4. That's a consistent team in my book. But coming in this tournament, they failed so many times. Yeah. They played so many rounds, more than any other teams. And yet when they came here on this main stage, they've looked stellar. They've looked amazing. Didn't drop a single map. They've got everything it takes as well here to give us a good show in the grand final.
And the difference is those events, the majors where they got top 8 and top 4, throughout groups, they 3-0'd to groups to make it to playoffs, and that's where they look like they struggled. Whereas this event's been different. They started
raised the
off,
level.
Exactly. They started off in the bracket play going down to SSG, but they've been unstoppable throughout the losers bracket.
Now that grand final last year in Brazil between Furia and FaZe, or at least back then, W7M and FaZe had a twin brother on either one of the two teams. The first time ever a Brazilian team won an esports tournament in Brazil, like ever. That's how earth-shattering this event was at SI24. But there were tweets that were going around. You saw a moment where, dragging your brother, after the loss. But Handy had to tweet something from yesterday, the beautiful photo that we saw from last year's SI, but also of the two brothers. It would have been, once more we find ourselves in the grand final, but this time it is not against one another. Not to eliminate you in the past. It's a beautiful time between these two players. My brother. So much love between the two. Last year, we were all crying at this moment. Not only did we see W7M winning the Invitational, but then one brother to the other, pulling them aside, tears in their eyes, celebrating their brother on that main stage. I can't even imagine what a moment like that is like. You imagine the emotion that moment has, on top of the fact that you had just won an invitation.
I mean, being able to win or lose against your brother is obviously, of course, you're going to be happy about the win or sad about the loss, but you're happy, vice versa for your brother in the fact that they're able to claim something or, bounce back. And I think that moment where they were bringing Handy along, I think it went to show that Handy is a great player, and obviously he's going to get his attempt. His first brother got one. Now Handy's in a position where he's able to play now because he's already eliminated his brother with his brother on his side. And so that makes a big difference because you did it against each other. Now you can do it together. It's a full circle moment.
For me, that tweet means a lot. It means a lot. It means a lot of extra motivation to beat BDS. You've just eliminated your twin brother of the biggest competition in the year. It's your comeback story. And you can avenge your brother by beating BDS and by winning the same title that your brother won last year. That's an amazing story, and this guy will fight all the way for it as the best player on his team. I'm not afraid to say it.
Another record that could be set where two brothers have one back-to-back event, one after the other. There's so much to talk about for that final. We're going to take a moment because it is time for our show match. We're all joining in. Team Rainbow versus Team Karas. Let's get the action rolling.
What a vibe we have going here in Boston at the MGM Music Hall. The Academy Awards theme is rocking and rolling. Everybody's all dressed up to the nines here on the stage, but Boston, you look phenomenal as well, so give yourselves a round of applause, of course. Now, this stage becomes very serious grounds later on for a best of 5 for all the marbles. In case you didn't know, it's for this hammer right here behind me. But what we always like to do on a grand final Sunday of a 6th Invitational is have a little bit of fun first. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a crazy, off-the-hook show match right now. Boston, are we ready for it? Content creators, streamers, former players, we've got it all. Let's bring them out. Starting with Team Rainbow! Stepping in the spot where BDS and FaZe Clan will a little bit later on. Pressure isn't as high, but I know these guys are going to take it deadly seriously. Pisty, Tom J. Sherlock, King George, Kamikaze, and Lusos Coefficient all in the building for this one. Hey, you guys have got some fans out here. Kamikaze, they love you. All right, let's bring out their opponents. It's Team Kiris. Look at that. We've already got some back and forth here on the stage. We've got Longy, Raska, Athena, who's the captain, Mika, who got all the accolades yesterday. I'm not sure she's here yet. And Nugget. But we are going to be swapping out different members of the roster as we go along here. But as we do, in true finals fashion, let's have a bit of an interview. King George coming up here, Athena come up here too as well. Let's have a chat. How you doing, man? Good to see you again at another show match, and yourself as well. Are you ready to do this?
Oh yeah.
All right, come a little bit closer. Why are you gonna whoop him?
Because he needs a spanking.
You hear that? He said, you need a spanking, brother.
Well, I think we're about to figure out the difference between 2 invitational winners and content creators.
Oh, it always gets heated, doesn't it? It always gets heated, Boston. You intimidated by this man?
No, hopefully George doesn't fall asleep on stage.
He said, I hope you don't fall asleep on stage.
Well, hey, you know, I'm a little older now. I need some naps.
All right, just let me just check. I'm going to point. Which team's going to win? Oh, what about? All right, let's get into the chaos right now. We have got Fluke and Xenox calling all the action.
Well, thank you very much, Ian. And yes, another show match. And yes, another trip up to the rafters. And yes, maybe another time NA can actually win something here on home soil. But it's a chance. It's an opportunity. And they're on both teams, so there's no way that they can lose. It's a pleasure once again to be bringing the voice of all these creators, I assume doing their best. So don't hate them when they're rubbish.
No, exactly. I mean, this is all about to be a bit of fun before the grand final. You know, it doesn't have to be this ultra competitive match unless you make it to be.
I mean, we've seen some taste. Now, there's a lot of fun things into a show match that always happens. The main one of this one, I mean, we're going to open with a Nomad round. We always do. Spoiler alert.
There's some special rules for this.
There are some rules. So both of these two teams have concocted some very wild rules that they're going to introduce into the game as they win rounds. Now, I'm not going to spoil what they've given us, but they've given us some very odd choices. You can see some props already loaded up nearby, and yeah, there's a lot of weight to this. There's also the fact that it's year-by-year operators.
There is. Is there a hydration round as well?
There's rumors of a hydration.
I don't even know what that would actually entail, to be honest.
There is rumors of a hydration round. There's rumors of a Reaps round. There's rumors of a
hipfire only.
I've even heard we might even be getting a little bit of a red light, green light situation going on. But it's all down to how they perform, how they're able to get themselves sorted. And, well, you know, it's the grandest stage. How much pressure?
It is.
How much pressure could it really be, Jake?
I mean, I think for a show match for these wonderful creators, there's a lot of pressure because you don't want to be losing on the grandest stage, as you just said. But at the end of the day, it's all about having a bit of fun, setting up the day itself. There is a bigger match to be had later on, of course, the grand final, but this is going to be a bit of fun.
Joel.
Even Joel's in attendance.
I mean, it wouldn't be right without Joel. I mean, I'm excited. You may have noticed that one of the teams actually has 6 players on, not even including Joel. Lusos, the German creators, they both share a channel. So those two will be swapping in and out, I'm told.
Is Tom going to play with Joel on his shoulder the whole
Tom
show
barely
match?
plays without anything else. So I hope that for his team's sake, maybe they're trying to build up on the other side of things. There's Lusos on the end.
Now, who's going to take this seriously, though? There's always one.
There's always one. King George.
You reckon King George?
Probably, yeah, because obviously long-time rivalry with Parker and Terra, who's somewhere in the audience, and I'm sure booing every second King George does anything on the game. Tom, that does not look comfortable.
No, it doesn't.
Who's your money on? Team Rainbow or Team Kerez? Kerez?
I'm not going to lie. I
Kerez?
do like the stack for Team Rainbow. We might say Kerez, Keres, and a whole 10 different ways to say that particular name. You got Kamikaze, King George, Tom J. I mean, it's a very stacked lineup for Team Rainbow.
Sorry, I'm posing for the photographer. I'll be with you in a moment. Jake, you just keep filling.
Well, I mean, I think we've got a little bit more fill here to get into this show match. Unfortunately, it's taking us a little bit longer to get in than we maybe anticipated. Look, you're behind the statue.
I am.
Never
You can
mind.
actually see us. We've been up in the rafters this whole time, the casters, just
Who do you want to win?
staring
Emmy?
down. Okay, I want Rainbow to win purely because that's the storyline of the game, right? Because
Rainbow.
Yeah, like they're the good guys, and you've got them against it. Pisty, get your fist bumped, buddy. Cheer the fist bump. Oh, Joel's not. Oh.
I thought we were going to get a Joel fist bump for a second.
I can't believe it's already collapsing, and we haven't even started the game yet. The fact that, I mean...
Can we get the camera away from Tom? He's already been on there
Tom's
enough.
addicted. He's just a worse A. Littleton, so...
Oh, no. Here we go. Joel.
Here we go.
Is that a fin slap?
He doesn't. He doesn't have hands. Tom has only just worked that out about to finish. At this point as well, obviously, Rasco, the UK content creator. There's a lot of UK versus UK in the lineup. That's a ref. They're not supposed to be playing. What have they broken?
I don't know, actually.
Because obviously it's always not a little bit of pressure on them. Long Yi as well. On the other side, I think this is the first time they've played in a show match as well.
Have you played in a show match, Emmy?
One round. I was casting the show match. Bikini... I think let's have a look at the rosters. Rasco's a furry. Is that chant? Here's the rosters. Look at this. I love on the side, obviously, as I said, Lusos, the 2 people on the channel.
Yeah, that's good.
It's like an ominous haunting. It's going on the right-hand side there. From the left, Pisty, one of the icons of the MENA region. Tom J. Sherlock, once a UK, now in Oz. King George, what else needs to be said? Kamikaze from Liquid, and then Lusos. And on the other side, from left to right, Longy, Chinese creator, Rasco, Athena, I think. No, again, no introduction for the captains. Ares, Mika, and Narcoleptic Nugget. They've been on this stage before. A couple of fresh faces. And does that change who you want to go with?
I mean, would you say Tom is an Aussie now?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I have to go with Tom and Team Rainbow.
Feels like I just heard people just swearing at the teams now. I'm worried that if we take any longer, the fans are
There's going to be like a riot in the crowd if we
fight Tom J. Sherlock and call Rasco a furry again.
How did Tom get Joel?
I think he just found it. But you know what? I'm tired of waiting around. I think let's throw ourselves in. One cheer for the creators, please.
Ooh, what a fun map this promises to be. Emerald Plains.
Are you serious? That was not in the... We get a list of like who's going to be in it, what they're going to do.
We didn't get the map.
We did not get the map.
I was kind of hoping for Oregon.
What are your calls like as a professional caster on
Emerald Plains? I've never had the opportunity to cast Emerald Plains. I don't think you have either.
I think rightfully so, no. Nobody has cast this map.
What are the rules on the bans? I can't...
No.
There should be no
bans. Rasco and Tom can smell each other. Have there been any booed bans this event? It's usually Tachanka, but...
The crowd wants no ban. I reckon they should just ban one just for the sake of it.
I want to see a cosplayer do a backflip like all the elite animations.
Oh!
I'm trying to remember which ones have it. Can a cosplayer do a backflip? Is that something I can just request?
Requesting someone from the audience to do a backflip?
Yeah.
Well, no bans.
No bans.
The crowd gets what they want.
One of the fun thing that we get to do, obviously we've had a lot of listeners throughout all. Tom is waving at us.
Hi, Tom.
You can't butter us up, Tom. It's not how it works. But we do actually get the ability to listen into their comms.
Nomad, yeah.
So let's have a peer in.
Kinda ying, right?
Yeah, ying them for sure.
Nice singing.
There's actually top-level comms there. This is a Nomad round. If you've never seen this round, everybody goes outside, the air jab in the middle, and then it's last one standing in a knife de tra. That's almost French.
But it's not.
No, nowhere near. Blacklight chairs.
Why are the chairs shooting?
It's a shooting game. I'm trying to piece together what I'm hearing from the chants on the crowd, but it's like we're really... Joel is sexy.
So for those unfamiliar, of course, Nomad will be the one to indicate when it is safe to start knifing here for the opening round. Everyone should go outside. Now, the issue with these show matches, Emmy, is sometimes you can get some people that don't quite play to the rules.
It takes a village to build a show match.
It does.
We've obviously had pros in show matches before. We've had a lot of...
Are you allowed to ying in a knife round?
Listen, we got refs down there for a reason. They can try and get themselves in, but... Early throw of the flashes. It's the air jab that pops. They are getting themselves circled up, and well, there's a delay because they've EMP'd the bees, and
there we go.
And here we go. Take it away, Jake.
We're underway. Who can get the first
time?
Oh, it's Tom that goes down. Needed a bit of help from Joel, and it is going to be Team Keras that take the opening round here.
They fell apart.
It's all right. It's their free round. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Who was there?
What?
The Team Keras now gets to choose a new rule to be implemented into the game.
What?
Wait, we defense? Wait.
Yeah, we're defense. We are defense.
Yeah, we are defense. Oh wait, we choose this one? Yeah, 190.
Why
Easy.
these shoots? Why this? Oh yeah. So there's a list over here. It's so 1, 2, 3 defense round where they open every wall. So they're gonna open every wall.
Choose a different one. Just give them 100% sensitivity. Easy.
Rush. They have the rush.
Rush.
Okay.
Number two.
So, maybe there's a rule
Yeah,
implemented
rush.
from
Okay, that
both.
is rush.
We just play normal. We just play normal.
We play normal.
So they play normal because they won the round. Team Rainbow
guys.
has to rush. No ifs, no buts, no stopping sprinting.
I mean, what does that actually entail, though? Can you just... Do you have to just run around a corner and not be able to hold it for Rainbow? Do they just have to start sprinting everywhere? I think that's maybe what it is going to mean, which is going to be a big advantage for Team Keras.
I love how they weren't sure on their own rules. But there's Tom! Aries Mika, she was caught getting the reinforcements out a little bit too early. Tom, is that a rush? Are you going in? Pisty says yes. Nugget says nothing. They're dead, Lusaw.
Well, that's not a rush. They're just standing outside the window.
Oh, I need the refs to check this. Is this a rush? No one's going in. No one's going for the plant.
Where's the rush?
This feels illegal. Who do I call? C4. Atheno calls Lusaw's a loser. And at this point, I mean, Rasko's holding angles, but...
Ooh. Oh, they're bringing it back.
Easy for Rasko.
Well, I kind of want Keras to win this round now. Oh, the GN in chat. So King George and Kamikaze. Can they bring it back? No, Rasko headshot. Despite what was at least a little rush to begin with, then slowed down, Keras have brought it back, Emmy.
I mean, at this point, King George, plant secured. He's got a 2 versus 1, but where can he go? Nowhere. Look at the teamwork. They're going wide. Okay, the teamwork fell apart immediately. But this is the 1 versus 1. Who do you want in the audience?
Oh, around the doorway. George!
Good job.
I still don't know if that was a rush, though.
I mean,
so now
they choose for us now.
Yeah, yeah.
Are we on defense or attack? We're still on defense.
We're still on defense.
Yeah, for them.
Yo, ref, that wasn't a rush. Sort them out.
So what do we get to choose now?
We have year 2 ops, right?
We're doing nothing. They've got to drink a bottle of water before they can move.
Okay. And then we have year 2 ops, though, right?
No, we do.
What are you?
I am not. It wouldn't be able to
Do they have to drink the whole?
We have to do it now?
Now.
I'm a bitch.
Stay hydrated. Folks at home, stay hydrated.
That is water.
That is...
I'll bring EMPs this time, too.
All right, I'll bring the breach.
So, at this point, now, every single round, you get a new year's worth of ops. So now they can play year 1 and year 2 ops towards it. So that includes, obviously, some new fan favorites. You've got your boss G immediately. Pisty, just making sure everybody's hydrated. That's like a friendly round. We are on a vantage point, so if they do start messing around, I can start throwing pens and stuff down at them.
Ooh, even the ops is hydrated. Early contact, Kamikaze on the Blackbeard. Triple shield setup as well, Emmy, so certainly not going to be easy for Keras to deal with in this round. What have you got in your hand?
Nothing. You keep talking about this, the shields driving their way up. There goes King George.
The hero from the previous round for Team Rainbow. No more. Pisty falls. Good start to this third round for Team Keras. Dealing with the shields. They've got 2 more to deal with, though, in Kamikaze. And Luz also goes down in the hallway. Mika with a good kill. And Keras are in total command of this third round.
At this point, you've got a fuse. You've got the 5 shield shuffle, sort of, but with a Capitao on the side to fight on the back of red or orange stairs. Who really knows? This Tom doesn't know where to look. Huge round from Aries Mika.
Oh, I hate this.
He hates
Let's actually
it.
choose an actual one now. Are they on defense? Oh no, they're on attack. On attack, they have the rush. They already did that. Each of them. Give them max sensitivity.
Yeah. Do that.
Each team has.
We go kitchen side, is that okay?
Yeah.
Max sensitivity, yes.
Sure.
Max sensitivity.
So this is the reach
I didn't
round.
choose. Sorry, I didn't choose.
Oh wait, is it for both of us?
Oh, okay. No, it's not for. It's for them.
Okay.
Just one
Wait,
team.
did I choose the...
Wait,
Oh my god.
Bro, I'm not killing a single person.
Yeah, me neither. There's no way.
No way, no. It's impossible.
Hey, I think I can actually control this. Look at my drone work. Yeah, wait
Can we get a
until you
close up of
the
Tom's
gun
drone?
and
I don't even know which way I'm going.
I don't think it's gonna
Pisty
go as
is
well. I can't get through a
struggling.
drone hole. Oh, there we go.
All right.
Certainly will require some precise mouse movement in this round.
Downstairs.
This is going to be a very difficult round for Team Rainbow, as we just evidently saw. Tom's all over the place.
I mean, I feel bad.
You can't lose this round if you Keras. The pressure's on them.
Yeah, I like how it was the choice of you can be hydrated, okay, you can struggle.
He's not getting through this doorway.
Oh. Have they all gone? Is it an LMG they've opted for here? The situation. I mean, what would you go in this situation?
Something you can spray and pray with.
Yeah, you don't want a DMR here at this point.
I'm trying to get that.
You know what?
No, we don't know what.
You're going to go in the building, Tom. In the building.
Yeah.
Nice. Tom, in the building.
I can't get
we
in.
go.
Nice.
Two kills already as well.
How are they doing this?
Good job, guys.
How are you doing this?
I think over there.
It's just a 5-stack, and Longy's going to go down as well.
I don't understand.
They're max.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
Left his own team.
I'm so sorry.
Hold on, I'm going to the window.
Flank.
I got you.
They're about to flawless them, Emmy.
I swear, if they flawless this, the
Who's got
embarrassment
kick? Can we plant?
on the side of Keres.
Nah, this is great. This is great. Maybe they should have hydrated them.
I think they should. At this point, yeah.
Sensitivity. Sorry, I change all the sensitivity.
All good. You can change it back now, guys.
Mouse mat off the table.
Oh,
Don't forget to set your
that's
senses back, guys.
That's a cardinal sin.
Without protection? No.
Do we have to pick here 4 operators now?
I don't think we have to.
Off the table and max sensitivity.
Off the table and max.
Which one?
Cruel.
Okay, this is getting a little bit.
The first 2 rounds, fun,
Okay.
jovial. Now it's a bit
Max
sadistic.
sensitivity, mouse pan.
How does anyone play like this?
100, right?
What am I supposed to do?
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god.
No, you're not even doing it. What?
What?
The mouse pad.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
sorry.
for them.
You can only
They
play.
have max sensitivity for them.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
They got now max sensitivity.
It has to be year
I'm
4.
kind of confused.
Year 4. Who's even year 4?
So
Who is even?
Amaru, Cali.
Ooh, I'm gonna take Cali.
Let me get the.
Oh, they want to have a go.
Oh, I got split by mistake. Well, there's no more, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe not. Yeah, there's only 4 ops, so you could just pick whatever you want.
So this is almost a step up. This is like a secondary. So last time it was max sense. Now.
Well, now we're going the full distance.
Now
with
it's
the
the
Reaps
full
setup.
Reap setup. They have all the matching settings. They have the smallest amount of mouse mat, as you can see.
Does Reaps actually play like that?
Reaps does play like this.
Wow.
And
so this should be actually a positive for these creators. Reaps is an absolute outstanding player.
at the end of this round, I might try and throw a paper airplane down from our station. I got to check.
That's going to hit someone. You might hit the statue.
Oh, that would be bad.
That would be. Can you imagine the statue?
I think I'm going to be told by the producers, please don't do that. You will hit the hammer. Well, the audience did it.
Well, if the audience says so, I think you have to throw the paper plane.
I can see them charging up for me. Maybe. We'll see. 2 apiece. And then Longy finds Pisty. Pisty gone again.
And with that kill as well, everyone inside of the server has at least one, which is nice. It's a good feeling. And so far, it's been pretty equal as well between these two teams, even regardless of the settings that are implemented upon them. Bit of a slower pace round compared to the previous one, which was basically
like
over inside of a minute. We haven't had a close end of round so far in the show match.
I think this could be the most intense game we will
go.
have.
Oh!
Well, the cover comes through. Okay, is going to go and recover Tom. You can leave Tom. It's only Tom.
No, you got to get Tom back up.
Oh,
good kill.
And Kamikaze finds Longy and Rainbow. Once again, now this is more of a rush than their rush round. Kamikaze for 3. Scream their way in. It is just Atheno left. 4 players to cut their way through. There's the impact. There's nobody on the other side.
Nice. Too easy, yeah.
Nice.
Guys, what? Should we make them do red light, green light? Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah, red light,
I want to see red light, green light.
So, I think we
All right,
need
then we
a
gotta
bit of Ian
pick.
Chambers,
Let's see.
the sweet tones of
Year
Hull,
5, Ayana,
to
Ace.
explain this one.
Guys,
Yenna.
it's red light, green light.
I'll take.
Here is Ian. Can we have a bit of a cheer for Ian Chambers? Ian Chambers.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Amy, I love you. Right, this is a fun game that we're about to play, right? There's a famous TV show on Netflix. You might have seen it. Red light, green light. The way this works is if I'm looking out at the crowd, the players can move all they want. But if I turn around and look at the players, then you have to come to a complete halt, which means you've got to be keeping an eye on me. If any of you do move, the rest of your teammates have to come up to you and smoke your ass.
They've also given me a high-powered rifle.
So you tell me, you tell me when you're ready to roll. I'm going to start off by looking at this gorgeous crowd, and we'll go from there.
Oh, look at that smile.
They call him the $1 Million Man.
Why?
Which is weird because he's from Hull. But it's a bit weird to call him the 1,000-pound lad. So he's looking this way. They're good to. Okay, false alarm. You're good.
I think they want you to turn around, Ian.
Rasco's also turned around. I think he's a bit confused.
Stop!
Hey, yo, whoa, hey, yo!
Wait, do drones count?
I'm just.
Who's moving?
There's movement.
Who's moving?
They need.
Are you moving? Tom, are you moving? Put your hands in the air.
Refs, are you doing your job?
Does anybody need to get cooked right now, or are we good? All right.
All right. There's a lot of calls for Pisty there, but I mean, you got to say it louder. Ian, he's not the sharpest. He's the most handsome hammer in the draw, but...
Leave me alone, Emmy.
I'm so sorry. I feel like it's like in the Muppets, where we're like, They're making their way closer on 2 minutes 30. Ian has got a bit of time. But that time will tick.
Can you keep shooting, though, if he looks at you?
I think...
Don't pull him.
Pisty!
Smoke him!
Smoke him!
He's got to be gone. No, not you, Tom.
To your right, Tom, not you.
Pisty was moving.
Get Pisty. I'm looking at you, sorry. Get Pisty now.
I'm sorry, my friend. The TK is not coming through. These rules, referees. I will jump this barricade.
What happens if he turns mid-fight?
I don't know, but I think we should find out.
What? What's up?
It's still going. He's shooting.
What's happening?
Someone explain the rules to them. This is falling apart.
Who's moving?
Ian.
They're
most
moving.
of them.
Who's moving? Kamikaze, you moving?
This never happened in
Right.
Rolo's one.
Pisty, you were moving before, right? I want everybody to stop what they're doing. This is the rules. Team, come and kill your boy Pisty right now.
Ian's on
Do
the
it.
case.
He's got to be.
Do it. Body this man right now.
There's only a minute left in the round, guys.
The round is going to be done.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. You can play on now, guys.
I think we need like 30 refs on stage.
Ooh, 2 quick kills. 40 seconds left in a 3 versus 3. Big kill, Kamikaze. It was a 5-on-3 in favor of Keras. Ever since Pisty, they got eliminated.
I see Resco. I see Aries.
30 seconds.
You side-eye me like that, bro.
Get him gone.
Get him gone right now.
Pull him back
Get
on
him
that
gone.
luxurious black light chair and get him gone.
I mean, there's not much time left for Team Rainbow. If Ian turns around again, they might not be able to win the round in a 1v3. There we go. Kills from Kamikaze.
Thanks, everybody. That's me done. Thank you.
Wait, Ian. Yo, do you want to catch this?
What is it?
A paper airplane.
Oh, no.
Oh, no!
Oh.
It didn't work at all.
Can we take back your commendation after that throw?
Ian, give us a spin.
Hey, you got to give the people what they
Ian,
want.
give us a spin.
Okay, and we have only us as well. Yeah.
Oh, no,
Ian. Oh, no. Damn. So if you shoot, you can't reload. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Will you let the game automatically
Cannot reload.
Yeah.
LMG, surely.
Oh,
Ian,
my guns.
give us a spin,
Yeah,
Ian.
Thank God he didn't fall while spinning.
You cannot say that man does not give the people what they want. But what they want is strange and peculiar at times.
So,
Wait a minute. I'm going nameless, actually.
So we can't. So if we run out of ammo, we go on a secondary. Like we don't reload. I mean.
Only your first clip.
I wonder if we can convince the cameraman to shoot up here.
Is that right?
It means reloading. No reloading?
No reloading, no.
So no reloading.
No
for this
reloading.
round. You can use your secondary. Is that a spawn peak in a show match?
I mean, anything that you need to do at this point. Rainbow, 4-2. Right, Keras, they're sleeping. They're lost. They're cooked, chat. Chat, they're cooked. Or are they cooked? Time will tell.
Got to be careful with your ammunition, of course.
I mean, at this point, you're sort of just waiting for this first engagement, but it's Aries Mika caught out. King George with the impact. One of the biggest he's ever had. Was that a reload? What are we seeing here?
Oh, you can't reload.
To be fair, the rule
pistol out.
Pisty.
Pisty with the pistol.
Is it just primary? You can't reload. I need to.
You can use your secondary. I mean, at this point, the refs aren't doing their jobs anyway.
The refs caught out.
Kamikaze with a quick double.
Oh!
Couldn't get the third.
It is all down to Longy to try and keep Keras Legion
Come on, Longy.
within touching distance. Can we get some chance for Keras and Longy? Well, they didn't last long anyway.
Nice. Good job, boys. Well played, boys. Good job. Good job, guys. Right, what do you want to say?
I think Kamikaze is trying to drop 20 kills.
I think number 4.
Okay,
Change hand. Change hand. Yeah?
Change hand?
Yeah.
No.
Change hands.
Change hands? Yeah, change hands.
Okay. What ops are we supposed to be using? This is
Can I pick Callie?
Oh my fucking god, bro.
What? How do we
You
play
have to
this?
change your hands and your keyboard.
How do we play this?
You just have to do it, bro. You just have to do it. Fucking hell, mate.
I don't even know how the.
So it would be, because this is about to be round 8, so it would be
Fenrir
and then Tub.
Tomorrow.
And then we can pick whatever else.
I'll bring a bandit. Guys, switch your keyboard and. The thing is, I'm actually left-handed.
Then you should carry us.
Yeah, we need that carry.
I don't think I can do shit.
Oh my god, this is so
Oh,
hard.
that would be awkward.
So they're swapping their hands round this round.
Their equipment has been swapped around.
So, your mouse on your left, your keyboard on your right, or vice versa.
And have fun.
Good luck.
This does not look...
Look how uncomfortable.
This does not look comfortable.
All of them. Look at Pisty, like, struggling. All of them are the same. You can only laugh at this point. That is a technique.
That's smart.
That's a technique. That's pro move.
Is that allowed?
I mean, the refs. Are we the refs at this point?
I don't think there are any refs.
Nugget, silent this whole game, unfortunately. You can't find it. Maybe this is the magical round. But 5-2 down, right? We got to start making some
If Keras
calls.
don't win this, they're going to need some serious help.
You and I, we've got to start making some calls, I think. Try and get some support system on the go for a roster that is just peeling away. 2 minutes 30. And at this point, I'm glad there's not really been a lot of intense siege because I don't know the callouts that well for this map compared to professional ones. Why would you? Look, it's bathroom. bathroom. There it is. Struggling to
You can
turn.
see the difficulty. I mean, the Clash is a smart idea.
It's a great idea. There's Pisty on the Clash. You've got a bit of a swap round on the other side. And at this point, it is like watching toddlers learn to walk. The reveal, the swing, and King George.
Well, this is where being on defense is going to be a far more comfortable experience for Team Rainbow.
No, Karez. I mean,
you can literally just hold an angle and not have to worry about moving. Karez have to worry about moving.
even the ones in the lore and the cinematics put up a better fight. In England, in Panto terms, we say, he's behind you! Tom is cheering.
A little fist bump from Tom.
A very easy kill. So, I mean, at this point, I think
Karez needs some help.
I think Karez needs help, and I'm actually going to pose this one towards the people that are here in the audience. Now, if there was a player that's played this weekend, this tournament, that some would, I don't know, cheer for, maybe get behind, that hasn't quite made it, that maybe chat would describe as is sexy. People in this audience, if you wanted a pro player to join on, I think you got to start maybe chanting. I think you got to chant a bit louder because they need all the help.
Yeah, Karez needs some help.
I think we are about to be living in it. Who do you want to see step in from a pro player? I can't hear you. Who do you need to see step in?
I don't know if anybody told you I got bad. Like Dream's gone home, guys. Dream's gone home.
Boo that man.
He left. He got on a flight. Now I'm playing. Get Dream out here right now. Dream.
Give us a spin in.
Now, I think we need to give, well, Team Rainbow
That is a gorgeous human being.
we need to give Team Rainbow a bit of a taste of what living the dream
No more
is.
silliness. No more funny rounds. Let's see if Dream can just absolutely destroy Team Rainbow.
Because I'll be honest, this is Dream's stage. We're all just living in it.
Give us a terror, we will lose a round for sure.
Give us Intero. I don't want to do that. That's my impression of Intero.
No. You have to go, yo.
No.
Bringing the blitz.
Alright, we can handle him.
Wait,
I'm following you on the blitz. Look straight out. We got these guys.
We're gonna go green. We're gonna pressure green.
Heard. I'm with you, Chief.
Alright.
I think we're about to see some magic here. The Blitz screaming their way in. There's a couple of things that can try and stop it. Pisty on the Cav. They want to see Dream.
Yeah. All right, team.
Dream, you've got to play. Your team
This
is...
is what we're gonna do.
Green's clear.
Protect Dream.
Protect Dream.
Protect Dream.
He doesn't need
going
protecting.
Let's do it.
Then.
I'm pushing other side.
I called. I'm with you, Daniel. Let's do this shit.
They're making
Smoke
their
it out.
way in at this point, and
Right on your nuts.
you fear
Turn the
for
wall.
anybody in front of it.
Alright, let's go back inside.
Alright,
Let's go back inside.
We're good.
Yo, get the bomb down. Get the
The
bomb down.
American
Let's get
Dream,
the
they're
bomb
about to be
down.
living in a
Put the bomb
nightmare.
Put
Where's
the
the
shit
bomb?
down.
Yo.
There it is.
Interrogation!
Not like this!
Doesn't matter though, because the rest of Karez has done the job.
Oh, you can play. You can play. Oh, it's not the bomb.
You
Wait, he's on
can't
red pink.
kill
He's on red pink.
Dream!
Dream can't die.
Dream can't
Yeah,
die!
I'll flash him. Yo, go.
That's the
Dream,
point of a
go
Dream.
get him.
Plot
Have Dream
armor.
kill him. Have Dream kill him. Nobody kill him.
Let's go.
Let's go.
The comeback begins.
Shake, boys.
I want to have both cameras on Dream, and I want to just keep cutting.
Make him round.
Every time there's a chant, just Dream,
follow the
Dream,
shield.
Dream,
We
Dream,
run
just
Lion
different
Blitz
angles.
every round. We literally cannot lose.
Lion and Blitz every round.
Can we stop? Yeah.
Let's set up. Oh, each team.
No, do
they're
like
fine. Everyone's put their worst. What? Yeah. Let's just do one. Just do one.
If we do pistol only, we can choose shield.
what? Ethan, what's one? I didn't.
They just have to open up the entire bomb site.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Easy.
Hey, is it
Why-
okay?
I don't
Okay.
have
number?
stuff to open. So do you
Like
guys
the-
have anything? Yeah, we're good. He has it.
Okay.
So they have to open up the entire bomb site. I don't think that should be a difficult ask for Dream to help them win this round again for Team Keras.
We should get like the other camera on Tom, and then it's like, way, way,
Yay! Wait, show us Tom!
Show us Tom!
Maybe a little ace action.
Alright, you guys go for the outside wall.
We've created a monster.
Is that everyone?
This is so bad now. It's fine. You can't boo yourself. No, actually, I respect that. Boo yourself. Nobody but Dream. And maybe Ian Chambers doing a spin.
So again, they have to open up the entire bomb site, Emmy, which I don't think that's the hardest rule for Team Rainbow. Dream on the ace. It's a largely rather normal round outside of the bomb site being opened up.
Thanks.
Another opening kill for Keras as well.
Yo, let's swing in the outside.
Oh, they've got momentum right now. Just Dream and his aura.
The Dream effect.
Oh, round back.
They'll write about it in pages to come. Rasco
I'm John outside.
Yeah,
Just wait me 1 second.
gets one on towards
It's
King
pushing
George at this
wall.
point. I love how we're
Nice.
playing picture in picture because
I'm
the
doing
main
A
event
side.
is
I'm doing A
Dream.
side.
And there's also some siege.
Where
There's
is the
also some
bomb?
siege. Tom, protected by many a bubble. They're going for the plant though, and
Tom thought he was going to win the show match.
Tom thinks a lot of things.
Done.
Look, guys, can't lose.
I'm gonna.
Is this one where they stay inside the entire time? Oh, no. Damn, they're just so much better than us.
Still only?
Oh, everyone's pistol only? Okay, do that. I'll go with shield.
Alright, let's do it.
You can take shield. You can take shield.
Pistols only, guys.
Which
Pistols
one?
only.
Oh,
Pistol only?
easy.
Pistol only.
Okay.
Pistol only.
I've got the career. You picked Alice. Oh, I'm going bloody Cade. Okay.
A pistol only round, a classic of the series, a classic of the show. I've got a message that we're going to relay from the caster area, I think. I don't even know if we can be seen here. Come step.
Show us Dream.
Show us Dream! Yeah! Giving the people what they want. I mean, you see the Dream effect, right? Come onto the roster.
It's just that aura.
Athena, you're going to change your operator?
Yeah, I will. I just ran a
I'm
pick.
so hungover, it's crazy.
Tom, does Tom know we can? Can you take Tom's headset for a second and tell him that we can hear everything he's saying?
Dream is sexy. It's sexy.
Tom!
Dream is sexy. Dream is sexy.
The round has started, Tom.
The round has started. I was distracting him at that point. We should do, you know how there's been a lot of those like lookalike competitions? Is it too last minute to organize a Dream lookalike competition at the stage later on today?
I don't think it's absolutely at all possible
I'll get you
to
a
look like
$20
Dream, too sexy.
Walgreens gift card. Someone loves Walgreens out there. 6-4. And at this point, you're sort of looking along the lines. Kamikaze, 15-6. Atheno, I mean, 0 kills? What's going on there? As a professional caster, what's happened there?
Well, Athena had to leave the lobby and then come back in.
No, I think they've just been rubbish.
But they've been so rubbish they also haven't died.
Also haven't died.
It's pistol only. Can use your shield.
I mean, technically, yeah, but who likes winning on technicalities apart from Jesse and Hap? So if you want to align with those two.
No, they're boring.
Yeah. Trying to find a sliver of an angle here. I mean, yeah, it's a pistols game.
The Team Rainbow have not even looked like winning a round since Dream
Would you
made
be
his
able
way
to?
onto the stage. Absolutely not. I would be intimidated.
At this point, who could you call? Finding their way in here. Toward the top of green. They've got some of the eyes and pings on a player, but a lot is softed and a lot is curious. There's a man behind you. Oh, they've been droned. Get out of there, son.
Oh, no.
Tom. Kamikaze does find Atheno in the meantime. 0-1. We're up there at the office, and ooh, it's the Pisty bait. They're trying to lure them in, but oh no! Oh no!
Pisty!
Get ye hard! Get ye hard!
It's falling apart for Team Rainbow.
Bouncing the flash round the corner, trying to find the shield round on the breakaway, and there's a
Wait, get the bomb. Wait.
Oh, Flank him.
Okay, planting.
Is there a pro player?
I got you guys. Don't
He's
worry.
top green, or top library.
Yo, bomb.
Ooh.
Top
Yo,
library.
bomb down.
Rasco, just quit, Joe.
Nice.
Yeah.
We hold this.
We got this. Let's wait, Santa.
Got him, Rasco.
Rasco, I'm gonna melee him. You're gonna kill him, okay?
No pressure, Rasco.
I'm gonna melee him. You're gonna kill him.
Let's go.
Good job. Right here.
You got your bumps.
Let's go.
The heart and the soul of the scene.
We are winning.
I love the we are winning.
We are winning.
Only move A and D. And so they can only do like this? Oh, no, just do shock. Oh, shit.
Wait, hang on.
Make him.
What is this one again?
Is Nugget acting as the coach now?
Shotgun. I was gonna say.
I think Nugget needs to act a bit like Fat.
Boss G.
Slash shotgun, low.
That counts.
That does, I guess. Bashi, I guess.
Yeah.
Go. Ian, sorry to interrupt. You've got news. You almost tripped.
Don't trip.
Give us a spin, then give us the news.
Right. I can't keep spinning. I'll get dizzy. What I will tell you. Oh my God. All right, I'll do it quickly.
Yeah.
There you go. I come out here with breaking exclusive news. The winner of the next round wins the match.
Ooh.
So we got other stuff we got to get to. You know, there's a lot coming up here today. So this is it. The next round, winner takes all. Let's do this.
Yeah. Round to determine the show match.
1 round left.
No pressure.
This
no
is what
pressure.
everybody
Don't
here
lose.
for.
It's over. Oh,
Surely
really?
Dream can't lose this round.
Dream.
No way,
We need
no.
to win this, guys. We got this.
Yeah,
Let's take this OT.
Yeah.
Well, Dream, that's
There is no OT.
Somebody
they bar,
inform
or
Dream
they-
of the
I think
rules,
they're
please.
bar, yeah.
This is it. One last round. So far, Dream has been undefeated.
Watching the steady engagement. Again. Nugget behind the team. Maybe the lead, but Kamikaze gets Harry's Mika. An early blow. It was a bold opener, but unfortunately it's gone to a show closer.
That's all right. Just makes it a bit more of a showstopper towards the end of this round. Kamikaze, though, that's Dream. Dream has been put to bed.
Oh no! What are we gonna do?
And look at
Dream
Tom
and Rascal
underneath the desk.
No!
It's Tom J. Charlotte, baby! And he will hold you down!
Tragedy is striking, all down to Longy once again. 1 versus 5. Cannot make it, the winners! Team Rainbow have taken the crown against Keres Legion. Not even the magic of Dream let them win.
It's the magic of the
hearing. Dream let them win. But I think enough of us up here. Let's take it down to the king of spin himself, Ian Chambers.
Oh, I love that. I'm going to run with that. I know that you can't see the audience, but all the audience is doing right now is this. But it's not about me. Please give it up for your winners of our SI 2025 show matches, Team Rainbow! Legends! Legends! And this crowd is legendary. Imagine how hot this crowd is going to be when we get to the actual grand final. But of course, there is still plenty more to come before that, including some exclusive musical performances on this very stage. So stay glued to your seat, whether you're in the arena or at home. And we'll be back after the break.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back to the Six Invitational 2025 at the MGM Music Hall here in Boston in front of what is a wonderful crowd. Boston, let me hear you. Just unbelievable. We're having the time of our lives this weekend, and we've been giving out commendations as we always do at every SI. And on Sunday, before all of the grand final action kicks off, we always award an MVP commendee. And the recipient of this award truly deserves it. Living the American dream. Once booted up and started streaming to a couple of viewers, like everybody who ever tries to make it does. And now he is world famous and a huge part of the Rainbow Six esports scene. We love him, and it is time to award Jinxie.
It's Jinxie, and I'm the MVP this year. Why am I picking that? Why am I picking that? I don't know. This could not have gone worse. This could not have gone worse. You are dumb. Pretty good clip, bro.
I am Jinxie, also known as Nick, I'm Nick, or also known as Jinxie. I've been playing video games since I was like 6 years old, and I don't think I'm ever gonna stop playing video games.
Please. Right down the middle.
Come on. Yes.
Damn.
Dude, I'm locked in on the drivers today.
I'm not even gonna hit.
All right.
Yeah, you freaking hammering it. Ever since he was young, it was notes home from school. Nick needs to keep to himself. We're setting him up by the front by the teacher. So I know he had the natural gift for it. And he's got the energy, you know? And, you know, I told him to go for it. You know, I told him you can always get a job. I said, you got a chance now, go for it. Took a while, but it worked out.
Yes, it did.
You know?
I started streaming in 2016. I played a mobile phone game called Clash Royale. And then I created Jinxie in 2019. And I started streaming like Fortnite, NBA 2K. Didn't really like work out. I had like one viewer the whole time, which was literally just my dad. And then one day, my cousin told me to try Rainbow Six Siege. And then I went from 1 viewer to like 7 viewers. And I was like, okay, well, this is probably like my game. And then, yeah, it ended up turning into something I could have never even imagined.
Let's go! 1 million!
The reason why golf is my favorite hobby nowadays is it is basically identical to Siege. Perfect. Please don't be in the bunker. Bunker, no. If you let your emotions take control of you and you let your emotions take control of your game, you could do really bad. Hit a bad shot, but now it's time to lock in. Bad shots are unacceptable today. But if you stay calm, relaxed, and have a learning mindset, all right, come on, baby. Let's get some air under this one. My God. Okay, bad shots are acceptable today. Okay, the glasses probably didn't even help. All right, let's get a little bit of a setup tour. So, this table is going to explode any day. It'll explode right now. If my stream ever abruptly ends with a loud explosion noise, it's because this table collapsed and my PC along with it. Family told me to install soundproofing here because of the screaming. If you do not have a hole in your wall like this, I'm sorry, but you're not a passionate gamer. This is the face cam that has been destroyed 8 different times. Also, if your chair doesn't have sweat stains in it, you're not a passionate gamer. This is my temple. Welcome. The turning point for me, I'll never forget this day. So I had gotten to around 1,000 viewers on Twitch, and I would just stream ranked. And I remember one day I was doing a pack opening, and I kept packing this rubber ducky charm.
What did I do to deserve this? Another rubber ducky! How
How many do you guys have? Someone on TikTok, he made a clip of it, and I saw it on TikTok. It had 17 million views in like 18 hours. And the next day I went to my creator dashboard and I saw that I had gotten 7,000 new followers overnight. That was like definitely the turning point.
Oh my God, 100.
Yeah, I would not classify myself as a calm streamer at all. If I'm winning, I'm really happy, and if I'm losing, I'm really mad.
W's in the chat, show me the animation, baby. Big champion type shit, bro. The name! God can strike me down if I'm lying. That motherfucker's cheating! Take my word!
I don't know how people enjoy the beach. I have sand in my toenails. I smell like tuna fish, and it's hot as hell right now. This is a joke. God, I can't even walk. I never expected in a million years to hit #1 on Twitch. The only dream I strived for was being able to wake up every day and play video games as a job. Like, that was all I cared about. I'd say, like, out of everything I've done, the best thing that I've ever done in my life is being able to, like, take care of my mom and take care of my dad. And that made me happier than anything, to be able to do that. My relationship with my community is, at this point, I literally look at them as like a second family because I spend like 6-7 hours with them a day. Some of them are there every single night. We can talk about like food, movies, music, or the game. When you look at it as like you're impacting thousands and thousands of people, it's bigger than me and it's bigger than streaming, and that is like the most special thing ever. So to get a reward like that is like very meaningful because I literally poured like my life into that game, you know?
He's one of the biggest streamers, and obviously Siege being his main game added so much passion and brings a lot of like the younger generation to see Siege.
His energy is just ridiculous. You can't get enough of it. Like, when you think energy and you think passion, you think Jinxie.
Dude does the craziest stuff on his stream.
I think he's the funniest.
There's a lot of people that when they get in the spotlight, they change, but he's not afraid at all. He stays himself, and I admire that. He has integrity.
I would say this to all like my personal fans or the fans of Siege. You guys are the best community in the world, hands down. Best gaming community in the world, best Twitch community in the world. And thank you guys for changing not only my life, but my family's life. And I'm forever grateful for you guys. Man, I love fishing. It's so far from frustration and anger. You know, basically every time I play Rainbow Six Siege and I go 0-10 in a tournament, all I gotta do is come out to this lake, throw in a lure, and all my problems fade away. Ladies and gentlemen, it was Jinxie, and thank you for coming to my MVP commendation. All right, and cut. Time to play Siege.
Boston, make some noise for your MVP commandee, Jinxie! Now, unfortunately, Jinxie couldn't be here to be live here in Boston because he has been streaming as he always does to his faithful community. He has been streaming this entire event. In fact, he's streaming right now. So, hello, Jinxie. Boston, do you want to say hi to Jinxie? Also, he did send in a message exclusively for you guys here and you watching at home to thank you for this commendation.
Let's open this bad boy up. I'm actually really excited. Oh, shh. Oh, oh, okay. Okay, let's see. How do you open this thing? Okay. Dear Jinxie, for years you have been the embodiment of what Siege is all about. collaborative, strategic, combative, and determined. Whenever we meet with Siege fans, your name comes up time and time again. It's easy to see why. That's why we are so excited to present you with this year's MVP award. The impact you have on this community is undeniable, and this award is a token of appreciation for your dedication to being a master of Siege tactics. Millions of players from all over the world have been introduced to Rainbow Six Siege because of your content. Whether it's bringing your countless clutch moments or 1v1s or your 1v1 unmatched skills, we know this community wouldn't be the same without you and the energy you bring to this game. With that being said, Rainbow Six Siege and Ubisoft partners want to officially recognize your contribution to Siege's success and can't wait to team up with you more in the future. P.S. We hope you get Jaeger Black Eye soon. Alright. This is it. This is it. Oh my. Oh my God. Dude, it's so heavy. This is amazing. I literally started playing this game like 6 years ago. One of my friends at school told me to play the game. I was like a high school kid, so I didn't have any money. And then one day my mom's friend, her son had like terrible grades in school, so she took away his Xbox, and then she was giving away his Xbox and she was giving away all of his video games. And then one of the games that was left was Rainbow Six Siege. And I said, Mom, let me keep that disc. I want to try that game because that was the game my friend was telling me about. And it's been 7 years now of just playing this game, streaming this game. This game has literally changed my life. Like, actually, it's the greatest community in the world, the greatest game in the world. And I actually have absolutely no idea what I would be doing without Rainbow Six Siege and Ubisoft. Thank you guys so much. I'll probably play this game until I'm 75 years old. This is the greatest award I've ever gotten. And I appreciate everybody who plays Rainbow Six Siege, watches Rainbow Six Siege, and enjoys Rainbow Six Siege because it is the greatest FPS in the world. Thank you so much for changing my life. I love you guys.
One more time to our MVP commandee, Jinxie! Thank you, Jinxie, for all you've done to our game. You put so many eyes on this game and also on our esport. We love you so very much for it. Thank you for all that you've done to us, and I'm sure everybody here very much appreciate everything that you have done to them. Gentlemen, a new commandee joins the annals of history of Rainbow Six.
You know, he might not be the calmest streamer, but he is the most lively one, and he's such an inspiration to all of us, even for myself. I mean, the one thing I really appreciate about Jinxie, he has stayed true to himself through the beginning of his career and still now to this day, and he's so deserving of this commendation.
He also reinvented content within Rainbow Six Siege that we've never seen before in terms of the 1v1 content he does, the tournaments that he does, the console community, brought them to the forefront. He's been absolutely incredible.
Absolutely has been. Yeah, Jinxie, thank you so much for that, and thank you, Boston, again one more time for cheering for him. Give it up for Jinxie! Our MVP commandee. And it's great, actually, to receive a trophy like that. It looks great. But we have an upcoming piece of music for every invitational. Of course, we've had the SI theme. Last year, we all stood as one as we had our theme for SI 24. This time is the one and only DDG, who joins us on the stage to celebrate Rainbow Six.
I mean, I always look forward to this to see who we got, and we got DDG in here. This is going to be quite the spectacular show that we're about to see.
I heard them rehearsing. I heard them warming up this morning. It's going to be
you're lucky. I wasn't here for that.
I was here nice and early.
Well, gentlemen, we got a lot to go through. Give it up for DDG!
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. They thinking they know how to beat us. They gotta relax. Aiming at you through the crack. Don't try to wrestle you. Getting one tapped. I'm pushing with all of my brothers, we moving in pack. I tell them go to attack, the way that we moving, they thinking we hack. We came in to win, we never pull up to lose. Go! Tired of playing it cool, just give me a second and get in my groove. We beating them fair and square, we play by the rules. I'm doing this with my team, already winners, got nothing to prove. Let's go! And moving together, we stacking it. Deploying my drone, start tracking them. I'm staying aware of what's happening. I climb up the wall, I'm rappelling. They tryna flank, I ain't having it. Plant the diffuser, my drone distracting them. They got a problem, we handle it. Love all my brothers, I never abandon them. I'm
going hard to carry my team. Winning the round, we taking the lead. Rotate around back to find the peak. We running them down, he low HP. They thinking they know how to beat us, they gotta relax. Aiming at you through the crack. Don't try to wrestle, you getting one tapped. I'm pushing with all of my brothers, we moving in pack. I tell them go to attack. The way that we moving, they thinking we hack. Let's go. We came in to win, we never pull up to lose. Tired of playing it cool, just give me a second to get in my groove. Okay. We beating them fair and square, we play by the rules. I'm doing this for my team, already winners, got nothing to prove. Let's go. At the end of the game, we on top. I got a team full of champions, huh? Check on the stats, I've been racking them up. My brother Nini, I'm backing them up. Picking up over the corner, I got my team, I'm never a loner. We coming back, we fighting for champ, cause we got the heart of a soldier. I'm playing with Oryx, so you already know that I'm moving with speed. Last one alive, but I'm finna clutch, relax, we winning with ease. I'm checking on A, I'm checking the bombs, I think he had B. Put up the walls, defending the bomb, I'm hoping they never get breathed. They thinking they know how to beat us, they gotta relax. Aiming at you through the crack, don't try to wrestle, you getting one tapped. I'm pushing with all of my brothers, we moving in packs. I tell them go to attack, the way that we moving, they thinking we hack. We came in to win, we never pull up to lose. Tired of playing it cool, just give me a second to get in my groove. We beating them fair and square, we play by the rules. I'm doing this for my team, already winners, got nothing to prove. Let's go.
Hey, Boston, give it up for DDG!
What's up, man?
That was awesome.
Thank you.
I just want to run it right back to when you first got approached to make this song. How excited were you about this, and how did you get the influence?
I've always been a fan of Rainbow Six, so you know it was a dream come true for me to make a song for a video game that I actually play. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's a blessing.
And you can hear throughout, right? There's deep Siege references throughout the lyrics, and the fans have reacted so well to it. What's it been like seeing that from the community?
Amazing. Like, I've been getting a lot of love from the players reacting to the song and stuff. And if you hear through the beat, you can hear like we incorporated sounds from the game, whether it's the dogs barking, the shots from the weapons and everything. So built it from scratch.
Now, you mentioned there that you love Siege, you play Siege. How good are you at the game?
You know, maybe I might be up here next year. You never know. So, you know, I'm gonna put some more hours in, practice a little bit. You know, I might be in the chair next time.
All right, I want to see DDG raise the hammer, but for now, make some noise for this man. Thank you. All right, what a performance. We just do it big. We do it different here at SI, and to talk through what they made of what was an iconic moment here in Boston is Milos on the desk.
Thanks so much, Ian. And one more time for DDG. Thank you so much for a wonderful theme here at the Invitational. My God, we have somebody actually built into the game, plays it, makes the song about it, getting every bit of the game built into the song itself. That's dedication, Lack.
Oh, it's absolute dedication. It just shows how much influence Siege has on all of us around the community. And I mean, I want to talk about those lyrics. Those lyrics are pretty hard. I'm not going to lie.
You absolutely loved it, Lax. I'm just thinking maybe I might get a shot at creating some music at some point in the future. I'm terrible, though, but that was amazing.
Jack, I promise you, if we see DDG at the SI Grand Final next year, we can see you with your own album.
A big role swap. Yeah, let's do it.
I'd be very much looking forward to it in the future. But imagine, who would you have maybe in the future as kind of a group or someone to make a theme song for SI? I'm sure everybody's kind of having those different ideas in their heads. Your favorite group, your favorite artist.
I don't know.
Putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, you really put me on the spot. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we've had metal. We've now had rap. I mean, what's the next that we go to?
All I know is whoever it's got to be has got to raise the bar again and again.
Gentlemen, there is so much to go through. Of course, we've had the commendation. We have had our musical piece to really kick it off. So how about we talk about our matchup? And this is the technical part of our kind of pre-game, pre-show bit. our bracket. Here's what it looks like. Just one more time to clarify it in your minds. Our grand final is set in stone beginning not too long from now, after the season or the year 10 reveal that'll be happening not too long though. We see BDS versus FaZe Clan, but because BDS come in from that upper bracket, they have an advantage that they can play with. And where is it? How does it manifest in the final? Because they're not just getting a free map and an advantage and a point.
No, not anymore, Milosh, of course. Because BDS didn't drop a series in the entire of that upper bracket, everybody else and FaZe Clan was allowed to lose once and drop down. And then from there, they get an advantage going into the map veto. Therefore, we can see that BDS will be able to take the first pick inside of that best of 5. They will get to pick the first map out of all 9 of them.
I mean, being a former player, the fact that you're in this situation where you can pick your most manned map and actually play something that meets...
This audio needs to stop.
I mean, the fact that you can pick your best map here, and then once it gets all the way down, you can almost practically guarantee yourself 2 out of your 3 best maps in your entire rotation. I mean, you gotta feel good when you're BDS that you have this kind of advantage, especially going against FaZe.
That's a lot to really look forward to here, especially because we know that specific teams that play a certain map maybe have won it 16 times over the past year and a half, by chance. They might be able to play that to their advantage.
Yeah, and again, that's the biggest thing, is that is a possibility. They can get that map. They can go back to Bank, where they are 16-0 currently. They can get that right out of the gate, and to immediately start your games off on one of your best maps, that sets that mentality and that mindset in such a good place.
So we can talk about Bank ad nauseum, and we will. Don't worry about it. However, let's take a look at the entire map pool, or 9 map pool here in competitive Siege, looking at the times that every single map was played by every single team. I know it's a lot to take in.
Yeah, so what we're showing you here is all 9 maps in the map pool: Bank, Border, Chalet, Clubhouse, Consulate, Cafe, Lair, and Labs. Both of these 2 teams have played basically 8 out of 9 maps, and this is what BDS will be able to pick from. They have, with no bans, they will get to pick a map from any of these. Now, there's various trains of thought. They can pick into Bank, that they absolutely love and have never lost. They can pick into Chalet, which is one of FaZe's permabans, or they can pick into Skyscraper, which is a map that BDS absolutely love, but have not been able to play at all this event.
Yeah, and it speaks into that especially that they can pick FaZe's permaban, a map that they don't like. So then it's a question of, is FaZe going to be prepared for that? Have they been doing their due diligence of getting that map being able to be used in the map pool? But even Skyscraper, for example, they haven't had the chance to play. There are so many options for BDS to just start out the gate and just throw FaZe kind of for a loop and to catch them off guard. But that's the beauty of being that team in the upper bracket and now finding themselves here with that advantage.
Now I hear all of the Reddit analysts that are sitting with us here in the arena kind of discussing, hey, what map are they going to go for? Well, maybe you can have a look here, maybe have a chat with BDS as we'll see our teams that are getting ready. Of course, their manager, you'll see Katu is stepping in. You got the entire squad just practicing, getting warmed up, some of them watching the stream, but also on the other side, it is FaZe Clan. Live shots from these 2 squads right now in their practice rooms in the backstage. What goes through your mind in a moment like that, moments before stepping on the biggest stage of them all, Axe?
I mean, there's a lot of things going through your mind, especially when you're FaZe here. You went out last year. You lost it to your own selves. Now it's a matter of prep and coming into this match as prepared as you possibly can, knowing that BDS has this advantage, that they can pick, again, your weakest map that I talked about, being Chalet. To get that mentality, that mindset right, get everyone on the same page, and to just go into that first map, whatever that's going to be, and just play your level of Siege.
There's a train of thought that if you do pick into a team's permaban, it can be quite dangerous because you're giving them an opportunity to say, this is a free map. We can just do whatever we want. We're supposed to lose this. This is a free map. So it's a real curious one for BDS. Which one will they actually choose? It's such a big advantage, obviously, for coming through in that upper bracket.
So with that advantage, plus the fact that you're playing a best of 5, there is a huge space open for options, right? You are spoiled for choice, but it can be overwhelming when you have 5 maps that you have to play, be it BDS or FaZe.
But like I said in the beginning, especially for BDS that I want to focus on, they can at least guarantee 2 out of their best maps throughout that 9-map pool, and that is already an advantage because the first 3 games, out of those 3, you're going to be playing 2 of your best. So then it just goes falling down that line of what those maps look like and what FaZe or either BDS is taking away from.
Question, what happens if you lose those first 2 maps?
Wow. Well, I don't want to see that. I want to see all these games go in the distance. I don't want to see...
We're guaranteed a 3-mapper here, buddy.
We better. We better.
We've not had one yet at the finals, I will say. But we are saying that FaZe have some of these permabans. They've permabanned them at this event. It would be unwise for FaZe to have been one of the best teams in the world to have been coming into this event with a 7-map pool. They absolutely will play their permabans if they have to. They're just choosing to save them and save them. They might have been saving them for this very day.
And that is the key thing here of just revealing everything. This is where you're going to do it now. This is where you're going to hope that all your work, all your prep is going to pay off because this is going to be the shining moment.
We talk about map balance in the context of a best of 1, but it's even more complicated when you go into BO3 and even more so in best of 5. Stamina is another thing you have to keep in mind for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you might not want to look at your opponent too much. I don't know if you had this when you played in finals and big long matches, Gabe, but you may be just looking a little bit more internally and worrying about what you can control and not what your opponent can control. Even if you think about the preparations, there's no way that you can really go through and prepare 5, 6, 7, 8 potential maps that you might play from a counter prep point of view. You've just got to focus on yourself.
Yes, I love that you say that because the reality is you can't prep for that many matches. You have to be able to stay focused on your own self, your team, what you can do as a player and lead that with your squad going into any single map.
Gentlemen, the countdown had started. The future begins right now. Year 10 panel right here at SI25.
You had me. You've been chasing the wrong questions. You can ask why until your last bullet is spent. But that won't change what happened. I saw a path to a better world. One that Bogart and the rest of Rainbow refused to follow. So I did what had to be done. As for Curie, well, she deserves better than to waste her second chance with you. You thought you were onto something in Greece. But you only saw what I wanted you to see. I was already inside your house before I even stepped foot on the space. It begins and ends with recruits. Carrie's forced you to bring in new blood, and that was my way into your ranks. I broke your standing with the Oversight Committee. I tore down Hereford. I destroyed your reputation. And the questions you were too blind to ask were answered for you. This is how Rainbow dies.
Hello and welcome! Year 10 of Rainbow Six Siege. My name's Alex Karpazis, creative director of the game.
And I'm Joshua Mills, game director. Over the past few years, the tone of Siege has shifted. I'll admit, Deimos had a lot to do with that when he first entered the picture. And his presence continues to send ripples throughout Team Rainbow. Our goal with this shift was to set the stage for what's to come and to put all of you in the driver's seat with the assault on Hereford event.
With the event, you've seen Team Rainbow get hit hard. But as we know, adversity does not define Rainbow. It is how you respond to a challenge that shows your true strength. For us on Siege, that also means responding with a year 10 that truly celebrates this special game. You're going to want to stay until the end. We've never had a reveal like this before, but enough talk. Let's dive right into the action with a new Siege cinematic. This is Rainbow's response that sets the stage for a very important year.
This enemy is dangerous, skilled, relentless. But Rainbow's mandate is to protect the world. We have to stay committed, even when we're down. We defend those in need. We plan. We prepare. We adapt. We do whatever is necessary. Because our enemies won't go down quietly. Whoever they target, Rainbow will protect. Wherever they go, Rainbow will be there to stop them. It's what we were born to do. It's what we train for. We trust in our skills, and we accept the risk. We put our lives on the line for the cause. We put our differences aside. And against all odds, we hold fast. This is why Rainbow exists. The world needs someone to stamp out the darkness. That is our duty. Our promise. When the dust settles, we remember who we are. We fight terror on a global scale. We are Rainbow. Together, we will win this fight.
All according to Deimos' plan. Moving to phase 2. Phobos out.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it's a little hard not to get emotional watching that with all of you. So much has gone into building to this moment. Now, it's more clear than ever that Deimos was not working alone. Phobos and the Carries Legion have hit Rainbow where it hurts. We already lost Harry, and it will be up to you to make sure we don't lose Dokkaebi too. With that, if we're going to have to go on the attack, we should bring reinforcements. Our newest operator for Year 10, Season 1, excels at just that, and she'll be available to play next week on the test server. However, before we go over the details of her dossier, we'd like to take a moment to switch sides and talk about defense. And by defense, I mean how we're continuing to protect this game and all of you.
Over the course of 2024, we've made huge strides in the fight against anti-cheat and cheating. This major investment has fueled our focus on 4 key pillars: the QB system, mousetrap, cheat detection, and binary hardening. These efforts have been game-changing, taking down cheat providers and keeping them offline longer, season after season, patch after patch. Some have been driven out of the scene entirely.
Not only that, but we've also sped up our response times to exploits and reinforced our partnership with BattleEye, which has been critical in our efforts. The results speak for themselves.
Since Year 9, Season 3, in-game cheat reports have been on a consistent downward trend. In fact, we're down over 40% since our peak last summer. This means you've noticed fewer cheaters in the game, leading to a more competitive experience for everyone.
But we didn't stop there. The past months marked a turning point in our fight against rage cheating. For those unfamiliar, rage cheating refers to an aggressive and blatant use of cheats that completely disregard any attempt at hiding it. Things like shooting through walls and aimbotting, which makes it impossible for others to enjoy the game. To combat this, we introduced a system that detects gameplay violations, actions that are simply impossible within normal game mechanics, like shooting while sprinting. This system has been very effective, banning more cheaters per month than ever before. And in January, we perma-banned over 19,000 cheaters from the game. With our fully automated gameplay violation system, we can detect and ban cheaters faster than ever. Oh, and let's not forget to mention that now when cheaters are sanctioned by our systems, they will be kicked from their ongoing match, and the match will be automatically canceled live. And some of you have seen this in action.
Fair play has always been at the core of Siege, and we're reinforcing it with a new initiative in anti-cheat, R6 Shield Guard. R6 Shield Guard unifies our existing tools while introducing new technologies to keep fighting cheat makers and protect the integrity of Siege. We have tripled the size of our anti-cheat team to ensure R6 Shield Guard will continue to evolve. This is our commitment for years to come.
Our mission has always been to protect the integrity of Siege, and R6 Shield Guard takes that mission to the next level. R6 Shield Guard aims at not only breaking the cheats being used, making them ineffective in Siege, but also identifying and removing the cheaters from the game entirely with accuracy and efficiency.
By combining dedicated resources, innovative technology, and our expert devs behind it all, we're making every match safer, more fair, and more rewarding for players like you. We are here to stay, continuing to invest in the competitive gameplay with new hardening and detection tech. Stay tuned, as we'll share more details about R6 Shield Guard very soon. That's right.
All right, now it's time to introduce the latest to Team Rainbow. Joining us from the New Zealand SAS, please welcome our new operator for Year 10, Season 1, Aurora.
In firefights, controlling the environment is a must. And sometimes that means waiting for the right door to open. But I've never been the patient sort. So mine will be ready when I need it. Que te haere todo ahau.
As you can see, Aurora is a badass in her own right and a strong addition to the squad. And what about that hardware she's wielding? That was the deployable Omni-Link Mesh Launcher, or DOM Launcher for short. This is a special kind of gadget as it falls into our architect category. It is a collapsible, bulletproof, smart cover system that deploys exclusively in doorways. It enables a new way to control the flow of combat and available intel. We have an in-game video to show you Aurora in action, and then we'll go over into more details and talk about the rest of her loadout.
I'm about to make you go wild, lose your mind, bring it go, by design, about to go crazy. It's about time to go wild, lose your mind, go wild, go wild. I'm about to make you go wild.
All right. As you just saw, Aurora can set up for devastating executes, cut off flanking counterattacks for those deep roamers, and even fortify defensively during post plans. Aurora will simply need to equip the launcher, aim at a doorway, and fire. The DOM panel will attach to the doorway, deploy, and close. The panel reaches all the way to the ground, allowing players to move right up next to it, and it does not expose their feet. Drones, however, can get under an extended DOM panel by simply driving towards it. The base of the panel will detect the drone and lift, allowing it to pass, then lower again. At the top of the panel, there is a trigger visible on both sides of the doorway. Shooting the trigger will open or close the panel. It should be noted that the trigger is only available to be shot when someone is nearby, and anyone can shoot the trigger. Anytime the panel closes, there is a temporary lock that prevents the trigger's detection from working for defenders. Additionally, the panel will open faster for an attacker than it will for a defender. 3 seconds for a defender, and only 1 second for an attacker. This allows attackers to always gain a tactical advantage over the defenders when interacting with the panels.
As Aurora uses her panels to reshape the flow of the encounter, she pairs well with Fuse and Ying. Between having a new, unique surface to deploy gadgets on or pushing for a surprise rush by overriding the lock triggers, defenders need to be ready for anything. To counter Aurora, look at Castle, Tubarão, Jaeger, or Oryx. Castle's barricades or Jaeger's ADSs will deny the placement of the DOM panel. Tubarão can freeze the panel, causing it to malfunction, open, and remain stuck open for the duration of the Zoto canister. And Oryx, well, Oryx does Oryx things.
A prime example of Aurora in action is a moment I had on Cafe during one of our play tests. I was on Rappel on Terrace, and I used her gadget to close off the doorways into Cocktail, all 3 of them. Cocktail entrance, bar, and heaven. And then I swung in and planted the diffuser. It felt so damn good. All right, let's talk about her loadout. Aurora is a 2 health, 2 speed operator. Her primary weapons include the powerhouse 417 DMR and the versatile M249 LMG, giving players the tools they need to adapt to any situation. For her secondary weapons, she's packing the reliable GSH-18 9mm, but that's not all. As promised, all our future new operators will bring a new weapon with their loadout. Say hello to the Reaper Mark II, our newest machine pistol. This beauty is equipped with a red dot sight for precision aiming and an extended mag, making it the perfect blend of speed, control, and stopping power. When it comes to finishing off enemies in close combat, the Reaper Mark II gets the job done. And Aurora's kit doesn't stop there. To complement her arsenal, she's bringing along smoke grenades and breach charges, giving her the flexibility to support her team or continue to disrupt the defender's positioning and control of the map.
We can't wait for you to play Aurora, her new weapon, and the Tactical Dom panel. Starting next week, you can jump in to the test server and play. Aurora is a super creative architect, which means I look forward to all the unique strats you cook up. But Aurora is just the beginning. For the past 3 years, the Siege team has been secretly building something behind the scenes. Something never seen in Siege's 10-year history. A massive evolution that needs the season to set the stage. That's why we're calling Year 10 Season 1 Operation Prep Phase. Operation Prep Phase will be a very different season. The emphasis will be about preparing the foundation for a massive change coming to Siege right after the season ends. But because this is the start of Year 10, Operation Prep Phase will be a time to celebrate.
What better way to celebrate than with celebration packs? Celebration packs contain over 1,400 iconic items from Siege's past, including event collections, and some legendary seasonal skins from all the way back from Year 1, Season 1. You can unlock celebration packs through the Battle Pass or with Renown in the Pack Manager. More details on the packs will be explained in a blog post near the season's launch. Players who miss out on these packs will be able to find them on the marketplace in Season 3 from those who decide to sell them instead of opening them.
Now, Joshua.
Yes, Alex.
We've hinted at a major evolution coming to Siege.
Yeah, and even though we're still working on it, I think we should show at least something here to everyone today.
Something like some concept art?
I think we need to show, they love concept art over there, but I think we need to show a little more than that.
All right. How about the very first teaser showing a hint of the future of Siege? Year 10 will introduce Siege X. This will be the beginning of a new era for Rainbow Six Siege, one that sets the stage for the next 10 years of unique tactical gameplay. That's right. For the past 3 years, the teams poured their passion into creating something truly transformative, an experience that will elevate the way you play Siege.
But first, let's clear a couple things up. Siege X is not a sequel. It is not Siege 2. And it's not just another update. It's a major evolution. We're expanding and reinforcing the very foundation of Siege to ensure it remains the pinnacle of tactical PvP first-person shooters. This means major graphical and audio upgrades. Refined game feel and new ways to enjoy the game, all while staying true to what makes the core of Siege so special.
It is such a significant leap forward that we can't possibly do it justice here at the Six Invitational. That is why we're dedicating a 3-hour world premiere of Siege X Showcase March 13th in Atlanta, Georgia. We'll be doing a deep dive into everything we've been working on, and it'll be worth the short wait.
We know you're eager for details about Siege X.
And we're just getting started. Siege X is our commitment to you, the players, and our promise that Siege will continue to push boundaries, innovate, and evolve. We're excited to show you what's coming next, and most importantly, to hear what you think.
So mark your calendars from March 13th and join us for the full reveal of Siege X. This is the future of Rainbow Six Siege, and we can't wait for all of you to experience what we've been secretly working on behind the scenes.
Watch the Siege X Showcase live on the Rainbow Six Twitch channel, or tune in with your favorite content creators as they co-stream. Also, for everybody watching, we've got something special for you. Tickets for the Siege X Showcase will be available later today to be there in person. And we're introducing something new. Introducing a limited drop on the marketplace. In the next 48 hours, you can enter for free to win one of 5,000 of these exclusive weapon skins. This is also your shot at winning one of 2 all-expense-paid VIP tickets to the Siege X Showcase in Atlanta. Get ready to experience the action up close, meet fellow Siege fans, and immerse yourself in an unforgettable event. All on us. Now, I love y'all. I love y'all so, so much. Now, not only can you win a chance to attend the Siege X Showcase, but you can also have a voice in deciding our next bundle. For all you Ash mains out there, we have 3 amazing designs for you to choose from. Check them out.
Honestly, y'all could vote for any of them, and I'll be happy. So make sure you go on our social media and cast your vote. More information on the winning design will be revealed at the showcase March 13th. Now, Alex.
Yes, Josh.
Today was our first look at the big changes coming to Siege. But these past few years, we've been sharing this work with some secret playtesters.
That is true, actually.
Members of the Siege team have been giving a sneak peek to community members and content creators around the world and giving them a chance to play Siege X. And rather than tell you how they felt about it, we figured, why not just show you?
Roll the clip.
Everyone's going to be excited.
Wow, this is so good.
Oh my god. E o áudio tá excepcional.
画質だったり。
It's just unique. It's going to make it look so much better.
It's a privilege to share this glimpse into all the incredible work our team has been putting in. And soon, we'll finally be able to fully reveal all the details about the future of Siege. thank you so much for your passion and dedication to this game. Without you, there is no Siege.
The Six Invitational Grand Finale will start very soon, and we'll witness the two best teams in the world competing at the highest level. Year 10 marks a transformative chapter for the game we all love, and we're just getting started. Mark your calendars. March 13th is the Rainbow Six Siege X Showcase. On behalf of the entire Siege team, Joshua and myself, thank you all for being a part of this incredible journey. See you soon.
Years of Siege and 10 more to come. Siege X is coming soon. A reminder, again, thank you very much, Alex and Josh, for just giving us so much intel and so much to get hyped for. Again, March 13th, a 3-hour show live in Atlanta, Georgia. You can grab your tickets so soon. Tomorrow, make sure you get those booked up and on to the show. The next phase after the future itself for Siege is coming soon. Operation Prep phase is what we know now. And, well, I cannot wait to see what it will all look like. So many creators coming together in Atlanta, Georgia, and so much to look forward to in the future. One more time, March 13th, 3-hour show, Siege X feature, the first time ever shown to the public. Make sure you watch it on stream or through your favorite co-streamers out there. Boston, are you ready for our final? Let's get it rolling. Hot dab! Welcome back, everybody, to Six Invitational 2025, live from the MGM Music Hall at Fenway Park, Boston. We have a grand final on our hands, and my God, do we have a lot to dive through. BDS versus FaZe Clan, and our focus up first is BDS. This segment is about the keys to success, the keys to power for every single one of our team. Hi, I'm Milosh. With me are Fox, Fresh, and Laxing. Gents, let's go down the line. The keys to success for BDS.
Yeah, well, you got to talk about their individual prowess. Each and every single one of these players throughout the year. A long time I was talking about Shaiko, but then we would talk about LickyFac as he would step into it. Brede being one of the best clutch players in the entire league, in the ecosystem, and then they pick up uses in Solitov that were huge pickups for their success throughout this entire year leading up until this point.
Yeah, if you look role for role, BDS have basically in every single role, in the support, in the IGL, in the front line, in the flex, they just have the best people that exist inside of European Siege that speak English. Obviously, there's maybe Brazilian counterparts, we'll come on to that. But everybody makes so much sense on this lineup that I can't find, you can't think of a weak point. Individually, they're all amazing.
Yeah, they all really clicked together, and I think that was obviously before this year what BDS exactly needed it. And since bringing on Users and Solitov, they've been a full firing machine. Any one of these players can pop off at any given moment. And obviously, when you have a team that has just amazing players all around, you're going to need an IGL that's going to be able to lead them.
No, that's a team as a whole, and as you say, yes, the IGL. There's been a lot of talks about the in-game leader and really pushing the team beyond their limits even in-game.
Yeah, of course. In LickyFac, you have to talk about this guy because even when he was being brought up into the league, he stepped into a role on this BDS roster where he was going to lead these men. And leading the men is exactly what he's done. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to cross the road for the majors of getting there, but the fact that they are here, the fact that they are one step away from winning this world championship, it is all on LickyFac, and he can absolutely get that done.
I mean, he's the IGL of the year. Obviously, him being at the, him coming to this tournament has proven that time and time again that he can get his teammates to where he needs to be. And the fact that he can do that in not just one, but two different languages is so impressive, and it's so difficult, and it just means that his mind's transcended above just IGLing. He understands the game so flawlessly.
I was just about to come on to that, actually, because you're both bilingual, maybe even more for yourself, Milosh. You speak a lot of languages.
More of them.
Quad.
Thinking in, he will no doubtedly think in French and have to convert that instantly into English for his team. Now, that's got to be impossible to do, and yet he's done it with such success that they've played in every final this year.
The entire team working together. We have an IGL at the head, but also that there's support staff in the back that help them make the macro decisions going into a series. The diversity of map pool for this team, Lax.
Yeah, I mean, me and Jack already showed the map pool that's been played. They have played 8 out of 9 maps so far, with one of them just being banned out because teams don't want to allow that. So the fact that you can open up yourself to go to any single map, feel comfortable on, is such a big thing. And especially through my career, you would see teams that would just shy away from other maps. The fact that BDS can play every single map is such an impressive feat in its own.
And I think that's just a combination of the two characteristics that we talked about. Great leadership, great players to be able to fundamentally be good on any map because they can play every version of Siege. They can be aggressive, they can be slow, they can be a hybrid. There's not just one way to their playstyle that they're static to. They're able to accustom to any situation in any team.
Look, there's 9 maps in our competitive pool, but there's one that stands out for BDS.
Yeah.
We have to talk about it, Jack.
We've got to talk about Bank, and we don't know whether it's going to be in the map veto yet. Obviously, they get the opportunity to pick it if BDS do want to pick it. Now, this roster of BDS has never lost the map of Bank. Look at that one map in bold, bottom left of your screen. That was at Esports World Cup when BDS played FaZe on Bank, 7-0 result. It's a huge map that we don't know if they will pick it. They might not, but they have the opportunity to.
It's not like every single one of those results are crushing, right? There's times where they're being pushed to 7-5s, times where they're going to overtime depending on who they're facing off against. But if anything, with 16 times 1-0 loss over a year and a half, there's a lot to study up on.
It's a fact that they can feel comfortable on it. And it's true. Teams are going to study up on that. They are going to see where things may have gone awry, even just recently against Furia where they would play against them. So the fact of the matter, if you're BDS, you are on a 16-0 win streak, you feel great on this map. It doesn't matter what a team has to prep for.
Jack, has anybody really figured out this team and map bans overall?
Well, no. If we go and look at the map bans in the majors against them, we'll see that actually their bank run probably started inside of Manchester. I don't think teams feared them on Bank inside of Manchester. The Manchester Major Grand Final, actually, it was Beast Coast that banned away Clubhouse. But since then, we go through to the Esports World Cup against W7M. First ban for W7M, bank, get it off the board. And the Montreal Major, again for W7M, first ban, bank, get it off the board. Again, I'm coming on to bank quite here because BDS have the option, if they want it, to pick it because of their map veto advantage. Nobody will be able to ban it away from them.
And it makes a lot of sense just because as a player, when you go to certain maps that are very 50-50, it's very easy to be able to beat teams that maybe could be better than you. But there's some maps, specifically like Bank, that if you are one of the best Bank teams in the world, nobody is beating on you. It's a guaranteed win every single time it's in the map pool. And most teams, because it's such a difficult map to attack and play on, they'd rather just get rid of it. They don't want to take the risk. They'd rather go to a more of a 50-50 map. So if you're one of the best teams at an uncharacteristically weird map like Bank, you'd be able to just get away with it every time.
Gentlemen, we looked at the macro here, but what if we went into the strategy? Alphama is standing by to do just that. Our French friend, please, what do you want to talk to us about?
Well, we've spoken at length. Why is BDS the best Bank team in the world? Well, let's take a look at one. One of their attacks on top floor bomb site, one of the most iconic bomb site on Bank. What do you need? What are the ingredients, right? Like Bank is a good map, and a great map, and a big one as well, you need to spread. So what do you need? You need a hard breacher to be rappelling on the main side. He's going to control the entirety of the west here, and he's going to breach the Kanto spot to watch Long, watch Banana, watch President. Now you need two players rappelling on the windows of the bomb side. And what do they do here? You need utility-based operators that can put pressure on the anchors. I'm thinking Grim, I'm thinking Lion, Ying. These guys are going to create movement. And then you need two amazing fraggers. One just to be in square, watching the run out, watching the side, can also push into Broom, and then you have a last player onto traders, long angles here all the way onto meeting room. Now, if you look at BDS, they have the best player in each role. Usos here on their hard breacher, Lekefak, Bride on the windows, Shaiko here on square, and Solotov on traders window. Now, if you look deeper, each of these players, they need to achieve something as an individual. Now, we look at Usos, he has a pre-placed drone here to watch, and what does he notice? Instantly here, we see the tip of the gun of a player in President. Look at his instant reaction. From his drone, goes, picks that, free kill. That's Usus for you. First opening kill here. As soon as that's done, he's gonna go back on his drone, gather more information, and he notices there's a clash here. I cannot get away with only 6 pellets on Kento. So he's gonna make that hole bigger, and making that hole bigger he does by opening a long angle onto long and controlling all of the west side area. At the same time, Bride is pressuring the bomb site. He's got Grim, so he has bees to make people move. And he notices, okay, there's a smoke here, yellow ping, and as soon as the yellow ping, I can challenge him and get the kill. Again, amazing play. Drone and kill and bees to create more movement onto the side. Pressure those anchors. Lekefak here and Usus, drones, get some more information, another movement, and another kill for Usus that pressures the west. Lekefak is now droning at the same time to put more pressure, because who do you need? You need the meeting player. As soon as the yellow ping goes out, look who's on Trader's window. Solotov, ready to take his Zofia charge, open up the wall of traders, and as soon as he's done, open up meeting and take that gunfight on the call of Lekefak and get that kill. Perfectly played from BDS, they can now all collapse. It's individual prowess, it's intel gathering, it's good placement, amazing players. That's why BDS, guys, is the best team on Bank in the world.
Well, they're looking to break that bank really here today. $1 million that they could win should they be successful in their series against their opponents, FaZe Clan. Right now, the top team coming out of Brazil and really the second best here at the Invitational, at least. We'll see what happens throughout it. Keys to success for our Brazilian squad will mirror the same system as we had with BDS. What are those points that we have had readied for us? We have a graphic to go up and get through them all, because FaZe last year, they came close to victory and it slipped away, but they are a pack of incredible individuals.
This is the exact same thing, individual prowess. You can't be up here on the main stage of an SI Grand Final if you don't have 5 players that can't consistently prove themselves. And again, FaZe hasn't had to make any changes like BDS did. This is a roster that believes through and through Brazilian blood that they can get it done, and they have throughout years shown nothing but main stage appearances. Sure, they haven't got it done. Last year, they couldn't close it out, slipped between their fingers, but the fact is they didn't make a change. They are back here yet again, with one game deciding that grand championship title for themselves.
And of course, every individual on this roster is incredible in their own roles as well, and they're great on an individual basis. They can go toe-to-toe with anybody on any given day. KDS and Cyber are some of the best frontline players in the world. Handy was our MVP of the entire year as well.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, Handy's been having an amazing event, and obviously for me, the player that's been standing out the most, I think, was Souls, being the supportive player that's always on the back line. You don't really see him too much about getting statistics, but he's been having an amazing main stage performance so far, and he's always been that clutch player that's been on that phases needed.
I cannot underestimate this clutch ability. This second point here, how good FaZe are into that. Very often they'll get into rounds and their backline saves them so many times. Vita King especially, but also Souls, and they're having individually great tournaments. Vita King's one of the most confident players I have ever come across in Rainbow Six Siege.
I mean, that's why I love watching FaZe, because to set up their clutches, the way that they attack and defend, there's always 4 players at a minimum setting up the strategy. So even if the trades don't go in their favor, they always have their support player in the back that is able to clutch up if push comes to shove.
Yeah, FaZe may not be known for the most flashiest plays out there, but they're a team that you can rely on. A stronghold on defense.
Yes, they are currently the leaders here at SI for having the best defensive win rate. So it goes to show, I mean, you can see it right here. At 161 rounds, they are sitting at a 64.6%. They are leading above everybody else. And it just goes to show, if you're doing 161 rounds and you are getting that on your defenses alone, it goes to show how much of a stronghold they really are.
And that round played, it gives us so much more certainty as well. Often when we show percentages, a team can have a very, very small sample size. FaZe have played the most rounds at the event and are the best defensive team, proving that they are undefeated at this event on their defenses.
Fox, this is going to be a tough one no matter how you cut it, because it seems like both of these teams can just go neck and neck on every single one of our maps. They mirror one another in their skills. They mirror one another in their in-game leading, in their strength of it, in individuality, in clutchability. What can even separate these two other than the fact that they come from opposite ends of the world?
I mean, as a player, to put it simply, the biggest decider is going to be the mentality of both the teams. Both the teams are in positions to potentially lose another final. Nobody wants to be there. It's going to take a certain different type of beast to be able to not let that affect you, to focus on your game and do what you've been doing throughout the whole tournament and win.
Well, that is the macro on FaZe Clan, but let's do the same as we did with BDS. Why are FaZe Clan so tactically sound, Leo?
Let's take one example of their defense. We've been saying they're the best defending team. Come on, let's take a look at their defense, right? We're looking at Cafe, and the site is reading, but holding top floor is the real key here, because you want to burn time. And let's take a look at a 3-layer defense. First layer, Mira here, with a reinforcement onto stock, can burn time, play aggressive towards piano. The second layer of defense is a crossfire between Freezer and Tarps here. And the third layer, and this is the most important one, the one where you want to burn the most time, Cocktail here, Kiba barriers to prevent the window picking, and at the same time, yellow stairs support from the anchor downstairs. Now, let's take a look at real footage. As you can see right now, you have 3 players upstairs, Wamai, Smoke, and the Azami, and you're gonna see why Azami is very important in that position later. Now, if we look closer at the setup, you have Vert here to prevent any rush, the reinforcement that make Cocktail much safer. This is the 3rd layer defense. The second one here into stock with long angles onto piano. The Wamai is ready here to help Smoke in that bathroom with the Mira, and this is the 1st layer of defense. Now, when I said Azami is key for Cocktail hold, it's because she can hold the rush here, obviously from the Vert, as you can see. But anytime she gets any pressure from the windows, she can use her Kiba barriers and suppress that pressure. It's exactly what happened as soon as someone will be shot here. Evan, this is completely safe for him. And this will come handful. Now, as I said before, the anchors from downstairs can help. As soon as Vita King hears someone's rappelling white window, he can come off help, send a C4 on white window, remove that player, instant reaction. What do you see here? A Kiba barrier. Benja cannot do anything, and that means Smoke is safe to rotate, thanks to the Kiba barrier. Perfect team play. Now, Wamai can pick up a kill on Blackbeard, completely isolated, while Smoke is burning more time. Incredible angle here, thanks to the Kiba barrier, and here Smoke can burn more time. What does that enable? Smoke burning time with his gas grenades means that players are stuck in piano and stalling. So Mira can come from below in mining, send a C4, and kill the stall player in piano. Once again, teamwork and utility usage. And now last but not least, as you can see here, KDS and Cyber are stuck on the top side. Still, they haven't been cleared. Vita King is covering them from the white stairs. As soon as somebody picks in white hallway, he gets the kill. That's FaZe for you guys. Team play, utility usage, great stratch, even better execution. FaZe is the best defending team in the world.
BDS will play off in the 6th Invitational Grand Final. A long time waiting for this roster to make their mark. Haunted by the ghosts of Sao Paulo. A second chance at greatness. FaZe look to rewrite history.
So I think the strong part in BDS right now is we are always able to take the win.
All the players are very good. Our players are better.
FaZe is really good in Brazil, but only in Brazil.
I think what we won in Brazil, like the 4 leagues, is making us strong. We are very prepared to be in the final again.
I think to lift the hammer, it's just about mental and going to the final and just destroy everyone. It's just about this because we have the key as a team, like together, individually, strategically. So the mental will be there and we're going to win.
A gente quer a nossa vingança e a gente vai ganhar o Invitational.
There is only one hammer and we are not here to share it, we are here to take it.
With 2 walking in, there can only be one. BDS versus FaZe, the grand final, the best of 5, the lead up of 2 years of competition for both of these squads. And here we are, live at the sold-out MGM Music Hall in Boston, Massachusetts. Iconic space, iconic teams, and an iconic tournament for the 9th year in a row. Someone will lift the hammer at the end of this evening, and I cannot wait to see. Both of these squads walking in and getting ready. Let's recap it real briefly, because BDS, last year, they were not at SI. FaZe Clan, they got close to the money, but not enough, Gabe.
Yeah, they weren't. They let it slip through their fingers, but they are back here. They are here to prove themselves, to rewrite history, to etch their names in Rainbow Six legacy and history, and get a world championship title underneath their belts, and they absolutely can. Every player has been stepping up all the way up until this point to get them back on this main stage.
And it's all about mentality for FaZe. Obviously, coming back from the SI last year to now, every single player has faced adversity, but we haven't seen them stop yet in this tournament. Obviously, they've been getting better and better. Every single player on the team has been stepping up immensely. I mean, Handy's leading the tournament in kills. Cyber has been leading in opening kills. Every single player has been performing immensely.
On the other side, it is our European hopefuls, Team BDS. The squad has been in 2 finals earlier on this year. You saw them in Manchester, you saw them in Montreal, and here, well, Boston starts with a B, not an M. However, we're in Massachusetts, so who knows how the wind will blow, Davide.
I mean, BDS is looking so scary. They're just as scary and dominant as the wind outside in Boston today. I mean, they have a perfect team, arguably. Every single player on the team respectively earns their role. I mean, they have a very good brain in Liquifact. They have the heart in Shaiko. The spine is Bride. And the lungs is Yeezus and Solotov. Those players have been the air that BDS has needed since the start of this year to win a hammer.
I mean, just even looking their entire run from the groups to phase 2 and to here now, they've shown nothing but sheer dominance. Where I thought their match against Furia, that was going to be a lot closer, and they just absolutely blew Furia out of the water and sat here now waiting for FaZe to hopefully do the same.
There's a lot on the line for both of these teams because, well, neither of them has been able to lift a hammer just yet. Though, we're going to focus up on BDS for a sec here because Yeezus and Solotov, the 2 players that we said kind of were brought in to shift up the entire way that BDS plays. Well, how have they been shaping up over the past year of competition?
I mean, throughout the whole year, they've been, honestly, 2 of the best players and the most consistent players on BDS. Everybody's always looking to Shaiko. Everybody's always looking to the rest of the players on the team, and they are good in their own roles. But Yeezus and Solotov arguably have been the main reasons why BDS have exploded in competition, making it to constant main stages. And once they've gotten there, they are 2 young players, so obviously they had to go through their troubles to be able to make it to the Invitational. And now they have the experience, they have the talent. What's left is the hammer.
Again, we already spoke on how well these 2 are in addition to this BDS roster. When you think of a super team, you add these 2. This is the exact result. They make every single main stage. Couldn't close it out, but again, they are now here at a main stage to close it out here and prove to themselves that they are that super team, that they have every piece of the puzzle to finally slot it in.
Here we're just showing kind of the 2 new players relatively to the squad. This does not include the other 3 basically that have been around since forever. We've seen the moment Liquifact joined BDS, they won their first ever major. That was way back in Jönköping. Now we're looking, 2 and a bit years ago. That was a big defeat, that was a big win that they had against Team Liquid in that final. There's a lot to talk about at the squad and their pedigree, but again, both of them are missing that hammer. Historically have choked it out in the final, let's be very honest about it. However, leadership is incredibly important in these moments where so much is on the line. Our IGLs, how do they shape up?
Yes, leadership is so crucial and so important for both of these teams, and you're going to have the comparison of Vidiking versus LickyFact, where LickyFact is leading in every single category outside of that opening cost, where again, Vidiking, I need to see these numbers step up, because when I'm looking at that attack win rate, where we see BDS sitting at a 50%, they need to be meeting that threshold in this match, because how we know how BDS plays, they are very strategic. They are very quick to adapt on the fly and be able to muster out any possible scenario to come out on top. So this is where I'm looking at Vidiking to really come alive here, bring the troops, and especially in the opening kill conversion, to bring that to an even playing field when they're going against BDS.
And the road for both of these players learning to become IGLs, I mean, is so different. Vidiking started as being a secondary support player flex, learning his way through the back line, seeing how a team's supposed to react while he's supporting them. But LickyFact, on the other way, he was the primary entry when he was first brought in. He wasn't meant to IGL. He's taken the burden of being the IGL and still maintains to put up an immense amount of kills in the server, which is almost impossible. And obviously, that's why he was the IGL of the year, is the fact that he can not only IGL at such a high level, but also be able to frag out and be one of the top slayers on BDS.
And I'm sure everybody's seen the LickyFact inspiration videos. I think there's one Lightrose that put out, that was incredible, beautiful, 10 out of 10 in that inspo. Sometimes you have a little bit of a meltdown telling your colleagues to just, come on, guys, lock in, let's pull it all together.
The fact is, as a foreign player, you have to do it. It has to be done.
Oh, we've been there before. There's definitely been times when you're an IGL, you don't understand how much pressure. It's not just playing a game. You feel like the weight of all of your teammates are on it, and everything comes down to that moment. So you never want to lose. If you got to just put some fire in your teammates, you have to do it one way or another.
Gentlemen, one more time before we get into our map bans, here's how the system works. BDS have come in from that upper bracket. They gain a 1-pick advantage. They'll be the first to skip the line and get the first one in.
Again, we already touched up on this. BDS has the power to pick one of their best maps, even pick a map that FaZe doesn't like, a permaban. So they are already setting themselves up for success no matter which direction they choose. And again, once you get to that very end, they can have at least 2 of their best maps.
Is it gonna be Bank? Hey, I don't know.
When you're in a position like that, you either pick your best map individually, or you try to take the enemy team out of their comfort zone and pick something that they don't normally play. So obviously, we could see it go either way, but it's going to be up to what the BDS coaches decide on the back end.
All right, before we pull up our map bands, I really want to see which first map we get. So, Boston, can you get a bit of a drum roll for me here? I want to see maybe we get a Bank. Drum roll, Boston! And map bands! It's Charlotte. What?
Oh, no, this isn't a what. This isn't a what. This is exactly what Fox was saying and what we were touching up on the desk. They are picking into FaZe's permaban.
Oh.
This leaves me to then question, does FaZe have this prep? Do they have it in their arsenal? Because as we showed, both teams are playing 8 out of 9 maps so far throughout this tournament. Chalet is the one that FaZe has not touched. So the fact that BDS is taking the gamble and picking it is already showing that they are challenging their mental and their state of mind on that map.
I mean, FaZe going for console and next, obviously playing in the consistency factor, but yes, that first map is going to be the most difficult match for FaZe because they consistently ban Chalet. But when you're a team and you're put in this position, you know fairly soon, once you're in the loser's bracket, no matter who you face against, they're going to go for one of your auto bans. So you set up time to be able to play and practice against Chalet so that you can be ready in case it gets picked out against them.
This makes perfect sense for both teams to be banning out Cafe and Bank. Obviously, FaZe does not want to take that chance. And honestly, for me, them banning out Bank is a questionable decision for me. Bank is such a popular map in Brazil, so the fact that they don't even want to allow BDS, and to be fair, their matchup against Furia, they look beatable. So that makes me question FaZe don't want to chance that. They want to absolutely get rid of it, not give BDS the chance of playing on one of their best maps.
I mean, FaZe is just a fan of going to big, spread out maps. Wow. They like having their time to play on those defensive-sided maps. That's obviously the biggest factor for them. So getting rid of Bank, that is a little bit of a 50-50. Getting rid of Border, it makes perfect sense. And obviously, we're going to see Labs, and it's going to close out with Clubhouse and Skyscraper. We saw FaZe dominate SSG on Skyscraper. That's a very comfortable map for them.
I do want to say, for that being the decider, that is the last map that BDS has not played, so they will play a full 9-map pool if we get to that decider.
And FaZe on Clubhouse as well. That is their favorite map, their best statistical map in this, I mean, all the maps that are here. So obviously, it's looking really good for FaZe's map pool. If you get to a full 5 maps, we'll have to see how BDS handles it once they go out of Chalet.
Eagle Mason Stuflex better have something cooked up back there, because this is not looking super hot for BDS. But again, when you're at BO5, you expect that this is how it's going to go.
It's going to be one map at a time. Again, it comes down to that mental. It's not looking at what that last map is or what even that second map is. It's focusing on this first map to set the momentum and set that tempo to bring it to each and every single map going forward.
I mean, every map matters, and obviously the amount of rounds that go through it as well is so draining. I mean, you could go a full overtime match and just be so drawn out, and obviously when you lose that, that could be detrimental to your mental, and it's all about just making sure that FaZe puts their best foot forward on Chalet, because it is their auto ban. Regardless of what they bring, they don't have as much practice on it as a team that has been playing it since the start of the year.
Then, gentlemen, if you're saying our teams have to take it map by map, so do we. Chalet is up first. That's the quote-unquote surprise pick from BDS, even though stats-wise it does work out. How do you see that one going?
I'm going to have to go with BDS. I think they're playing a good mental game here and challenging FaZe right out the gates and not having them feel any bit of comfort. But again, that can be a gamble, because FaZe could have been working through this. We don't see what happens behind the lines, and they could easily go in FaZe's favor. So again, I'm still going to then say BDS, just for the simple fact they are challenging them on their worst map.
I mean, we know how difficult it is going through the lower bracket. It's one game at a time. Sometimes you're not even worried about the grand final. So obviously, that could be a situation where you don't have as much time to prepare a map. For that, I'm going with BDS for Chalet.
Oh, okay. Well, we have a couple of minutes before we get started with our game. What are operators that we're expecting to ban or really heavily see? Sense has been pulled out, especially after the most recent buff. What else can we see in mind other than Shields, man?
I possibly see a Ying ban coming out for BDS to take that away from FaZe, so they can't make those fast, aggressive plays, so they can't set up. They're going to need to be using different utility where, again, you were talking about Sense. Maybe a Sense can be brought in, but maybe a Ying coming out of BDS I possibly can see.
I don't expect anything too out of the ordinary of bans when it comes to Sense or Glaz or Ying. I do think they're going to try to get rid of the Blackbeard right out the gate, because this isn't a very aggressive-sided map, and FaZe, if Cyber's not able to get those opening kills rolling to get inside the building, that is the hardest part, jumping through the library, going up the stairs. I'd expect FaZe is going to abuse the Monty, abuse the Blackbeard, so I'd love to see BDS maybe get rid of that right off the gate.
But when we know that shields are so oppressive, the counter is, yeah, you can slow them down with Legion or whatever, but you can just jump out of that window and get the work done on Chalet.
You can, but the fact of the matter is both these teams are actually very good at playing against shields. They both understand the meta very well. I can't say that they abuse it as much as some, especially like Unwanted, but the fact is they do know how to play against it. So again, I will agree that Blackbeard might be banned out, but overall, I do see them being able to counter one another.
Roam game chance. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, of course. I do believe that for FaZe, their X factor is always going to be Cyber when it comes to aggressive-sided maps, because he has all the freedom to get into any area of the map and find those picks. So obviously, if BDS is able to shut him down, like teams have been able to understand how his playstyle is, it won't be too much to be worried about. But as an X factor, he's definitely one to keep an eye out on.
Gentlemen, it has been a pleasure setting this game up the entire day here between actually the 5 of us on the desk and on the stage. But I think it's time to get the show on the road. Let's hear it. Boston, are you ready? I cannot hear you louder. Boston, are you ready? Our grand final at the 6th Invitational 2025 begins now.
spine tingling. Boston, make some noise for this orchestral performance. But now it's crunch time. To the right of me, Team BDS. To the left of me, Team FaZe Clan. KDS, come and join me. Licky Fat, come and join me. Now you have both felt the pain of losing map 5 of a grand final in the last 12 months. Why will you not let that happen here in Boston?
The fate is really like something hurts you, like for a life. And today we learn how to deal with it, what was our mistake last time, and we'll give everything to take the win today.
For us, we are working a lot to win this tournament, so I think this is our time to win, and we will be great against BDS, the awesome team.
Listen, you've both got supporters out here in Boston, that's for sure. Anything you want to say to your fans here?
I love you guys, and we'll do everything today to win the Hammer.
KDS, what would you like to say to your fans?
Obrigado por todo mundo que tá torcendo pra FaZe aí, e pra quem tá no Brasil aí, obrigadão, a gente vai ganhar desses caras aí.
Please shake hands and go and take your seats. Boston, for us, this hammer is a beautiful piece of silverware that we get to admire as fans. For the players behind us, this is everything. They eat, sleep, breathe the possibility of becoming world champions. And one of them will do it for the very first time ever when this grand final is over. So not for anybody, but the players behind me. I got one request, Boston. Make some noise! All right, you know what? Just briefly, I need to check this out. Who's taking this hammer? Is it FaZe Clan? Or when it's all said and done, will it be Team BDS? Whoa! It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the SI 2025 Grand Final here in Boston with none other than Dez and Ace.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chambers, and what a final it's set to be, Tim. I haven't heard consistent expectations for this game from anyone. No one's sure who's taking it. Both teams are in with a shot, and both have got such good stories coming into it.
That's it. There's just so much on the line for both of these teams. So much story there that you can just feel it. And I tell you what, Des, I'm not sure I've ever heard an NA crowd backing an EU team as much as these guys are behind BDS.
It's a big one. I think on any international event we go to where it's not on Brazilian soil, it's quite nice to go against the Brazilians. For the longest time, they won everything there is to win, Tim. And here they might be about to do it yet again. For FaZe, for the last 6 invitationals, they have been eliminated by the eventual winners, the Hammerlifters themselves. This would be the 4th one in a row if it happens again. And you have to ask, how much of a beating can this team take to come that close 4 times in a row?
It's now all about those thoughts, those feelings, Des, of each individual player, those last-minute words that they have into each other to get themselves laser-focused and locked in, ready to go here. This is, for all of them, what they work towards. These are the biggest moments of their careers.
Ian said it himself down on the stage, Tim. For a lot of us, it's a beautiful looking hammer that we'd all love to lift, but for these players, it's what? They spend hours a day prepping, practicing, theorizing, everything that goes into lifting this at the end of a calendar year. Almost 365 days a year, of course, there are breaks in the middle, but they are very, very often quite short. as they know that a day off is a day that their competition is getting one step ahead. And these two teams have both put themselves in a position to lift that hammer, to set history. For both of these organizations, it will be the first time they raise it at the end of today, Tim.
Very different approaches from both of the teams. BDS, they're sat down, locked in, ready to go. FaZe, they're thinking about that mental game. Bitter King, he's there, imparting those words of wisdom, those last messages to the team to get them ready before they take their seats, before they take their positions for what is sure to be a great matchup.
And we have a great viewpoint from up here above all of the players. We get to see what they're doing, and we were commenting earlier on, Bitter King with the other players are kind of relaxed, sat down, just looking at each other. He was locked in, he was warming up for the last half an hour. That has been his focus. I know that it means so much to him and the rest of them to get this one over the line. The question is, how many times can either of these teams face heartbreak? For BDS, the two majors they've lost this year. For FaZe, as I've said, they've gone out of the last 3-6 invitationals to the eventual winners of that hammer. How many more times can they face it, Tim? How many more chances can they fight through?
FaZe, it seems, just really not wanting to leave anything up to chance here. Dare's paying attention to every single detail. They've been there before. They know what it's all about.
As they take their seats, Tim, that means only one thing, that Chalet is not far away from getting started. We spoke a lot about this ban phase. You heard the analyst breaking it down as well. Chalet feels like a big challenge. FaZe haven't shown it in a long time. BDS have shown it a lot. There is a lot that FaZe can study here. I can see from up above. They've got the strat sheets at the ready. They've come in prepared, Tim. No team would walk in on a day like this not expecting BDS to try and target one of those permaban maps that you've got, and Chalet is that map.
It's definitely going to be a big start, like you say. BDS, mixed success on it, but it's obvious why they've chosen to go in that direction.
I appreciate for a second as well the gravity of the stage they sit upon, Tim. It's been absolutely gorgeous.
It truly has.
Wonderful seeing everyone dressed up today as well.
Fantastic.
Even Josh and Alex earlier on with the panel dressed up to the heavens as well. It has been absolutely wonderful. But the day has to end with jubilation for one and tears for the other. And everyone's a bit split on which team that should be. I'd love to stand here, Tim, and say, yeah, for us as EU casters, we'd love to see BDS lift it, but we've also cast FaZe time and time again.
For FaZe, a year spent dreaming of putting past ghosts to rest. 357 days since hearts were shattered. Here again to right their wrongs. Never has a Brazilian team bested intercontinental opposition in a 6 invitational grand final. That is the mountain that they must climb today. Standing in their way, BDS, a team of consistent quality, inspired as ever by a man many consider one of the best to play our beautiful game. Manchester in May, Montreal in November, having fallen at the final hurdles, it's time to pick themselves up and face the greatest challenge of them all. Another grand final for these two giants, another chance for immortality. Today in Boston, a guarantee that we see a new champion, a champion that has truly paid their dues. Your 6 Invitational 2025 Grand Final starts right now!
Chalet is where our first battleground commences. The BDS, a map that we all know, they love, one that FaZe hate. But there is zero chance they are coming into day, Tim, without lots of ideas about how to bring down their French opponents. FaZe's first ban gonna surprise no one. A target ban against Shaiko, the Deimos being taken away. Very rarely, Tim, did you get the chance to play this operator at this tournament. Teams fear him running around on Rainbow Six's greatest villain. And Monty going to follow through from the other side. No surprise, BDS often liking to ban away these shields, even though Brede has played all of them throughout this tournament.
Well, we heard them speaking about the Monty on the analysis beforehand, saying how it could be a way for FaZe to create that space, to create that room that they need inside of the map. BDS, we know, will challenge them at every opportunity. So by taking away that shield, it maybe just gives BDS that chance to force FaZe's hand a little bit. But I think we're likely to see a bit of Blackbeard, a bit of Blitz coming in from FaZe instead.
The Valkyrie surprising, not really anyone either, to be honest with you, Tim. It's another big one that's played a lot by the other side. The Mozzie may be coming in at least as a bit of a surprise, but as a remark, Tim, FaZe, they'll have done their homework. They'll know what it is they're facing off against. And what I find is a really interesting clash between these two teams is that FaZe, they're quite a slow team, quite a passive team over on the attacking side. On the defense, they're one of the first teams that you'll see falling away from a roam. And a map like Chalet, it demands roaming, it demands map control. That is where this war will be established. Did BDS manage to catch out players on FaZe before they could slip back towards site, safely rejoining their comrades to stage a defense of the site itself? Or FaZe managed to shut down the French team before they get in. Round one is now underway. Starting things out down in that basement of Chalet. Tim, their run for the hammer begins right now.
We are at the beginning of the most important game of the last competitive year of Siege, and what could turn out and will turn out to be one of the most competitive and most important games that these two teams will ever play in. One of them will walk away a champion, one of them will walk away heartbroken again.
We've heard a lot of talk about Handy and how currently he stands as arguably the MVP of the tournament. Plus 50 KD, best out of anyone, highest rated in this final. Certainly can't turn away from him, but Cyber for me, Tim, he is that X factor for this roster. Running around with the boss G. Feels like it's been a bit of a troll throughout the tournament, the points. Teams doing it when they know they're quite far ahead. Saw G2 quite enjoying it against Team Joel and coming to potentially start ruining their decision as they dropped a few rounds away. But Cyber, as the X Factor has said, when he starts popping off, there is very little that any team can do to stop him. But you're against BDS. Don't think you're going to quite find the same freedom that he's experienced throughout the rest of the tournament.
Cyber, of course, one of 2 players to go over 1,000 kills in 6 Invitational history days. I believe he's at a point where he's actually surpassed 1,100 since he made that landmark 1,000th kill. Absolutely unreal performance. But that goes to show, to a degree, the extra siege that FaZe have played here at that tournament, and that's something we need to keep in mind. Coming into this, they played 319 rounds to BDS's 201. We can make arguments for that having an impact in both ways. Maybe FaZe come in hot, maybe they come in a little fatigued. They've shown a lot more for BDS to study. We'll see how it plays out. But right now, 1 minute 30. And FaZe, they're going to have to hold on here because BDS are already starting to pressure sides.
Big focus on the trench side of things here too. Nothing on the main breach itself, so this means FaZe can move a lot of their players over. We have got players starting to slip around above. It's Solotov to get the first kill of this grand final, though. Down goes KDS. And here's only the Azami being taken offline, but that means no more Kivas being popped around here. Here's Cyber still trying to sniff at BDS. They've taken that as an invitation, Tim. Step inside the site. Yes, Bitter King's there with the trade, but BDS are into a 4 versus 2. That plant is going down, and there is nothing these two players can do to stop it, except maybe to make use of a hatch. But Avira will be a bit too late. It's a great shot to use it, but the diffuser is down, and it's a 1v3 that he will not be able to win. Breedo with the close, and BDS clinical in round 1.
You start seeing the problem there with the Bosch D being brought along by Cyber. If you end up in a position where you're in a 1vx, the Bosch G is not the weapon that you want, realistically. You've got 2 shots before you're having to reload. The SMG can be tough to control. You're asking an awful lot, and Cyber's just found that out. And what FaZe need to be careful of here, Des, we've spoken about the fact that Chalet is a permaban for them. They don't like playing here. We know that. So they have to keep in touch, because otherwise this one could get away from them quickly. And the last thing you want in the 6 Invitational Grand Final is to find yourself a map down.
Might have no choice, Tim. Unsurprisingly, Tim, it's a very vocal, as you said, it's a very vocal crowd.
I have never heard an NA crowd cheer so loudly for an EU team. I love it. It's great.
Well, I guess when FaZe are the enemy that have taken down a few of your teams, you know, SSG falling by the wayside, Unwanted another, they become the enemy. At that point, the enemy of your enemy becomes your friend. Not too surprised to see the cheers starting to build up. If we go for round 2, though, FaZe have really got to recompose themselves here, Tim. That didn't feel like a very successful round 1, as we saw. Down to a 4v2, then a 3 versus 1. It was decisive for BDS. Sure, FaZe got a couple of kills back in. We've got to see him change up the game plan. You'll be delighted here, Tim, that there is no Boss G on side, that we have seen the Vigil step away, what we often dub a very selfish operator. The Gadget not really serving the rest of the team, it's entirely for himself. His army does something a little bit different here, bring along those keepers, the impacts of the rotation, and most importantly, a gun with more than 2 bullets in the barrel.
BDS shaping up immediately to try and put some pressure onto Library. They've got that surrounded Breeder. Shaiko are in position there to start trying to push on in and make it tough for FaZe to keep hold of that side. But interestingly, Leakerfact, he's on your opposite side and trying to deal with Master Bedroom. Along with users, just trying to apply a little bit of pressure out there. They recognise that Handy is out there on the defence, and that's going to be an area that they could do with control, and Solotov is also on that side of the map as well.
First the pressure to start building. They've also got rid of the only air jab that managed to go through on the back of the doorway, so no real threat to FaZe here. Shaiko a bit of a misplaced gadget early on, going to sting BDS. Now you aren't going to see the full effect of that operator raining into the round, but I wouldn't get too worried. They've still got two big operators in this round. The line out of Yuzus, whose gadget you hear ringing out, as well as the Capital. Brede fires, smokes in back pocket, lots of utility to offer, and KDS yet again has gone down early.
It's just great patience from BDS. They are not in a rush for that first kill. They've got 8 drones, just taken down to 7, but 7 drones left at the minute-and-a-half mark is a lot, and they're using that intel. They're waiting for their opportunities. Leakerfact goes in and takes down Souls. 5 versus 3 now, and already in round 2, BDS with a big advantage. Brede getting the diffuser down. Vitaking tries to fight back, but there's little that FaZe can do.
Cyber's up far, being left in a 1v3 yet again. He is down to him and Vitaking, and this is one of the hardest sites to retake on, Tim. It's in full view of a double window going outside the map that you can rappel on, you can hide around the corner. All manner of things that you can do, and it's going to make it super tough for them to pull this off. They'll do the best, but there's a DMR waiting on the window as Shaiko steps across and find one more. BDS, it looks to me at least guaranteed to be up 2-0 here. Uses on that repel mentioned, gets a kill, and BDS across these first 2 rounds are making it look easy.
You and I spoke coming into this one, Des. We spoke about it last night, of course. We spoke about it before the game. We looked at Chalet, and we thought it could be a tough one for FaZe.
Tá, é o seguinte, como é que eles estão jogando? Eles estão jogando de uma forma, tipo, mais lentinha e posturado, tipo, o sólido padrãozinho grosso, saca? Então vamos fazer, tipo, na garagem, vamos fazer aquelas pezinhas de recurso, onde o Adder segura a trincheira ali no vermelho.
Tá.
Pode ser? A gente fica lá e não vamos perder a posição, tá ligado? Então fica o cara...
Mainly we keep the same plan, because like you said, they don't know how to play the map. So we just keep things simple, we do a more move. The only thing they can change, like you said, is spawn pick, because they didn't spawn pick, they just fake spawn pick. So this round, let's fuck them on the spawn pick.
Listen, you need to check the setups. That's the most important one to see, because we get 2 rounds direct. If they do like a setup for direct, they can just go for full clear. That's what makes us different on Chalet. We can do every type of attack.
Be careful about the run out as well. Yeah, let's go, guys.
Of course, love seeing all the players so involved in the conversation about what needs to change. On their side, it's more carry on as it is. What are we going to see from them in the next round? Are we going to see legit spawn peaks coming out? I do want to touch on one thing in the last round that I saw that was brilliant. This play here, Flash comes through. Either he stands in the room and is full white screened and is basically dead to rights, or he backs away and may well do so when he's full flash into the waiting arms of the player on the lobby stairs. I spoke a lot throughout this tournament about these cute little like 2v1 plays or the set piece plays that teams conjure up to punish players that are in difficult situations. BDS have shown in that last round, round 1, they have been switched on, they're playing as a team, and they're punishing FaZe when they're not in comfortable positions to deal with that amount of pressure. Beautiful stuff.
For me, I think Leakerfact's got it exactly right there. FaZe, they don't know how to play this map. We just keep doing the default, we make sure that we've got all boxes ticked, and we'll win the rounds. And we saw that at the end of the last round there. FaZe were just a little bit out of sync. When that diffuser's down, they've got the right idea. The Kiba barricades, we can block off the window, we can start doing something, but the timing was just off. And so they lose the first man, and then there's armies battling alone. It's always going to be a problem.
You see why she's our most banned operator at the tournament as well, Tim. Like you saw Leo in the telestrator earlier talking about how FaZe make great use of that operator on Cafe to isolate out these 1v1s around the map and block any kind of response. It was from SSG, that game in particular, but it stands across any map, and it's applying here as well as BDS so far have had all the right answers. FaZe normally expect a team to bounce back after attack timeout, Tim. Really trying to dig themselves in this very heavy anti-utility setup. Shields being down, ADSs were my magnets. They've always got the Warden dancing around on side 2, whilst also trying to impede BDS behind these mute jammers, behind these electro claws. Something tells me, Tim, though, this French side are not going to be stopped.
No, like I said, they just seem to be ticking every box at the minute. Solotov working across that top floor. They're attacking onto basement here, but of course with the Ram just wanting to open up the floor inside a fireplace. That has begun, and it makes it very difficult for FaZe to keep themselves locked in that position. Looking across the FaZe positions, they've got 3 One's actually, KDS has just gone back to site. They're all starting to just filter back now, and that should tell you the pressure that they're feeling from BDS.
Solotop was speaking about this full clear, or the potential of it based on what the setup was going to be, and he's pretty spot on here. Full map clear from BDS, top down working through, and every single player of FaZe is now back on site. I spoke about this being the sort of thing you'd expect from FaZe. They wouldn't play aggressive out on the roam. It's not really their style. They'll drop away when pressure starts to build up, won't play their lives. They'll always find themselves back on site, unless they get punished by BDS around the map, which they're giving absolutely nothing. In steps the decoy of the Iana. Shycode is giving over a bit of info there. Was there a player in connector? How many players are inside of site? There's no one in connector, there's 2 in site, and now his team will know that information as well.
Time is ticking for BDS here. 1 minute 5 left on the clock. They start to get that main breach open. Cyber now is in a critical position, just in behind those metal shelves. He's the one who can peek around that corner. He's going to look to be supported from Wine as well. So the push is going to come down from Shycode. Does he have an answer to Cyber in that position? It's a little head-to-head that we've got going on here. He wants to find that space. He wants to find that availability, that possibility to get in there. Users, he gets him the kill, and that might just start unlocking things for BDS.
And Cyber steps across there away from the shells and just fully exposed himself to the breach. A massive risk he was going to take, but I think knowing he was tucked in there and there was no utility around him, remembering our ADSs and magnets were up towards trench side, they were always going to pay the price. Now, King has tried to get a bit of a flank going on, but BDS are no slouches, Tim. They're not going to fall for that. You can't just walk at them. KDS getting one back, but the trade is there yet again for BDS. Our best trading team at the tournament when it comes around to kills, and now getting the diffuser down. Had to peel off for a second. 2 left for FaZe. Can they play spoiler? No, they certainly cannot. A C4 though, no, it's shot out of the air. Breen ain't going to be able to stick this one and uses FaZe the kill that he needs. BDS survived the tack time out, Tim. They're up 3-0, and I don't think FaZe know how to put the brakes on this train.
BDS just looked fantastic that round. In reality, Handy was a concern for me. I thought, you know, what's he going to do here? Is he going to be able to drop down and cut that out? But no, not at all.
I hear Fresh has got a few words to say to us. Professor, what you got?
We saw that BDS have picked into Chalet. It was a big risk for them because they could have gone to Bang, but so far it's working out. We heard Leakyfact talk in the timeout. These guys don't know how to play this map properly, and we're seeing that evolve. The big thing to note for BDS on the strategical front is they're playing for the path of least resistance. They're seeing that FaZe Clan are going out. They're extending across the map, big multi-layered extensions. They're going for the minimal amount of space possible and keeping it as simple as possible. So far it's working out perfectly for them because they're 3-0 up.
It's hard to see a way back in, isn't it, Tim? For FaZe, they've had the tap timeout, a chance to make right the wrongs of those first couple of rounds, but it didn't build up for them, and this could be a bruising second quarter of the game. FaZe have tried that downstairs site twice. We're going to step away and try instead going in towards kitchen and dining here, Tim. Does still mean we're going to have to see some top floor control from FaZe. It also means BDS are going to have to challenge that. Because you can't really afford to defend the site itself, or it's not the most defendable. You've got 2 options, maybe 3. Extend out laterally and play the rooms surrounding the site itself, or you go above. In this case here, it's about going above. It's about taking that vertical control, ripping up those floorboards, calling in the maintenance man to fit some new ones afterwards, I'm sure, but making sure first and foremost that you get every kill or get that diffuser down. So for BDS, it's about top floor. Keep an eye on what happens up here, because knowing the amount of windows and the excellent set-piece plays that you can play around this top floor, you're going to see BDS excel when it comes to teamwork.
Drone's just being cut down again, but again, FaZe not doing, I picked up on it earlier, Des, not doing a fantastic job of taking those drones out. BDS have brought even more along with Brava, with Twitch. They're going to have an absolute abundance of intel ahead of them here, and BDS are showing how great a job they are doing at using that. They're picking up the entry kills, they're getting themselves the man advantage. They are doing everything that they need to here on Chalet.
Big thing to speak about a lot with BDS is their love of Dokkaebi, with 3 of their players having her in their top 3 most played operators, not just throughout this tournament, Tim, but across stages, across majors. It is a consistent part of the gameplay. Whenever you see that phone call come out, look around the map, because something will be happening. In this case there, it was Users getting himself up onto the window, making sure no one was close to try and blindside him. Managed to get the barricade broken away, and others moved at the same time. That second one's now about to come online for Leakyfact. Next time you see it ring, you may well say it's time for us to go, and all of BDS spring into action. Here it comes.
They're just waiting for other utility to head on in. They know they've got somebody to deal with out on Solar Stairs. KDS is going to take a lot of damage, and here they go. The Blackbeard is going to push in. Users manages to take the Kaid down. Leakyfact picks up KDS. This is absolute poetry from BDS. Cyber, he manages to put the stop on it somehow, taking down Shaiko. That's the Brava offline, but BDS, they've just grabbed so much control.
They put a lot of pressure upstairs, forced players downstairs, and then executed onto them and isolated players who were up towards that top side. Yeah, that Solar Stairs player was dead to rights. He had nowhere else to go. It's, again, a beautiful bit of team play, where the Blackbeard comes in from one side, 2 players come in West Main, they punish a player who's split down the middle, and there is nothing they can do to stop this. Yuzu's plant now going down, BDS once again back on top. Tim, they've got the highest plant percentage at the tournament, and across these last few rounds, well, it's gone down 3 times so far.
Which is even above their plant percentage, 31% coming in, so you'd expect, you know, maybe 2 out of 6 rounds, but no, they are just going for it every single time. FaZe just cannot stop them right now. The angles are being held, Users picks up Cyber, Breeder finds one as well, and BDS, Des, they are absolutely flying.
Well, if there's any future debate, Tim, about picking your best map or your opponent's permaban, I think it's pretty fair to say you should probably go and pick away the permaban. As it stands, FaZe, it just feels like they're there like punching dummies, Tim. On BDS are in the gym now, just getting to flex the muscles a little bit, beat down on some poor punching bag that can't fight back. And I imagine for FaZe there's an element of saying, look, we don't expect to win this first map. We expect it will go away to the other side, then the real series begins in their eyes. But for BDS, Tim, it's still a 1-map advantage they'll have.
It's all well, that's exactly it. It's all well and good thinking that. And yeah, you know, that's part of the advantage of coming in through the upper bracket, that you get that first map choice. But the reality is, this is going to have a big mental impact on FaZe. They come in here, like you say, it's not just about being 1 map down. It's the fact, look at the method by which they're going to be a map down. They're getting smashed right now, and that is not a good start for them when they've come in with the heartache that they had last year in this final. They've got to center themselves, they've got to steady themselves after this. And I tell you now, getting 4 or 5 rounds on this map would go a long way towards doing that, even if they then lose it.
Tim, they've got 8 kills so far across 4 rounds. 2 kills per round is what they're averaging. In case you haven't been watching, that is just how dominant things have looked. And Tim, now they're spicing things up. You've got users coming along on the blitz here. Normally Breeder is the go-to shield operator on this team. But you see a blitz on side. Well, he likes to run at people, Tim. He likes to blind them with those wonderful LED lights at the front side of his shield. And then 3 kills tend to follow. You see this operator picked. You know there's a pretty breakneck execute coming in at some point for BDS for now. So you no need to rush. Get the drones in, get the information. Where are these players? And then look to punish them later.
Again, something, it's just what BDS have done fantastically well is this. They've just waited patiently for the opportunities to be presented to them because they know that their chances will come. Last time around, it was about 1 minute 30 before they started pushing into the map on attacking this side. And they did it fantastically well. Users is going in on the Blackbeard. He's just going to rush on into site and start trying to pester, trying to pressure, and just use that blitz utility to just create space.
Problem is, Tim, they haven't got the vertical here. This could sting them if they're not careful, but they've been forced back because of the pressure coming in from the rappel. BDS, again, they've got everything thought about. They've got the plant down, Tim. 4 out of 5 rounds, looking pretty good so far for being an objective-focused team, but they are down in numbers, and that is where the worry comes in. But like we said earlier, you've got that consideration as a player outside. Breeder's got to do it against Fortiv. He's still got fire in the back pocket. Can he hold on at this point? Keeper barrier is available. He gets one. The Cyber's there for the trade, and finally, FaZe will get themselves on the board.
There was a second where I was a little bit worried for FaZe there. They all came flying round the corner together, and I thought, don't stack up, he might just get 2 or 3 at once. Like you say, I think FaZe were always going to lock that out. They had the Azame, keep a barricade potential onto the window. There was all sorts of things that they could do to make things difficult for Breeder there. So BDS losing their first round. FaZe holding on. The question is, does that create a foundation for them? Is it something that they can build upon? Because the problem that they've got is this isn't going to get any easier, Des. When they move on to the attack, it doesn't get any easier. If you're not comfortable on a map, if you're not prepared for that map, if you don't like playing there, the attack is almost certainly going to be more difficult.
Key thing here, if you look at the outlines at the top of your screen, there were a lot of players from FaZe still on the vertical. And where I'll give full props to BDS there is they've read. There's no one on site, guys. As long as we watch Hatch, as long as we watch Library, this is ours. We can get a plant down here. It was more how everything started to crumble beyond that point when players were vaulting over that lobby balcony, pushing back into ground that BDS had taken, and squashing them back in towards side, picking up kills as they went. It was a really good response from FaZe, Tim, but it is the first time we've said that across 5 rounds, and I fear A lot of the damage has already been done. BDS will probably walk away from a 4-2 half. Very happy. It could yet still go on to be 5-1. I do want to see them, though, make sure they're controlling verticals. That was what stung them in that previous round. They can get a 5-1 here, but it does require going back to what worked in those first few rounds.
Well, FaZe know a little something about 7-1 scorelines in the first map of a 6 Invitational Grand Final, Des, because that's what happened last time out. Except it was them. It was FaZe who were able to hit a 7-1 against W7M in that first map. It wasn't enough to grab them the title, so I'm sure that even if this goes, as it looks like it will, towards BDS, in such a fashion, FaZe will know that the turnaround is possible.
It's a long series, that's the one thing worth stressing. Seen a few over the years, Tim, and FaZe more than any. Having consistently been around that top 4 finish. Know what's required when you get towards those final days. A swing coming through with Shaiko. Doesn't give Handy anything. Don't think he had any information there, Tim, but he was just ready, just better when it came round to hit in his man. 3 left standing, now down to 2. BDS back in full control in this round, Tim, and they barely had to make use of the shield yet.
BDS just look like they're playing a different game at the minute, Des, to be honest with you. FaZe are not competitive at all here on Chalet, and what we considered could potentially be a little bit of a gamble for BDS, bringing them to Chalet with no previous information, has worked perfectly. They're absolutely demolishing them at the minute. We're going to see the blitz taken down. Brede will likely be finished off, but not going to take his eyes off the ball because he knows what's going to come. Leakerpack will trade out there, but doesn't matter because right now BDS can just win this one by attrition. KDS pushes onto main stairs, but announces his arrival to Shaiko. He will be hit by the air jab. He will be hit by Shaiko. Taken out, and FaZe, they go down 1-5.
Rough first half. A big welcome to the grand final from BDS to FaZe. You know, it's your permaban, guys, and it has not looked strong so far. I think we have a slight tech issue on stage that will get rectified in just a moment. Then that second half can continue. Definitely worth stressing, Tim, for BDS. Again, knowing it was their map pick, you can see why. They look incredibly comfortable. All the little bits of moments of team play, the smoke that I touched on earlier on in the earlier rounds on towards the bar gaming site and the immediate jump in from that lobby window to get an immediate trade. It's happened time and time again across those rounds, and it just feels like W7M did not have a response. They're going to have to find one now, Tim, and I think in a way there's a bit of blessing for them. They're going onto the attacking side, and being on that attacking side, you tend to control the tempo a little bit more. I can't see BDS being that team that are going to spawn peek the living death out of FaZe.
Well, they know they don't need to. There's absolutely no need to whatsoever. BDS can just hold one site here. They can just hold one site, lock it down twice in the rotation, and they're going to win 7-3. They don't need to worry about that. So BDS need to just play smart siege here. They just need to hold their angles. They need to make FaZe do the work, make FaZe come to them. We heard them in the TAC timeout, Leakerfact saying they don't know how to play this map. We just need to play it default. We need to, you know what, the famous saying, don't interrupt your enemy while they're busy making mistakes. And that's what BDS just need to do now. Just sit back and just let FaZe play into them.
Martin Cole realising he's got his time up on the screen. It's been a great run for a few NA teams, it's worth stressing.
I'm sure a lot of people here would have absolutely loved to see Unwanted in the final. I think, you know, they definitely deserve their shout. They definitely deserve their spot in the top 4. Absolutely phenomenal performance from Hot and Cold Dream and the rest of the boys. It was a real run to watch.
I think all eyes will be on that roster now and which org they go to. I've heard there's been a lot of sniffing around them already, and you can't exactly blame them.
I'm sure there has after that.
With the kind of performance they've had. Sure, as always, Tim, post-SI roster shuffles are always fun one to watch. And there'll be a few to keep a close eye on.
Love to sit back and watch the chaos unfold. Which, as you say, I'm sure it will do. We're just continuing with our little tech issue here. We will get that resolved as quickly as possible.
Tim, I have to ask.
A work in double time.
So, all of us came today in black tuxes, and you are the only person in the team wearing a non-black tux. You're wearing green.
I am wearing green.
Why green?
Because we're in Boston.
Did you just miss the memo on the black tuxes?
I did not, but I have. Funny, so a little behind the scenes there, Des. I actually have a black dinner jacket in the back. I have one, but I'd put both on and I was like, no, we're in Boston. The home of the Celtics. We'll go green.
I imagine
mostly cheers there.
Mostly cheers?
Most.
Pull the other one. That was mostly boos.
There's a couple of boos. But...
Have a word, Tim, have a word. Another big story for you, actually. I spoke about SI and how FaZe, over the last 6 invitationals, have gone out to the eventual winners of that competition. Across the 9 events they've been to, the last 9 events, including majors, they have always been knocked out by an eventual grand finalists. And that brings one word to my mind when I think of FaZe, and that is kingmakers. They lose to a team, they make it to the grand final. On many occasions, that team has gone on to win. So fair to say, when is their turn, Tim, to take the throne? Is it today? Is it? Never. It could be one of those teams that just constantly find themselves close, but missing out at that final hurdle.
Well, saying that we have used numerous times for FaZe, and I'm sure that they would love to stop hearing at this point, is always the bridesmaid and never the bride. And you get into that territory where we have those teams, Team Liquid spring to mind, that struggle to get over that final hurdle, that struggle to claim the accolades that you feel that they deserve. The fact that FaZe, with the rosters they've had over the years and performances that they've shown us, only have 1 major to their name, a game that you and I cast along with Parker back in 2021, is criminal, really. You know, they should have far more titles. They should have far more trophies in that cabinet. But the reality is they just struggle. And we've seen that from both of these teams. BDS, of course, as we've referenced, in both of the major finals through this year, and unable to get it done, unable to take that final step. One of them is going to change that today.
Cyber Rage Quit is the champ. I'll tell you what, guys, I'll give it to you. That's a far more creative chant than most other things we've heard on North American soil historically. I can see there is life on that computer on the stage, so hopefully back into it, not too far off. I've got to give a shout out, by the way, Tim, to our cosplayers. They are so far back in BDS the whole way through.
They always deserve a shout. The phenomenal hard work that all of the cosplayers put into their outfits is absolutely fantastic. We see you all.
And they're a noisy bunch down there as well, Tim.
They're always the noisy corner. The cosplayers are always the noisy corner.
What I will say is, it's easy to be noisy when your team is up 5-1.
That's right.
What happens when BDS win this map, FaZe win Consulate, FaZe win Labs, break that curse of choking on Labs in a grand final, then what happens?
That's when it's time to get really loud. That's when it's time to get really loud. I don't think we're too far away from getting this one resolved now. I think the issue...
I can see there is life in the...
Yeah, that's right. The issue itself, see, it's just getting everybody back in the lobby and getting back up and going. But look, you know, for FaZe here, is this going to help or hinder? I don't think it really does either, to be honest with you, Des. I don't want to write this map off. There's plenty of Siege to be played on Chalet, potentially, but BDS just look in such dominant control of this one. I don't think a pause is going to help FaZe come back from it. I don't think it's going to slow BDS down. I think it's just kind of delaying the inevitable at this point.
It is. Although, like I said, when you switch sides, Tim, I say it all the time, 2 halves to a game of Siege. You never know what happens when things move around and FaZe are more in control of the tempo of a round. Because I would never call any of those executes, bar the one, a rush out of BDS. It was very fast-paced when they actually pulled the trigger and said go. But a lot of it was a lot of planning, and then, 3 or 4 players flooding towards 1 or 2 rooms. You've got a 4v1 or a 4v2 stacking up. Suddenly it's a 5 versus 3, and there is very little that FaZe can do on the other side. So I just feel like they've been outpaced by BDS for the most part. That will change in the second half. They have more room to play with. How BDS then choose to disrupt that? That's what you're about to find out. Fist bumps all around, which means the game is ready to get back underway, Tim, which is good news. Chalet back underway. If you are just joining us, we're going into round 7, where BDS are on the attack.
Let's get back into things then. Final attacking round for BDS, 4-1. They currently lead. And they're going to be looking to close this out from here for this half.
Little update for you, just so you guys are aware. Dreams on the screen. It must be both exciting and terrifying to be a dream, and you could be chilling, having a bit of downtime, then a camera comes on, and the whole of Boston erupts. What we have done here, just to kind of update you guys, by the way, is we're going to replay round 6. There was a disconnect in the middle of that round, which meant FaZe were down a player. Admins have decided round 6 must be replayed, so BDS on the attack here again to close out the half. You will not be mistaken for thinking it was 5-1. It was. That 6th round is now going to get replayed out. FaZe, one last chance, Tim, to get that 4-2 half.
It could be a real lifeline for them, to be fair, Des. These things happen, and they just need to knuckle down here and try and get what they can out of it. BDS, of course, looking to just repeat that same situation. They're going to be pretty confident that they can do that, given everything that they've been able to accomplish so far here on Chalet. They're looking to get themselves straight into Library again. They just don't really give FaZe any breathing space inside of the map here. FaZe have got themselves settled. They've got a presence out in Piano. They've got somebody over towards sort of Fireplace side. They're trying to hold the entire map, but BDS just always seem to have a contact point close to them.
Keep a close eye on those calls once again from Leaky Back. I'll always speak about the Dockerby throughout this series because it is such a pivotal part of BDS's gameplay. When that call comes through, fair chance, either Cyber, maybe KDS who's roaming around on that first floor, is going to find themselves getting stung. We've had the EE1D come out from Shaiko, which again, when you see these global gadgets going off, BDS are going to start their move on forward. Cyber for now, not want to say being ignored, they're aware of his presence around Bathroom, but not too fussed by him. First call comes out here. By the looks of it, there's a focus on towards Mez from a couple of players, starting their move forward from BDS, taking ground with it as best they can.
He's going to be looking to push in here, Leakafak, take a little bit of ground, get himself up towards the wall at the bottom of West Main. Just again, it cuts off rotations for FaZe. It's just all about making it difficult for them to get back to site. These players now out in the map, of which there are 2. Vita King and Cyber, they've got to make a decision here. It's going to be tough for them to get back. They either kind of go back immediately, push down blue where there's a little bit of space, or alternatively, they play their life. Vita King, he takes the second decision. He's going to play his life down there, and he manages to find one. KDS picks up Leaker back as he tries to push in from that rear side. 4 versus 3 at FaZe. They're looking a little bit more comfortable in this round 6 defense.
Holding on, but low HP. KDS being picked up at the back, and Breeday's got one more, but no! Kill comes back the other way, 2 across the FaZe, a 3 versus 1. They might be throwing a bit of a lifeline here by the looks of it, Tim. They could get those 2 rounds they were seeking before we had that tech pause come on through. Yuzu's, can he save it? It's a lot of work to do, Tim. In fact, it's going to require an ace in the round, and it's simply not going to happen.
Cyber's going to lock it down from above. FaZe doing a good job there just to recognise where the strengths were, where they could hold on from. And as soon as it got to that 3v1, we're just going to disappear from sight. We're not going to give him his fights. We're going to force him to come and find us, and then use that vertical that's been opened up against him and close it down. And FaZe, they get themselves into a much better position. 2-4. I think that's a bit of robbery from FaZe there. I don't think that really probably does justice to how dominant BDS have been. A 5-1, even a 6-0 wouldn't have been a huge surprise for the EU team to kick things off in this one. As it is, they've still got a majority share of the rounds. And moving on to the defense of their map choice, a map that FaZe don't usually play, you gotta still favor BDS here.
All right. Goes back to all the things we spoke about before that tech pause, Tim. It's FaZe on the other side. What's up, brother, I've been told to say, Tim. The big one for me is a BDS going on to that defensive piece. Again, it's FaZe who now start to control the pace. They're the ones who get a bit more breathing room, a bit more time to think in these rounds. Let's wait for BDS to spring it back on them, though. Come out with the aggression. C4s galore, 3 of them available. A lot of things to slow down. FaZe as well, looking towards the Tuberound, the Kaid here. But also, of course, we spoke a lot about that Azami already. The Legion Goo Mines also doing a wonderful job of that. FaZe have got quite a bit to work their way through.
Cyber being very cautious there, knows that his life is extremely valuable on that thermite. There is the ace to back him up of KDS as well. But to be honest, having both available isn't the end of the world here. Downstairs is a site where you can actually breach loads. You can breach into the main entrance here, but then you want to go around the rear side, breach in from that electrical trench, breach in from the bottom of West Main, and just really open the whole thing up. You've got a hatch potentially, depending on what's been done with Dining Hatch, that you may want to play onto as well. So having both of those hard breaches alive to at least use all of their utility is potentially going to be round defining for FaZe here. If they can keep them on the board, it's a round that becomes very possible. If not, it becomes extremely difficult.
Well, we've seen a lot of Capital throughout this game as well so far, Tim. Both teams running it. Of course, it is this first round for FaZe, but BDS, we saw it coming out, what, 3-4 times back in that first half? Making excellent use of it as well. And operators that are back an awful lot as well. I believe in the fire, the smoke, the secondary gadgets, 3-speed, decent gun. Brings so much to a team, and I wouldn't say underappreciated, but I don't think enough teams really leverage the strengths that Capital can bring along to a team. Keep an eye on Handy and where those gadgets start going. For now, at least, it's a nade being rolled in by the Blackbeard to help try and clear away this wall thing, get it open. And sure enough, Tim, they've done that. But I mentioned it to Barao. They're just going to slow things down. BDS, I think, really reading into the fact that FaZe are a slow team, Tim, and they can punish them here by running that clock lower and lower.
It's inevitable that the wall is going to be breached. BDS know that. But like you say, it's about forcing FaZe to rush. And look at the setup that BDS have got here. It's great. Playing in behind those Kiba barricades at Pillar makes it really difficult. The breach at the bottom of West Main means that the Azabi is pretty much locked in there, but KDS, he's given himself away there. He's got aggressive onto Blue, but BDS, they've took their eye off the ball there. Cyber manages to come down main and get himself a double. 4 versus 3. FaZe might just be back in this one.
Cyber can be that guy. Tim said he might be the X factor, but now isolated. The Kiva barrier stopping any pressure coming in from this trench side so they can turn attention towards Cyber. Shaiko's back over his dead body here, crawling back in towards site 2. Look at the health bars on this side of FaZe, and look at the fact that Leakifact has got an impact in back pocket. They could get a down or even a kill off the back of this. Not as worried, Tim. The FaZe are now running out of time. Shaiko finding one more, Brede the other. KDS with it all to do against 3 very healthy Frenchmen, and nothing is going to get that round over the line. BDS up to 5 and 2.
I think that's going to be a tough one for FaZe to take, because the backstab from Cyber was beautiful. Drops down main stairs, does an awful lot of damage to BDS, and they were reeling for a moment there. They were on the back foot, but BDS, again, just dug in, played their default, exactly what Leakifact said to them in that tactical timeout earlier. Play our defaults, and we will win rounds. And FaZe, they never did anything to disrupt Leakifact. I talk about these primary positions that defenders take up. That was his primary position. Defenders choose to play in the most powerful spot for them. In behind that pillar, behind the keeper barricades, was exactly that for Leakifact. And at the beginning of the round he's there, at the end of the round he's there. We've got to do more to disrupt BDS.
I'll give Jesse J. Chick a shout out for this one, Tim. For Handy, yeah, you've basically got it spot on, guys. Even he got the award earlier on, Tim. So far, he's 0 and 7 on this map. Just when they needed him most, he vanished. Needs to find his mojo once again, else he might yet face heartbreak the same way that he did in Sao Paulo last year. It was a touching moment, you know, Nade carrying him around the stage, parading him as a champion. This time with Fury out of the way, you'd surely be thinking FaZe and everyone else from Brazil backs them to get it done this time. Handy to finally lift the hammer. So far, it's not looking too good. Here we go, though. Round 8 underway. FaZe not changing away all that much. Double globals coming along with the Dokkaebi and the Lion. We saw this out of BDS quite a few times. Really helps exert pressure, and it's when those calls come out or when the E1D scan comes through that you'll see players on FaZe start to move forward. They use the intel that comes out of those gadgets to make things that little bit easier. Cyber's starting to warm up, though. He's 5 and 1 since we had our tech force a couple of rounds ago. Leaking back on the Fenrir, the first to fall.
It's a great pickup for FaZe to kick things off, but the ones that they're really looking for here are Shaiko, Users, and Solotov. They're the ones playing in what we call that holy trinity. Mezzanine, Library, Top Blue, 3 of them working together, just trying to prevent anybody pushing in. They're all there to support each other, to keep that crucial verticality above the site. And right now, FaZe have not been able to disrupt them.
This is the risk, because FaZe, I mentioned earlier on, are a slow team. Chalet as a map is a pretty quick map. You don't really feel you get starve for time all that often on here unless you really are struggling to get step one done as part of your execute or your setup. But FaZe have got to do a full map clear. They started up towards Solar side, have moved their way down. They've got Handy starting to poke his nose in as well from below. So there is a bit of pressure starting to build up. But as you mentioned, these BDS players that are sat around these key power positions on this top floor are so far unmoved and relatively unbothered. Vidaking on the Blackbeard is going to be the one trying to make his march on through towards jungle. He's the one going to start applying pressure and hopefully making plays off the back of this utility coming in. They've caught out Shiko here, Tim. Brede gets one back, but KDS will not be stopped. The second in the round.
Yeah, they've broken down that top floor hold that I spoke about, and FaZe should now be able to increase the pace here. They know that the last one is locked inside, and they're able to go in and find that final kill. And FaZe are getting themselves at least something here on Chalet to hold on to a little bit of hope for the Brazilians. Des.
Starting to cook a little bit, Tim. Still 2 rounds behind. This one's a big round. You and I speak about round 9 an awful lot during our games. Because if BDS win this one, they're up 6-3. You've got the home straight is there for you. Win one more round, you can afford to do something a little bit crazy, a little bit cheesy, and catch the other side off guard and get things closed out. If FaZe win it, they're only 1 round behind. They're back in striking distance. This one is the big one. The mental and, of course, the scoreline at the top of your screen. And it does feel, though, Tim, as we said, 2 halves to a game of Siege. FaZe looking much better on the attack.
To see the flood on into sight at the end there. Handy picking up the last. You did pick up on his current stats within the game, Des. That's going to do something for him, at least get things moving with a couple of kills. And like I say, maybe that's the catalyst that FaZe are going to need, not only to get themselves back into this half, but back into this match. 5-3 then, BDS, as they will continue on their rotation. A failure to hold on to gaming, we'll see them move across to dining and kitchen.
Sure, keep them rotating through those sites and see what you can stack up. I think Kitchen and Dining was one of those sites we looked at. It had some crazy stats, right? The most defender-sided on the map, if not in the game. I forget what the strange one was we were looking at. I'll have to dig it up and have a look at it for our next map. When we get into a break, pick up some more numbers for you guys on how different maps play out throughout this series. That reminder that there are 5 maps for us to work through. You can see them all at the top right corner of your screen, who has picked what and where will be heading at what stage in this series. This first one being picked away by BDS, FaZe not having a chance to ban it away. You can kind of see why that was a painful move for BDS to inflict on FaZe in that first half, though they are now starting to cook things back in once again. Seen quite a rise of Finker as well, Tim, it's worth stressing. BDS have played him quite a lot, Shiko on it quite a few times throughout the competition. FaZe following the same, but with Souls being the one playing it, even though he doesn't really play the hard support role directly anymore, he's not the one going in and getting the diffuser down. Still more playing towards the back line of his team, so I expect a more supportive Finker coming out in this round from him.
See if FaZe can get themselves another entry. They were able to pick up Leakerpack to open things up in the last round, and then that man advantage really did pay dividends for them. This time it feels like they're just struggling a little bit more to find the space that they need, all still outside of the map mostly. It's going to be Souls looking to get aggressive here and start pushing forward to join Cyber. The pressure starting to mount here on BDS. Souls, Handy, they pick up one apiece. Solotov digs his heels in with a trade, but it's not going to be enough as FaZe continue to just wash over BDS right now. 4 versus 1 in a matter of heartbeats. BDS nearly all wiped out.
You're seeing exactly the same strengths coming out of FaZe that you saw from BDS in that first half. A 3-2-1, you saw your man. A 3-2-1 countdown, the shooting numbers almost gets away with it, but Handy with the close. Let's finish up that point, Tim. FaZe there, so beautifully played. Piano window, bathroom window, double rappel, pushing in from Ivy. Absolutely wonderful stuff, and BDS did not stand a chance. Cannot land a shot. Attack timeout.
This is exactly what we need, guys. More traps. And we have to play maybe more aggro at the early and fall back together, but we have to take 1 or 2 kills before to fall back, guys. But traps so fucking important right now, okay? Yeah. They want to play full exec, full shield. Okay, it's fine. Let's go. I think we need to play like, do not give space. You don't need to figure set, but we don't give space, and when they push us fully, we just full push together. So we can do classic strats with Brede Kaid. I think Josh, you can play mute or you want to play traps. What's the side? Basement.
Après Capcan.
Capcan? So you don't have C4 to help me above, if they push me above.
I see for traps.
I think mute and I can play traps. I can play Fenrir. Sheko, you can play like Legion or Fast play Legion, and Sheko Azamis.
What we do?
Basement. You want me to go?
A stack up on traps as we go down to that basement site was the call for BDS. They've realized that even if full shields come along, that can respond. But if nothing else, falling back together was the key part of that for me.
I love the little call from Leakerback at the end there. It was like, basement. It was this who would sort of choosing. We've all been there in fights when it's like you're choosing the wrong side. No, basement. So they're going to be going down. Yeah, I think, you know, they're recognizing not only the fact that they're playing behind the shields, which we knew that FaZe were going to do. It's something that they spoke about on our analyst desk fantastically as well. You know, they're going to do that to create space. They're going to do that to get themselves inside of the building. And yes, FaZe have been doing that. So BDS need to recognize that. It's twofold. Bring the traps to deal with the shields, make life difficult, but also, you've said it already, there's to slow FaZe down. They are a slow, methodical team. Burn all the time that you can off them. Make them check every doorway. Make them check every time they jump in through a window. Make their life difficult.
It certainly doesn't make it easy, but where both teams have found a lot of success is getting this 3 or 4 man setup at the ready and then springing in. The problem with Chalet, often it's from outside the building. You can't do much about that outside of trying to spawn peek, and that is always a massive risk that you take in the early round to lose a player trying to find out the enemy team who may well be fully aware of what it is that you're trying to do. But it does feel like that's an avenue, Tim. If you can catch out the player in Ivy there who's got 0 support to himself and be willing to go a bit more aggressive, then maybe they get away with it, but it's far easier said than done. There's drones watching you, there's crossfires at the ready. We have the beautiful gift of outlines to know where every player on both teams is. They, of course, don't get that inside the server.
Shaco's currently trying to hold on to Mezzanine. He's being supported there from Blue Stairs by Solotov as well, so these two going to have to really work together. Leakerback managed to pick up one out in Piano, and that is a huge start. The book is gone, removes some of that verticality. They do still have Andy on the ramp, but KDF will be taken out now. No more EE1D scans. Andy does manage to pick up Leakerback, but the damage is done. It's 4 versus 3 to BDS. One more round puts them on that all-important map point, and look at this. FaZe are just jumping in through windows. They're just asking for Shaco to take them down.
That extra aggression from Leakerback has made a difference. We were speaking about it a minute ago, Tim. Be willing to push into them before they get set up with 3 or 4 players. Leakerback's done that. Yeah, he's gone down for it, Tim, but he's taken 2 players offline. It's forced 1 player to push by himself in library. You saw Shaco unchallenged behind a keeper barrier. Get that free 1 versus 1. A much better round from BDS. The FaZe, yeah, they've got a lot of the round to work with, Tim, but BDS have done the right thing. All fall back on towards site. We play off each other. Knowing there are 2 players left, they're in trouble. They might have the RAM gadget, they might have a phone call, but they haven't got a lot of hope, Tim, of getting this one over the line.
No, it's going to be very tough from here. They've got to use what they can, and at the minute, that is time. They've got a minute left on the clock, so they're not in any rush. However, it does get a little bit more desperate as Frida. I think he hears that boogie drone getting put down. He knows that they're up above in fireplace, and he just uses that sound fantastically well to pinpoint accurately, put that nitro down, and get the kill. Handy trying to get anything working that he can here, but on low health, he's got low chance of doing anything in this round.
I love how earlier on, Tim, we had that moment of saying he's 0-7 in a game where they really need him. He collected 5 kills since that time and hasn't died, but I think the crowd know it, Tim. With that champ building up, that he is dead to rights. May get away with 1 more kill in the round. BDS are going to swing on him as a bait with the flash. Surely he doesn't collect all 5. Not when he's got about 15 HP to his name. Steps in for 1, can't find his man. 10 seconds left, and this one's chalked.
At the minute, Frida has taken a smart choice and absolutely disappeared off into the bowels of the map. There was no chance that Andy was going to find all 3, but Shaco, he made doubly sure. You know how he can guarantee no more kills? He'll just take Handy down. So, BDS move on to map point here on Chalet in the first map of our grand final.
What I will get to them, Tim, is they've looked better this half. I was very worried in that first half. They were going to get rolled over by BDS time and time again, but naturally when things swap, this is also, of course, an attacker-sided map. It's an interesting choice. Well, I say attacker-sided. All maps in the tournament are defender-leaning by stats, but amongst the pool, Chalet is one of those that actually has seen more of a lean towards the attackers than some others. Consulate, one of the maps will step too soon, actually. I think over 60% defensive win rate, so you've got to have that as a consideration when we get there.
It's like we said, you know, coming into a map that's your permaban, if you can come away with 4 rounds on there, that's really not the end of the world. If you get smashed 7-1, 7-0, then yeah, that's going to have a big, you know, effect on the mental. But I think FaZe, like you say, they now go into this area, this region of being able to think at least, look, it's not a map that we play. We've done pretty well there. We've got 4. We've been competitive. And I think that's fine for them. No team, I mean, every team comes in dreaming that they can win this 3-0, but the reality is they don't expect to, I don't think. They know in a 5-map pool, it's going to be tough to just get consistently all maps that you're just going to go through, you're going to win all 3, straight out you go, job done. So FaZe, they won't be too cut up about losing this one.
Solotov across onto one of our Architect operators, usually doing the same on the other side. I mention it because Castle is actually his most played defender on this map. Peter's making good use of it. Love seeing our teams make use of Castle to open up new angles for defenders to be able to safely rotate through the map. Of course, there's also invite potential baits from the attacking side, which is one thing you have to respect. Really looking to make life hard. Leakyfat being on that Azami, that third Architect stepping in. Really going to have a straight phase here. They're going to have a lot of utility to chew their way through, and that's why you're seeing a Zofia, a Flores, an Ash, all these operators on side with all this utility that will help them clear through a lot of the gadgets stacked up by BDS. So it's going to be a slow, frustrating round for FaZe, I expect. Unless they pull the trigger and say, screw all that, we're going straight towards site. But by the looks of it, they are making sure they're clearing their way through first.
Yeah, Solotov being underneath Library is going to make that difficult for them. That's one of the areas that FaZe are currently trying to get themselves into. They do manage to deal with an important bit of utility there. Those Selma chargers just able to take down the mirror. That gives them a little bit of a line in towards the areas that BDS are trying to hold as well. So FaZe right now still have problems to deal with. Yes, they've taken out a bit of utility, but they don't really have confident control of areas yet. Cyber is now pushing his way up Ivy to take a little bit of control into Piano, but BDS, they're locked in office.
What I like is the Bleed's willing to swing a bit earlier here on the side of BDS and challenge them. Sure enough, Tim, they're swinging out loud. Found 2. Leakyfat losing out on his challenge onto Handy on the bathroom window, and Cyber's in. Got the backstab in and brought things down to a 3 versus 3. I'd wager a lot of the damage has been done by BDS, so you're taking away 2 players. Almost a third going down here on BDS's side, though. Uses low, and now finished off. We're into a 2 versus 2, Tim. Does it end here, or do we go to 6-5?
There's every possibility for Solotov and Brede to hold on to this. They've both got themselves back into Dynig, so they're going to try to lock this down from sight. The problem that they've got is that there's 40 seconds left to go. We've got Cyber above with 2 more of the Ash charges. We've got 1 more soft reach charge, so they can still keep opening verticals up. But KDS goes a bit too big there. He gives them the opportunity, and Solotov takes it.
Well, another Castle barricade, but got around his way here through the long corridor and isolate 2 separate 1v1s. They know exactly where he is, and Tim, I don't think he's got time to go upstairs here. We've got 15 seconds left. Gonna have to full send it and make something happen. And this ain't looking like the way to get it done. He's gonna try West Main. BDS will wait. And this first map looks to be locked up to be theirs. Winning out the 1v1. To a monster and sends it to 6-5. Just what it looked like. BDS had Chalet wrapped up.
I would back Brede and Solotov in that position every day of the week to lock that out. 2v1. There is no other way to put that than a big mistake for
I don't
BDS.
know why you swing as the first player. There's no reason to swing him there. You want your KD, sure. You've left your teammate in a 1 versus 1.
One of them should have just disappeared as soon as they know that he's coming from West Main.
Here, look, this is what I don't get. Like, I don't understand the swing, because now you're leaving your teammate in a 1 versus 1. He's having to try and guarantee a trade by taking shots in the same direction, which gives the info to Cyber. They make that 1v2 so easy for him. However, he's the one hitting the shots, Tim. Cole Palmer on the stage. I don't quite know how I worked that into his name. Cyber Palmer doesn't quite have the same ring to it.
Not quite. I don't know how BDS have given that round up. Chalet, the reality of it is, Des, it could be big because Chalet should be over.
There's one thing we've got to stress here, Tim, that we almost forgot to mention. How could you and I forget this? There's this little thing on every map today.
A little matter.
Called Unlimited Overtime. This could yet prove to be a long series if we can't find teams decisively closing out their maps. And BDS like that may have just opened that door for FaZe to step inside out of the cold outdoors of Boston, get themselves nice and warmed up. for what could be a very exciting 3 or more rounds in overtime. Users getting handy off those, a great start to it.
That's the response that they needed, because BDS know that Chalet should be over. They should be in a break by now, getting ready for that second map, but they're not. Souls manages to take down Solotov in the basement. 4 versus 4 as FaZe keep fighting. I can't stress how much of a mental win this could be for FaZe if they can get themselves into overtime, given the situation. He says no, straight out of the window. He knows Mr. King's on drones and takes him down.
What was I saying about BDS earlier, Tim? I said they're not really a jump-out team. Sharko proves me completely wrong. Uses that drone as the guide that it's time for him to go aggressive. And you can be sure FaZe are not going to make that mistake again, but it could be the mistake that cost them Chalet. They've battled it back and brought it right down to the wire. 100 seconds still to play for this 3-man unit to bring down the 4 on BDS's side.
Just going to see exactly. FaZe need to take their time here. There's absolutely no rush. They need to play off each other. 3 versus 4, so it's essential that they are getting kills without losing bodies here. They need to get themselves back into that man advantage. Here comes the drop down. The hatch, and Cyber manages to take down Shyko. That's what FaZe needed. You've now got a minute 10, and you're 3 versus 3. Diffuser is in hand. You can start really working from here.
Cyber is flying. 10 and 4 since that rehost. Had a few kills prior to it too. Magic's up to about 15 kills at this point. Certainly not done yet. Final 60 seconds here. Yes, they've even the kill out. But I often say that that clock becomes the 6th man. In this case, the 4th man for either of these squads, but more towards the defenders. FaZe the ones who are going to have to move with some pace here. Almost sees the head, but no, can't quite control the recoil on that F2. Misses out on what could have been a freebie and takes a lot of damage for his troubles.
KDS is just working his way around now, looking for the kill, but it's going to be Cyber to pick up users. 3 versus 2. Cyber wants his moment today. You can just feel it in the air. He's standing tall and having absolutely none of it from BDS, looking to push us to those few extra rounds, or what could be a lot of extra rounds.
They really want a half-wall plan, but I was going to say they need to kill Leaky Back, and now that's done. Souls can step in, but Brede is underneath him. He's got a C4 available. He knows where the plant's going down. Is he finding his man? Yes, he is. 5 seconds to play here, Tim. They've got to try again. They'll go for the same spot, and Brede is trying his round up. If he gets this right, the shot through the soft wall, it could be huge, but no! FaZe send us to overtime.
What a turnaround from the Brazilian side we are witnessing here on Chalet, and this could be catastrophic for BDS, Des, when we look at the longevity of the team within the final. They've come in here with the map pick, having won through that upper bracket. They've taken Chalet, the permaban of FaZe. They've been in a commanding lead, absolutely dominating FaZe throughout this map, until now. If FaZe take Chalet away, BDS are in a real hole.
I don't want to attribute all of this to mess-ups by BDS, Tim. But it feels that they've been 2 or 3 rounds this half.
They should have been off Chalet.
Where they could have been off Chalet. And they couldn't quite make it happen. That is criminal. Beautiful bit of team play again, because we had one player, I think it was KDS, was stepping out on towards the main breach, going for a swing onto the player at the exact same time that Cyber came in from the office doorway. A good 2v1, but Brede, who was sat back inside the Master, was the one who dipped away, was scared of losing his head to Cyber. Cyber took that massive gamble to swing in, knowing that Brede could pop up at any time and remove him, but is rewarded with a kill, and his team have got things to OT. Oh, I love it, Tim. The storylines start to write themselves after a while. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Do they know? They look like they know. No, they don't know, Tim. Shyko's gone. The counter, spawn peak, aggression, whatever you want to call it, has rewarded them with a kill onto the Capitão.
FaZe are running rampant right now, Des. They are running all over BDS. Nothing that the EU side can do to slow this down.
What I love from FaZe is that is such a good read on how this map has played out. Both teams have struggled to defend. They've sat back. They've let the other team jump on them in 4v2s and 4v1s and punish them time and time again. The way to respond to that, as we spoke about earlier, is to get aggressive. There is nothing more aggressive than spawn peeking someone. Shyko's offline, the Capitão gone, tons of utility removed. Could not ask for more. It's a FaZe fan or a FaZe player. Solotov getting KDS from underneath, but there's a trade there immediately, giving them nothing.
And who else? Cyber, there for his team once again. As a reminder for everybody, in unlimited overtime, we're looking for 2 clear rounds. That is the key. So FaZe need to get 2 rounds without response as the BDS. If either team are going to take Chalet to kick things off.
If you count it, by the way, Cyber's on 16 kills so far. It's a big ask to go on and break a kill record in the best of 5, but if he carries on playing like this, then we do see all 5 maps. You just never know.
Every possibility, that much is for sure. Right now, FaZe are looking pretty comfortable. They are dug in, inside of sight, and they're just going to be holding their positions. They're inviting BDS to do the work now, and BDS, they've got to find some answers. They've got 6 drones, they've got the utility that they need. They have to stay patient here. 1 minute 15, there is no rush. They're going to be sending in the Retero drones from Leakerfact to try and soften things up a bit. But the really important thing is the next kill. It desperately needs to go BDS's way if they're going to turn this round over.
Need that Fenrir was there as a bit of a bait. Yes, now screaming out Leakerfact though. He's just a little bit better, Tim. In that gunfight, down goes King. Found another as well. What looked to be a round slipping away from them, and now wrenched back from FaZe despite the start, despite losing Shaiko. The rest of the boys have pulled something together, but Cyber, he's still standing, Tim. He's been a monster on this map so far. Gonna see his man here going aggressive. Oh, but looks away at the wrong time. Brede makes amends for last round. Flash coming in deep. It's like an exact reverse of our last round, Tim. Souls is the one left scrambling. Plant going down, and Leakerfact's got his number. BDS up to map points.
BDS showing some great resolve there to get that round done. They were a man down. The clock was ticking. They were coming in towards that final minute, and then Leakerfact took a big swing. We've seen him do it so many times for BDS, where he just drags them back into a round, stepped across that piano window, and it was a beautiful shot, and he hit it to perfection. And then his teammates responded, and that's what's important here. They all responded, and they closed out that round in solid fashion. And right now, FaZe, they find themselves on the ropes once again.
I just love the irony of seeing that round play out exactly how the prior one did that saw us go to OT. A single player sat inside a master against 3 players planting on half wall. Beautiful stuff. He just gets to kind of take a bit of revenge there for the previous, but now they're on the defense, Tim, and we know how defense has gone so far. It has not been pretty. FaZe here looking to take a big bite out of BDS and send us on to round 15.
BDS did win their defensive basement back in round 7. They were able to get it done. Again, remember in the round, it wasn't a terrible round for FaZe. They were able to pressure BDS. If you remember, it was the one where Cyber dropped down main stairs, went in, got the double kill, and BDS did take their eye off the ball a little bit. The one thing that I commented for FaZe that could be the difference maker here is that they failed to disrupt what BDS wanted to do. Leakerfact was able to just sit behind Pillar for the whole round, able to play that primary position. FaZe, they have the shield of Blackbeard on side, they've got the Capitao, they've got the Maverick, they've got everything they need to be able to disrupt BDS and prevent them playing those power positions.
Now, we've seen a few Swiss cheese moments at this tournament so far, Tim, not always to the greatest effect. In fact, it was Brede. When they faced up against SSG, I believe it was, who managed to get a swing round on Labs despite Fultz being sat on the main breach down in basement of Labs. Spray down Benja before he could get away with the diffuser going down. Similar attempts here, of course. FaZe, I can't imagine in a grand final want to let that one go away from them. KDS already being threatened from above, but 2 players below knew what was going on. And that's the entry they need. Leakerfact off the board. 5v4 for FaZe on the attacking side. And they're really going to start bearing down on BDS.
Yeah, the loss of the Fenrir will mean that any FNATs that are activated will be locked in. They're not going to be changed now. But other than that, not necessarily at the end of the world for BDS. If they had to lose anybody, losing the IGL, let's Leakerfact concentrate. Let's him take in all those different viewpoints here and try to build that picture of exactly what FaZe are doing. BDS are already under a little bit of pressure here. They've got the verticals just being worked above them slightly. They've got FaZe now relocating, looking to pressure from multiple sides. BDS trying to hold on. Brede is going to take a little bit of damage there. And here's a big kill from Cyber. Once again, managing to take down users 5 versus 3.
He is unstoppable this map. If FaZe walk away the winner, Tim, I'd say he was the difference because BDS don't really have that player right now. Brede's playing great, sure, but he's not the one who can make big entries for this team. He's a much more defensively minded player. I say that, steps out, proves me wrong. Handy deleted, and it's the Capitao that's taken offline. A second follows as Souls also falls down.
FaZe feel like they've stalled out a little bit. They were riding some real momentum in this round. They were pushing and taking space and finding kills. They know that there's one inside of blue. BDS don't need to get overly aggressive, but will, and KDS punishes it. Here comes the push onto Pillar. This is the kill. This will determine the outcome of the round. But no, it's that man again who determines it. Cyber with a double to close it out and keep Chalet going.
Wow. This is the challenge we find now, Tim. I know both teams had that 4-2 half. My main worry is that attackers looked real hot on this map so far, as you'd expect on Chalet. And FaZe, for all we spoke about, there was a massive talk before the game. Yesterday on social media, I was going off about it as well. What would be that first map? Would we see BDS back their own pool and say, right, we're going to Bank. We know we can beat you there. We've already done it once over the last 6 months. Why can't we do it again? Or would they pick away that permaban? The worry being, you back to pick away a team's permaban, you have no idea what they play because they always ban it. And that's absolutely the reason why they're losing this map, but FaZe is showing. Not exactly slouched on this map, Tim. Sure, defense has been hard for both teams, but both are more than capable of pulling off some brilliant attacks, and it's going to take one team to break the mold here and see things carry on.
I feel like we're already starting to see, Des, why we've maybe not been put on unlimited overtime games before. This is map one.
This is map one. I know Medic somewhere is sat there just sighing, because whenever it's he's working on one of the rotation of our 3 observers for this grand final. It just feels like a bit of a classic, doesn't it? But it has to follow us around like a bad smell at points, but it does lead to a very riveting final. Let's see how things go in round 15. BDS should expect to win this one on the attack, but nothing is guaranteed.
It's going to be all about that top floor for FaZe here. They need to hold on to master bedroom and office. The site itself is dining and kitchen, but it's about not allowing that vertical advantage to go over to BDS. The drone just spotting out KDS on the Azami there. I'm going to be looking for the same things from BDS here. When they've got that intel, how well are they using it? That's something they were doing fantastically at the beginning of the game. It feels like it's dropped off a little bit, and FaZe have been allowed to play their game a bit more.
That clear barrier, clutch. What I was going to say is what I want to see from FaZe this round is what they did last time they were on the defense. Get aggressive earlier in the round. Take a player away from BDS. Both teams have got to show that on the defense, I think, Tim. They've got to be willing to get aggressive. And here they've got that kill, Leaky back offline. They wrap this one up, Tim. They go on the attack inside. The pressure's all on BDS. That back and forth match of tennis is all we're going to see until someone can break open that curse.
Yeah, the B's going in there just to try and dislodge KDS, but he will not be moved here, and he's just insistent on staying in that position, and that's why, because he manages to pick up Shaiko. Solotov did find Cyber along the way, taking down that talisman. It might be enough for BDS here, 3 versus 3.
But for now, Tim, don't forget, there's still half a round to play. Diffuser is down outside trophy window because they don't want to see it drop to this place they can't recover it. Looking for the verticals potentially as well, knowing this player above. I feel like dropping away that diffuser is a bit of a mistake here because they could maybe get inside the site. As long as they've got users on the windows, they can stop that happening.
One of the problems for BDS at the minute is there's 2 players still outside of the map. You've got Solotov just trying to get something going inside of there on his own, but otherwise it's a bit of a rotate, a relocation here from BDS. We see Brede back onto the windows. It just seems like they're questioning their positions a little bit.
They have. They've moved the Blackbeard away from the window to now be the one to execute because he's a shield. Why wouldn't you? And it's going well for them so far. Solotov finding the one. Shots coming back from below. And FaZe have got to do all they can to deny from above here. But I don't know how easy it's going to be when you've got a shield looking in for a plant.
Users just tickling the diffuser there, just giving that hint, giving that audio cue that maybe he's going to go for it.
Oh,
but how have they allowed KDS onto the flank here? He takes down the Blackbeard. Can he find another? Unbelievable stuff from the Brazilian. It's all up to FaZe now to just hold on to this round as Users is taken down.
Brede's been here before. He got it this time. He's not going to blow it. He carries on. And I don't think they realise there is still more to play. This map's not over yet, boys. Lock in.
FaZe, they thought it was done. They thought they'd lost. Their headsets were off. They were ready to walk away.
They're like, God, it's been a whole year? Whoa, we almost forgot. And now they know, Tim, that the advantage sits with BDS. They're up 8-7, but I'll come back to what I've said a few times, Tim. BDS are on the defense. I want to see him go aggressive here. Take the gamble. That is horrific.
Just horrible.
Oh my God. Wow. Got to see him go aggressive on the defense. Be willing to get up in FaZe's face. Sport peek him if you've got to. They've done it to you. Exact it back on the other side. Otherwise, feel like FaZe battle back in on this attack. We're back to square one.
I feel like there's a point where every time BDS have the advantage on defense, it's a huge risk for FaZe. And I feel like it's a matter of time until BDS lock it out. So if FaZe want to take Chalet here, they need to start winning some of those defenses themselves to try and swing the momentum here. There's a potential for them to win the attack here, go to 8 apiece, and then that's the defense that they need to be locking down, because every time BDS get the defense, like I said, it just feels like it's a matter of time until they come away with it. It's their map choice. They were ready to play here, and I'd always put the advantage with the defender in that situation.
Boston, are we back in Cyber and the rest of FaZe to win this round to bring it up to 8-8? Or are we back in BDS to get it over the line? The people have spoken, Tim.
The people have spoken loud and clear. BDS, your mission is laid before you. One more round will get Chalet done and will give you the advantage that I'm sure you will so sorely want here in the 6 Invitational Grand Final. We're going to have KDS up on the rooftop, sending the Roteros in. We see it so often from this balcony, in through the bathroom window, in through the piano window, just to try and get that little bit of intel, try and soften up any of these defensive positions, take the utility down. Did not, however, manage to get the bulletproof camera. Probably ran out of time, I think, and just had to take the jump there. The Roteros, of course, time limited.
10 start, I was going to say no one's gone down yet. I said earlier, Tim, I want to see aggression. I want to see Breeday or the rest of BDS getting the entry. They've done just that. We were praising Cyber earlier, but Breeday is absolutely flying. Looking in for a second. Solotov somewhat exposed here. This ain't the site, let's not forget. FaZe will crush him, so he's going to have to make something happen soon here before it becomes more than one player trying to challenge him.
Yeah, he's going to have to kill his way out of here, realistically. He knows where the challenge is coming from, but given that he's down to 1:10, it's not the end of the world here. He's wasted almost 2 minutes. If you look at the first 2/3 of this game, the round went with the entry kill almost every time. It's only been lately that they've been overturned, so BDS sit with a good advantage here. Solotov does get taken down eventually, but it's 2 minutes into the round, Ez.
They don't know that he's down either. He's still wasting time out here. And look at this, a potential rat play inside of Solar at the same time. They're about to give a freebie away here. Tim uses his tucked in. They've got no idea. And by hook and by crook, BDS might get a couple of easy kills in the round. And here we go, sure enough. It's a freebie onto the ace. A second flies through. BDS are breaking the deadlock here. It's a 4 versus 2.
It certainly looks like it's going in the EU team's favour as Breeday manages to find another Nitro kill. KDS, he can find out for a second, but no more. As BDS, after a little bit of a wait, they managed to lock down Chalet and go 1-0 up here in the 6 Invitational Grand Final.
There'll be a lot of sweaty foreheads being patted with towels in a minute, Tim. That should not have gone as close as it did. It was a gamble by BDS that almost didn't pay off. But after 16 rounds, they got the job done. Breeday and Cyber having an absolutely nuclear map. But from that, we'll go to a break. When we come back, our analysts will break it down.
new era of Siege is coming, but a new era of the Invitational is also close. Close, but hey, you know, that's just my EU bias that's coming out there. BDS take map number 1 from FaZe. That was Chalet. Their pick, the advantage that they get going into this final from the upper bracket. But my God, was it a back and forth to the point where FaZe forgot that this can go to multiple rounds of overtime.
Of course, I mean, thankfully FaZe was able to bring it back, especially once they went down 4-1. It looked like all faith could have been lost, but FaZe brought it back. And obviously, the reason why BDS picked Chalet was not because it was one of BDS's strongest maps, but because it's one of FaZe's worst maps, and FaZe showed up. I really identified this game as 3 different phases, no pun intended. The first one was BDS dominating, and FaZe trying to recognize that they can build up their confidence. The second phase, after an amazing retake, was FaZe realizing, hey, we can keep up with these guys. We just need to not get in our own head. And the third phase was FaZe locking in strategically and being able to bring rounds back and focus on the in-round one by one, not overthinking, not getting in their own head. That's not what we saw at last SI. I'm thrilled that we're seeing their mental game so elevated in this first game, first map.
Yeah, again, the mental resilience here, we're questioning on both teams. When you're in this moment, you're in the grand final, what's that going to look like each map? And we saw both teams in moments where you could easily get lost up. That clutch that Cyber had realistically, that should have went to BDS. They could have closed it out here a lot sooner. But again, that resilience, that mental fortitude from Cyber alone. I mean, look at his statistics to do that clutch, to bring it back, coming back from a 4-1. Unfortunately, they don't get it done here 7-9. But still, this is a very close matchup.
I mean, especially going into the next map, it's not going to be one of FaZe's worst maps. So that was the hardest part for FaZe, and they did a damn good job. And Cyber, I mean, we've been talking about him the whole event, and what a time to come alive, obviously, on the main stage for that hammer. Hopefully he can change the tide for map 2.
Beauty of it is you cannot count anybody out in a grand final such as this one. I don't think you can really expect maps to just be a complete washout because you got so deep into it. However, gentlemen, we're talking about the macro, about what happened overall, but Leo is standing by to talk details. Are all yours.
Absolutely. I'm actually going to talk about how BDS was consistent in attack to find shortcuts. And why is Liquefact the best IGL this season? Well, we're going to take an example here. When on round 2, KDS is reinforcing that library hole, we're on our buy bomb site, and he's going to do something, and that's how we knew FaZe fucked up. Because they're going to go and reinforce library hatch on bar. And that will be a huge issue, because then it makes the direct side very, very, very strong. Now, if you look upstairs here, Piano, they're extending with the castle, with the Azami, the line of sight, double reinforcement. What do we notice from BDS instantly? This is an extended room. Let's remove Thatcher, let's remove Ibana. We're gonna go Lion, we're gonna go Captao, we're gonna go Twitch. We're actually gonna go direct. And that's gonna make the library hatch reinforcement a big issue for these guys, because this makes the planting very safe on the site. Now, what do you need to do? First, you need to remove the main anchor. And how do you do that? You remove his solo wall here. So you're gonna witness Liquefact and Ride doubling up basement, EMP, mini EMP, ace charge, and they can breach charge that. Now Liquefact is covered by Solotov outside main, and they're actually watching here to see an anchor moving. But one thing will be important. Shaiko is still upstairs, and something will happen. Usually when you pick Shaiko, you have some trouble shooting back, and it's exactly what will happen for KDS, who gets killed. Now, I want you to pay attention to this beautiful flash, who makes the anchor move straight into the line of sight of Liquefact. Punished instantly, the direct tech is going well, Brede can proceed with the plant, and now, because the hatch is reinforced, it's that much stronger for Shaiko, who only has to watch the door, and only has to watch here, the close angle. It's very safe for him. At the same time, Solotov, here, from main, is still watching the backstab, Liquefact is downstairs, and most importantly, Yuzus is also watching the top, and can punish anyone retaking the vert. Good luck winning that. He cannot even see Yuzus. That's Yuzus holding the top for you. And now, the rest of the team is protecting the diffuser. Perfectly played from BDS, recognizing what's the weak point. The hatch is reinforced. Let's just hit direct. Perfect execution. BDS takes map 1. It was very close. Consulate is coming after a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, MBs, to the MGM Music Hall. We're live at Fenway Park. Historic space for a historic event. Six Invitational 2025 picks up after map 1 of our grand final between BDS and FaZe, the best two teams at the moment in Rainbow Six Siege. Hi, I'm Milosh. With me are Foxe and Lax, and we're here to set you up for map number 2 in this series. BDS, 9-7 score on Chalet. Now we go to Consulate. How do they look on there, and how does FaZe look too?
FaZe looks great on console. This is a very comfortable map for them. One thing that I've noticed every time I've watched FaZe on console, they are so good at setting the tempo and the momentum through the entire game, and especially with them starting on attack, where we saw them falter on their defense, where they would rally back, come back on their attack. You gotta feel good coming into your map, knowing that you got your attack win rate up on that last matchup. And again, that's gonna fall on Vidiking. I want to see that Blackbeard utility being used to be able to make a difference into the map and pushing throughout the sites.
The shields are gonna be a big play. I mean, we know FaZe is the #1 team on defense in the tournament so far. Their attack is what needs to stick. Consulate's a great map because they're very systematic, and Consulate is such a big map. You need to make sure you're keeping track of the time. You need to make sure you're isolating each room individually, and it's gonna be very difficult for BDS because obviously this is one of BDS's worst maps, so it's the reverse from Chalet being picked out, and FaZe did so well on that map. And so this is going to be a great test for BDS to see if they can keep up on FaZe's map pick.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to clear, and looking at the macro here, it seems like this might be an influential map on how the rest of the series goes. How are we expecting it to see?
You know, I love that you talk about slowing them down. That's exactly what BDS needs to do here on their defenses. They need to be slowing down FaZe at every little entry point into that map and slowly keep playing a FaZe game. The first game is going to be at the FaZe in the beginning, then the second part, then the execution of them coming onto site. They need to slow down FaZe.
Are we tying at 1-1?
Yes.
I believe FaZe with how well they showed up on Chalet. I think Consulate's going to go their way.
Boston, are we tying at 1-1? Are BDS taking it 2-0? You got your answer. Get ready, your casters are set. Ace Dance, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. First time getting said that during this final, Tim. Feels pretty good. I heard what the crowd said. I want a 1-1. Otherwise, you're on that path towards that 3-0. No one wants to see a 3-0 series. They want it to stay close. And for FaZe now, you're away from dangerous territory. You're away from your permaban. You're onto your map pick.
I'm in agreement about FaZe there. I think they've played really well on Chalet. They've taken it much further than we might have expected. And also, let's not forget about that BDS error that allowed them to do that. That may well just play on the minds of BDS a little bit. And I think we're going to see a very strong FaZe coming into map 2.
I forget who said it on social media, and if so, I apologize for stealing your words, but they were essentially saying, if FaZe can get that close on a permaban, then you worry for BDS going into the rest of the series. Now, Consulate's one of those maps that, when I was looking at all the map pools yesterday for these two teams, understanding what they pick, what they ban, when they pick it, when they ban it, their wins, their losses, everything to do with that on it. Oh no, it's the death stare again. Not again. We had this yesterday, Tim.
Cyber intimidation.
Oh, he broke it this time. He didn't break FaZe yesterday. Maybe he's not quite got it in today, Tim. But no, one of those maps that I look at, yes, it's a good map for FaZe, but BDS aren't exactly slouches on it either. So I think overall, you may be surprised how close this one runs as well. It's definitely not going to be a total rollover by BDS there, with FaZe taking a win. May yet see another overtime, Tim.
Wouldn't surprise me.
What's another unlimited OT going to do, hey? Why not? It then becomes a real battle of endurance, of course, the longer the series wears on. Both teams experience the best-of-5 grand finals. BDS already losing 2 this year. FaZe, they were there this exact spot last year against Furia across the arena in a much, well, what can I say, crazy home ground of Brazil for them. This time round, hopefully a little bit more prepared and know what it takes to get it over the line. But both teams have said that. This is what we've heard from them in interviews. Here we go, though. Consulate for map 2 and a 50-50 split. Quite a lean one way earlier on. I believe it was BDS were quite stacked to win. People are not so convinced anymore, Tim. Here we go, though. Consulate's ready. Boston, let's load in.
Let's get on into this one then. FaZe versus BDS. BDS able to come out and take that first map on Chalet. 9-7 it ended. And it was tough for BDS to get it over the line. FaZe's perma ban. We might have expected the EU side to be able to win it a little bit more convincingly, but it was not the case. FaZe riding on the back of a red-hot Cyber at the minute, going fantastically well. Something to watch out for in this one will be his continued presence, or lack of, if he does drop off. And have the Blitz coming in as the first ban, Dockerby as the second. They are reversed, so it's going to be FaZe's ban taking out the Dockerby, BDS take out the Blitz, and then FaZe will take their first defend.
You know what? I love both of those bans. I think for BDS, we're banning away the Blitz. They look at it and going, cool, big shield team, we'll take it away on this map. Problem is, FaZe play an awful lot of Monty on this map. They played it against Liquid the other day. They had a 7-1 win on this map. A little bit concerned for them. And in the one round they did play Blitz, sure, they walked away the winner. I think there's a little bit of concern coming back the other way. Whereas you flip things around and look at the Dockerby ban, I've said for, I can't even think how long now, Tim. I wish teams would ban Dockerby against BDS. I've said it to the death. 3 of their players have this operator in their top 3 most played operators. All of their attacks tend to center around Dockerby calls and little plays based on when all that information is being fed across. They get such a big advantage on the info that those phone calls give to the rest of the team that actually taking it away from them, I don't think you're going to see BDS suddenly collapse and fall apart and not have a response, but this is a good way to sting them. Problem is, though, Tim, by banning away a Dockerby, what do you leave open? A Deimos for Shaiko. So we'll see that when it comes around. So that, of course, will be taking place in the second half. But now we start things out in this first half, where BDS are on the defense, and we're starting down in the basement, Tim.
That will be BDS's choice, given that the map choice was FaZe's. BDS will have been the one to choose which side they start on. Not surprised to see the defensive side. Throughout, as we've said, SI, we have seen the defenders having a little bit more joy, it is fair to say.
60.3%, I believe it was, until yesterday.
We have, until recently, had metas that have been attackers at times, but
61.3% today defensive win rate on this map. It is the most defensive we have in the pool.
Defenders certainly having their day here at SI 2025. So we kick things off in the basement. We've got Leakerpack up on the top floor on the Solis. He's just going to be looking and watching for anybody pushing in, trying to open those hatches up quickly.
This map definitely won't afford as many opportunities as Chalet did. Chalet reminded me in some ways of Coastline, which I know sounds weird to say, but as we saw in that last map, the majority of executes for teams start from outside the map. 2, 3, 4 players jumping in through windows, crushing 2 or 3 players on the other side, and the round then winds down from there more often than not. You don't quite get the same options here on Consulate. It's much more about getting inside of the map, establishing control, playing across all 3 floors. That is one similarity it has to Chalet. It's about the vertical destruction, but there is a lot of bottlenecks, a lot of single doorways, a lot of rooms that you can hide inside of, so the attackers are certainly not going to have as easy a time. And of course, we've seen that. This could be a freebie. Freeday not even aware that Cyber was at the front door, not respecting the angle and paying the price. Those sort of kills, by the way, are where you look at a team and how often they play a map. If you play it to death, very good chance you're aware of all those kind of angles. Freeday's just been really caught out there, and it's, I don't want to say he doesn't know the map. Clearly he does extremely well, but not well enough to not avoid being the entry death.
No, it really does nothing to give that faith in BDS that they're able to turn something out on Consulate against FaZe here. Like we said, FaZe, towards the end of Chalet especially, really did look like the better side overall, winning fight after fight. Leakerpack just wanting to get aggressive, checking there's no claymores there before he does. Solotov will take down Cyber. The Ash, not the end of the world to lose, but Cyber himself getting kill after kill in the previous map will be a big hit for FaZe.
I do love how the respect has been shown by FaZe here with the Jackal on side. Being willing to track down those potential roamers. We know that Leakerpack has been causing a spot of bother. They get a sniff of those feet and they'll be after him. Saying that, Handy's already found him out a bit early on. Looking good. We get towards that spot now as those numbers dwindle for BDS, where the Jackal tracks become even more powerful. Yuzu's getting rid of the Jackal though. No tracks on side.
BDS able to start digging in a little bit. It looked a bit wobbly to kick things off at the beginning of the round with Breeder getting caught out, but as it has gone on, as seconds have ticked by and burnt away, they've been able to at least get something going, but Handy manages to find Shaiko. 3 versus 2 now, and FaZe are starting to get aggressive from this rear side, starting to sweep their way across. Kings looking to push into security, but Handy has moved around.
Solotov, he had to win that. He's tried to play aggressive and catch the other side off guard. It's not going to reward him. Into the last 20 seconds, we went in FaZe. Relatively untroubled in round 1 there. Close it out.
Yeah, I think that was what shows us there that Chalet, FaZe were uncomfortable. Here on Consulate, no. You don't have that grace if you're BDS. FaZe there had a little bit of a setback in the middle of the round, but they worked around it brilliantly. And that push at the end with Handy just deciding I'm going to rotate back through archives. We need a little bit more width on this push before they went into security corridor. Fantastic stuff from them.
If you look at their attacking success on this map, although they haven't really attacked it a whole ton, generally it hovers around that 50% mark, Tim. There are no slouches at attacking on Consulate. And we spoke about that defensive nature of the map, the most defender-sided one that we have in the pool. You never guess it based on that first round. You can understand why they picked it away, looking that hot at the start. I'll remind you what I said back on Chalet, though. 2 halves to a game of Siege. BDS themselves could be fantastic on the attack. We'll find out when we get there in that second half, because again, I mentioned it, without the Dockerby on side, will they be punished? Not having that operator that they lean on so much. This next round, Tim, they're looking super dug in as well. A Smoke and a Chanka on side. Whenever we see Chanka, we get a little bit, I don't want to say nervous about it or a bit worried, but we see it used mainly on the bank basement. Doesn't really deny away a large area of the map, mainly down to the fact that those fire canisters that come out are quite small. You can afford to run over them as an attacker if you want to. They have to be expertly placed. So we'll see what Brede can do in this position. Dug inside the meeting, offering it off towards the B site. Very fair to say, Tim, they're expecting a window execute on this site.
Yeah, and I think it's about the best place to play the Tachanka for denial, really. The problem that we see with the Tachanka, as you say, is that accuracy issue. Getting them into the right place, getting those bouncers working in your favour. When we see it on basement of Bank, for example, it's not always that successful at stopping a plant going down. But here, you're talking about a very small space. If FaZe were to try and plant in behind that half wall, it's super easy for the Tachanka to land that Shimika launcher in the right place and to make it a nightmare to put that diffuser down. As it is, FaZe not quite stacking up for that push yet.
They're in no rush, Tim. They've got a shield on side. That Monty that I mentioned back on that last map. Said that with the Blitz being banned away, I would expect to see FaZe running this quite a lot, and sure enough, Imagine Vitter King will be at the front of their push. Top Yellow going to be their focus, currently being stalled out by these smoke canisters as they come on through. Flash is being wasted here because they can't easily push their way in without taking a ton of damage on the way through. Eyes on Souls, naturally, on the glass. A couple of smokes in his back pocket. When they come out, you know what happens. Enemy players start getting illuminated yellow. Makes it far easier to kill them when they can't see you back through the smoke.
Solotov's in a tough spot there. He's going to find himself being pressured from bathroom window, but also Top Yellow. He's a real linchpin of this defense. Needs to hold on. This is the thing that's stopping the tide of FaZe just washing over BDS from Top Yellow right now. In behind that shield, users manages to find Handy. That is one taken down for BDS, at least 5 versus 4. Vitter King, he's tried to push forward, but he's taken half of his health in damage and needs to be careful with that shield. A double comes in for BDS, and it's 4 versus 2. They are holding on.
This is looking like a perfectly counter prep round, and we'll talk more about it when it's over, Tim, but it's looking like FaZe are going to fall apart here. So much focus on those yellow stairs, and they've been completely torn apart. Cyber with it all to do against 4 on the side of BDS, and they are giving nothing over. I said it back on that last map, Tim, with it being Chalet as well, that FaZe will come in with a lot of counter prep on BDS. Well, here, BDS have read perfectly into how they attack this top floor and have designed a perfect counter response. You saw the Shumakas coming out, we saw the smokes, all the flashes were being expended, trying to push the way through, but they simply could not break open BDS. FaZe countered by the French side. Things are up at 1-on-1.
What a support for Brede.
I mean, he's flying. He's got 18 kills on the last map.
Had a great game, a great tournament, and a great career, to be fair to Brede. He's been around for a good long while inside of Siege now, and he continually delivers. I often say this, there's nobody I would like more in those 1vx situations. He really is up there at the very top tier of support players.
It's hard to put up there because on the other side, Tim, is Souls.
Souls.
And we spoke about Souls to the death over the years. We'll never forget that 1v1 that he won against Rin in Oregon top floor, round 15, map 3, to make it to the grand final of the Sweden Major, which of course they went on to win. You can almost look it down and say that his 1v1 in that game, that clutch, was what led to them winning that trophy the very next day. But this is the beauty of the best of 5, and so many maps to think about, so much analysis that backroom staff can do. I'm sure BDS have been very busy poring over VODs of FaZe on many of these maps. That last round was a perfect response. They'll keep on cooking that. In this round, heavy anti-intel setup. Mute, Mozzie, Solis. Trying to keep information away from FaZe, which means they'll try and trip them up. They'll be using C4s. They've got 3 of them in back pocket. Any ways they can catch FaZe out, to them, will be a great start. But if they use all 3 C4s, or FaZe are about to execute with at least 30 seconds left, it'll feel like the strat has somewhat failed.
Gonna double down on the shields here, so keep an eye on Cyber and Vitaking and exactly where they're pushing and what ground they're able to take, what success they can find. Handy will take down League of Fight, but not before Solotov finds Souls, 4 versus 4, as we have a little trade going back and forward between the 2 teams.
I can't wait to see how he gets that knife kill. I'm really curious to see how on earth the Sledge just got close enough to be able to knife someone. We'll see it on the replay at the end of the round. For now, at least it's in a 4 versus 4, though. For FaZe, losing the Ash, not exactly the end of the world. I think if nothing else, keeping that Blackbeard up is going to be so crucial for them. Cyber the one who should be commanding that front line, moving on forward, creating space for his team. But also like the response for KDS being on the Bravo. We spoke about this heavy intel setup, denying things away from the other side. Here we go. Oh. I didn't wonder what happened. It was a great response. Fair play. Timing, perfect.
I think that's what's called falling into your lap, that one.
Quite literally.
Quite literally. As a... one of those where it'd be a panic knife from me with that. Just like absolute like terror, just hitting every button on like my keyboard.
Hit die, and you turn around and be like, I meant to do that.
Yeah, it's nice and cool. KDS just going to be working, trying to get himself inside of the closet. Finds one, knows there's a second, but Shaiko able to swing back across and pick up the kill, 3 versus 3.
Tell you what, Solotov's going to feel sold out by Shaiko a little bit there. Shaiko was the intended target, is dipped away. Let Solotov take the gunfight, then swung out and secured the trade. Say the BDS are good at it, but maybe not quite in that intended fashion. A C4 over the top, finding no one. FaZe have been whittled down to 3 players, but they've equally managed to get 2 on the side of BDS. All things being equal, Tim, said if that utility was dealt with and FaZe had a good amount of time to execute, they won't be too nervous, but there is still a C4 in Uses' hands. If he connects this right, it's round over.
Could be a big moment that they're waiting for. Handy manages to pick up Shaiko, 3 versus 2 as FaZe start to get moving here. They've got themselves into positions. It's really about that next kill. They need to pick up Bride or Uses to give them the opportunity to put this diffuser down. It's all going to be about Uses underneath. He's just having a look around that hatch. The Nitro is going to go out. Really finds his man. No! No! Vitaking manages to evade the Nitro from below. And now we'll start putting the plant down.
User should have a shotgun here, though, to be able to try and challenge him still, but nothing's going to happen. Swing comes in, and Yuzus finds 1. 2 more to go. Sees his man, doesn't hit any shots, down to a single digit of HP. Vitaking with the close, FaZe up 2-1. Right idea from BDS, but FaZe persevered.
And I think that's what FaZe are going to do throughout this map. They're going to grind BDS down. They're going to just battle it out in that final 20, 30 seconds every time and somehow manage to get the round over the line.
We've got an early timeout coming in here, Tim. Let's take a listen.
You have to focus more on your play style, on your things you want to do, because you are too focused on what the others do, but the way you have to play is to disturb them. You see what I mean? Yeah, but to be honest, they just focus on me this round. Sledge me basement, Blackbird push me, I couldn't do anything. They just instantly focus on me. Okay, so what we can do then? Because every time we took the first kill. So the first round, what happened is Bride got surprised by the Taylor's rotates and died by Memdor. Yeah. Second round, I got fully push on my side, Sledge basement, Blackbird push me, 1 visa. So we just don't play like, we play close to each other and we try to not die at the start. Okay, it's fine. This is what I said before the game, so it's fine. Play more close to each other, it's fine. That's okay. K2 Barrow strat, remember.
More close together, Tim. Team spirit needs to come together more than anything else. And the thing is, that is the exact antithesis of what we saw as the response on Chalet. The early round aggression was what was rewarding both teams, disrupting the attack. On this map, try and do the same. FaZe have just got a bit more room to play with and are not letting BDS get away with the same antics that worked back on that snowy first map. Been great stuff from FaZe so far. Hopefully BDS find a response.
They're more than capable of doing so, but I am just getting a little bit concerned for BDS at this point. I think
it's only been 3 rounds. Tim.
I know. I just look at it, and exactly like you say there, the momentum that FaZe gained at the end of Chalet, the rounds that they picked up here on Consulate, you just start feeling like that momentum is building behind the Brazilian side. They've been here, they've done this many, many times over, whether it be in the Invitational Grand Final or whether it be in major Grand Finals. FaZe know what it's all about. BDS have only got one of them over the line back in Sweden 2022, of course. FaZe are starting to look comfortable.
They are. Still early doors, though. Still plenty of time to change things around here. Very common you see attack timeout after 3 rounds. That ended that first quarter, as I call it. Commonly because you see the same 3-site rotation in rounds 4 to 6. If you are new to Siege, first off, welcome. Second, once you win a site, you can't play it for under 2 rounds. You win the first round, you can't play it again to round 4. And that's why you can divide the game up into quarters if you want to. Now, end of round 3, when you've seen 3 different sites, it gives you that golden opportunity to course correct what has gone wrong. And we heard Leaky Fact speaking about what went wrong in round 1, what went wrong in round 2, and trying to devise a response. 1v1 coming out and it's Souls. As much as they were saying about playing a little bit tighter to get at him, that was Leaky Fact trying to get aggressive, and Solotov isolated, punished on the mute. What's crazy there is KDS has literally just hopped inside a piano, got the kill, and then jumped straight back out again.
The thing is, if the opportunity's there, take it, and that's good from FaZe. We often talk about them being this slow and methodical team, but opportunity spotting can be a really important part of this game, and so being able to get in there and get that entry in that way is a big, big kicker for them.
Choco's really ratting it out inside a server on the Scoffboss at the minute. I don't believe I've seen him play this operator before either. Maybe once or twice, but certainly not a common one. Got himself dug inside here, and he's been pushed downstairs behind. All that we heard them speak about during that timeout, Tim, about playing tighter together, is falling away. FaZe carry on the onslaught that we saw across those last 2 rounds. BDS might need a little bit more than a few chances, I'm afraid, guys, here in Boston. Now failing to find an answer to FaZe's slow, methodical attacks. The charge on fourth from Cyber as well. One tucked inside the kitchen, taking out Brede with a double kill. But he's got to get an ace, Tim, with 1 HP to his name and a Jackal track at his feet. He is not long for this world.
I would have said that it was reasonably unlikely for Brede to turn that one around, and would have been correct as FaZe able to lock that one out and get themselves another round. This is what I said, it just feels like things might start slipping away from BDS here a little bit on Consulate, and it's a really interesting contrast for us. Do they have the resilience? Do they have the perseverance that FaZe showed on Chalet? Okay, FaZe lost Chalet ultimately, but they fought back and they took it the distance. Are BDS able to do that?
I 100% believe they are. What concerns me, though, is what we heard during that timeout, Tim. To revisit it again, we heard Leaky Fact saying, play closer together. That round, I didn't see any of that. They were very, very disparate. We saw KDS getting a freebie inside a piano. Shaiko was by himself out inside a server. There was a potential trade coming in when Leaky Fact swung in as well, but Cyber's just that guy. Collected both players by himself, didn't need to try and isolate an individual player. He's very happy to win it out, as he almost did. And that does concern that for BDS, they spoke about things, they've set out a plan, and haven't devised the right response, didn't play it out properly, and they're paying the price for it. Quick pause coming in here to get ourselves back into the game. For BDS, Tim, I imagine it feels like a little bit of a lifeline to just collect their thoughts about what's been going wrong across these last few rounds.
Thoughts are the big thing for BDS, as we know. We've seen them in multiple finals this year. We've seen them unable to get it over the line, and those are the questions then that you've got to ask. We know that they are more than capable of winning these games, but the question is, are they able to stand up to the mental challenge as well? And that's what FaZe need to do. They need to continue piling that pressure onto them. Right now, you're a map down. All FaZe can think about is Consulate. Get that one done, and we basically move into a best of 3. And that's where we can start really applying some pressure to BDS. How will BDS react if they go 2-1 down on maps, for example?
I think part of their challenge has been across the last 2 rounds. We've seen a 3K from Handy and a 3K from Cyber. Not only are FaZe looking good with their aggression,
as soon as I started hearing it ringing out, I thought,
Tom Sherlock.
That sounds like it's got an awful lot to do with Tom J. Sherlock. And then I look at the screen, and lo and behold, who is sat in the middle of it all?
This might feel like a bit of a broadcast faux pas, but I'll repeat the first 2 lines of that chant. I love you, Shaiko. I'd let you shag my wife. Interesting one to go for, but we can hear you loud and clear, guys, don't worry. Fair to say, Tim, throughout this tournament, Shaiko's been a little invisible. Often called to be one of the best players in the game. Yeah, how could you imagine a world where Shaiko doesn't lift a hammer?
I think when you look at Shaiko and you look at his play and you look at BDS's results, I think, yes, it's easy to get that impression and to say that maybe Shaiko has been quiet or hasn't done what he's done in the past. But I think that's been a conscious choice from BDS. We went through the days of Shaiko go kill.
We did.
And they didn't win anything.
The game is far more of a team game these days.
It is.
Yeah.
They didn't win anything on the back of it. So, you know, yeah, is he capable of going in and just throwing 20 kills down in a map? Of course he is. But does it work for the team? Does it work for their long-term goals? No, I don't think it does. And so I think BDS have moved themselves away from that. They've purposefully tried to create more of a team. They've brought in Solotov users. They've got this big, you know, front line of people all able to make those contributions.
Certainly not having a bad tournament. It's still worth stressing. He is plus 21 on KD. The entry's letting him down a little bit. 23 to 27 for a -4. Instead, it's been largely Solotov and Leakifat picking up the pieces. But the beauty about this team is they are very close in EPS. Users being at 102, Solotov 109, and Leakifat and Shaiko fitting right in the middle of that one. It is a rounded team game. However, doesn't mean toffee if you can't get it done in the grand final. Got to do it now as we move into round 5. FaZe kicking things off, and I'm looking straight away, Tim, in towards that Ying, in towards that Grim, in towards that Blackbeard. That is a very scary execute focus composition.
Yeah, it certainly screams window plant. You're just going to be dumping all that utility in to prevent the swing onto half wall, prevent people being able to see. You send the Blackbeard in, you try and get that plant going down. Users will be a key operator in all of this, given that he's on the Warden. Of course, going to have the ability to stand up to that Ying, to those flashes. For the time being, FaZe have actually rotated away from the potential of that window. They've gone over to the admin side and they're getting themselves on into the map, so it could well just be a plant on meeting door.
Key one to know is there are no smokes available to this team. There's a lot of flashes, and of course the Candela's coming out. Users and I guess really the rest of the team won't have too much bother stepping out and making a challenge once those flashes expire. So for the most part, FaZe only get 1 or 2 bites at the cherry here to make and execute work when they make their decision. Last time round, they were perfectly countered by BDS at top yellow. No end of flashes came raining in, it felt like, as Monty tried to march on forward. Early skirmishing as well, BDS trying to keep them at bay, which ain't too bad. Cyber dancing around, you've got to land that perfect headshot to stop him. C4 at the ready, but no, not quite being ripped just yet. Solotov falling. Cyber carries on his domination in this series. That Blackbeard really starting to cause a headache.
Handy doing some great work underneath with the skeleton key as well. I don't think they're aware of Users here. He's going to work his way up onto the flank, and Leakifat and Breeder managed to find 2. That, if anything, is just going to take FaZe's eye further off the ball as Handy goes down. BDS, well, they've just got right on top of them here, and FaZe, they folded like a house of cards. It's all up to KDS. He gets 1. But his so low health now, it's surely unlikely that he finds another 2.
Just on virtue of this being a bit of a intel bash for him. Into the Pokeball you go, my son. Shaiko finding a good few in the round. BDS get the second. Worth stressing, Tim, they really need to find a 3rd defensive round. We spoke about the stats on this map already. FaZe are the ones in a commanding position. 3-2 on the attacking half. BDS need this one, otherwise it is a tall hill to climb.
Absolutely, as we've said, you know, the defenders on the whole have had the better side of the tournament, but on this map in particular, they've had the best of it all. It is BDS's best opportunity to get rounds away from FaZe. FaZe moving on to the second half with 4 rounds on the attack. We'll be more than happy. We'll be very confident, I'm sure, that they can get it locked down from there. And at the minute, BDS have been able to find some answers, but it feels like FaZe are the better team inside of console.
For now.
For now.
For now. I swear Tom will twerk for any team that will give him a jersey, by the way. The main instigator of our chance never fails to entertain. Here we go then, last round of the half. And FaZe cooking something. We spoke about this during groups, Tim. You get excited when you see an Amaro. You're like, oh, flying up through a hatch, or oh, flying in through a window 5 seconds into the round, but very rarely do you see it used that way. In fact, a few teams run this operator purely for the gun. Having the flashes on side never a bad thing, of course. Fantastic gadgets as a team when you want to push your way through, make use of that secondary utility to overwhelm a defensive position. Start the march on forward. It's still demanding that at least Brede in this round, it was used previously, is on that Warden, ready to deal with it. Keep an eye out because Cyber could yet cause a little bit of bother on that Amaro. Again, the high fantasy, you see it fly through a hatch or in through a window. Doesn't mean it never happens, but it is rare.
As we'd expect for this site, we've got 4 players from BDS still up on that top floor. Just looking to hold on to the verticals for as long as possible, prevent that advantage going over to the side of FaZe. It's been quite a reserved start so far from the Brazilian side here in round 6. They haven't got anybody inside of the map yet. As I say, that Cyber is the only one there, just trying to push forward, just trying to aggress on towards site. Solitov, he manages to pick up KDS though. Those are Rotero drones lost as well. A double kill comes in from FaZe though, as they start to fight back. There's...
Oh, Users is huge here. 2 kills on that top floor. FaZe can't be letting that happen. Cyber trying to get one back here, but being danced around, finally gets the down. Uses his round ends, but for Cyber, he's got a 1v2 to win, Tim, and it is not looking likely. Does not have the vertical. Ceiling open up above him, and he's in danger, and look at that. I love this. BDS, learning from past mistakes of leaving 1v1s against Cyber, and now joining up together. He has a choice. With 70 seconds on the clock, he can go and challenge them both. Problem is, Tim, I think Diffuser is down upstairs as well. It's a good read from BDS to know what's going to happen. I'm seeing it used to go through a hatch, but not for an executor. Maybe not, again, the high fantasy we were looking for. Seen him on that default cam. They know exactly where he's coming from. They'll be in a spot of bother.
Yeah, it's surely a matter of time until BDS close this one out. You would expect, although in a 2v1, we did expect Cyber to lose previously, but he managed to win. Shaco, however, this time, rights the wrongs, makes sure that's not going to be the case, and takes him down.
Yeah, much better play overall from BDS. We heard the speaking about playing together, and they've saved 2 rounds from that half. Not forgetting they were down 3-1 at one point. It's up to 3-3. And now FaZe go on the defense. I spoke about it quite a bit in the build-up to this game, social media, previous broadcasts. FaZe as a defending team. I did wonder what we're going to hear there as a follow-up to that chant. For FaZe, they like to play out on their own, but they will fall away quite quickly. They don't see the need to aggressively hold ground, and it was a real stark contrast to what we saw out of SSG when they were playing. They'd play their lives on their own. They'd be really aggressive and find the first kill, want to play for a second, not fall back to side for anything. They were happy losing their lives around the map, hoping they'd waste time and get kills. But for FaZe, they are the exact opposite. They like to fall back. They play more defensively. So BDS here, it depends how fast can they act. Can they catch these roamers on a more complicated map? Chalet, it was very easy to spring in from the outside windows and cause trouble. On Consulate, it ain't so easy when there's still a lot more map to work through.
Into the second half we go then, round 7. We're going to have FaZe looking to command the top floor here on defense, kicking things off in Meeting and CEO.
Look what we get, Tim. We get to feast our eyes on Shaiko on the Deimos. It is banned away against BDS so often. And you're about to find out why. Many a team at the end of one of those revolver shots or magnum shots coming out from Shaiko. Really works in tandem, though, with the Dockerby. It's something I talk about a lot as well in terms of the Deimos being covered well, their weaknesses at least, by a Dockerby. When we first saw the trailer come out for Deimos, they spoke about it. Where you counter a Deimos, you can only trap one person. Use that person as bait, and you can punish the Deimos that's trying to hunt him down. A Dokkaebi helps you avoid that. It gives the call, it gives information around that player, so you aren't walking into a trap, and it makes it far easier to pinch onto an individual player. But with that Dokkaebi banned away by FaZe, this could hurt BDS if they're not careful.
Liquefact just creeping inside of the map on the book here. Potentially just going to use that vertical up above, get the skeleton key out, and just move players. If you're playing a book from underneath, that's generally what you're looking to do. You're wanting to move those defenders around, take the floor from underneath their feet, make it difficult for them to stay in that same position. It's going to open things up for the potential of a window plant here. If Liquefact can find these kills, he knows that the challenge will come from the hatch. He sees the man. It's all too easy for Leakerback as he goes looking for a second.
FaZe have to know that this is how BDS would approach this round, but there's no one trying to challenge on towards Leakerback. I think, in fact, we might have KDS maybe thinking about it. Holding on towards Spiral, hasn't dropped away instead because there's pressure being exerted there by Solotov. Watching the window, BDS once again have got all bases considered. And here comes that first track. It Souls down to half HP. And now, with a Deimos on his tail.
This is where Shako needs to put the operator to use, but can't. As Handy manages to find the kill. 4 versus 3. Sorry, 4 versus 4. But the Deimos off the board is going to be a big loss. Shako 4-1 so far. He's been having a great conceal at BDS. They're going to have to work this out without him. And KDS manages to take down Solotov.
A couple of kills there. Solotov knew that he was going to be in the area, didn't know that if he sat on the angle waiting for him at that time, would expect a swing to come through instead. Once he started battering on that Kiva barrier, KDS a little bit ahead of the mark there, picking up a freebie. Tried to make a plan happen here. Immediately forced straight back out of that window. Souls falls. Bride, though, the trade is secured by Handy. FaZe keeping BDS at bay here. They've got to figure something out. Leakerback below on the buck. Yuzu's on that window. And there's still a smoke to go.
This is the problem with only 20 seconds left to go now. Where do BDS go? They're going to have to rotate around. They're going to try to join Leakerback on yellow, but time is of the essence, and it makes it all too easy for FaZe to just swing around the corner and get those last 2 kills.
Deleted them in the same way BDS did to them in that first half. Almost forgot about KDS on that window, Tim. And he comes back to bite them. Imagine now at this point, they're scrambling for ideas. We had that early tap timeout. There's nothing available for them in this half for BDS. They start to feel a bit nervous that if they can't find the answer, if Leakerback can't rally the troops, we've already seen that tap timeout discussion not really having an impact on the next round. Got to figure it out as 5 here, boys. Haven't got that time to talk with the coach. For him to get involved and offer some thoughts, words of wisdom to try and recover this. It is only 1 round, but that can quickly snowball.
It was a shame for BDS as well. They did a lot right. They got that entry kill. They gave themselves the advantage. It was just that requirement for the late round rotate. When you're having to rotate and change where your push is coming from with 10 seconds left to go, you're asking for a problem. Because the team you're against are just going to start being able to get aggressive and take those swings. And that's exactly what FaZe did. Perfectly timed and closed out the round. So we move into round 8. It's going to be a basement defense this time. I'm keen to see how much into the map FaZe play here.
I imagine probably not too much, Tim. Obviously got to be concerned with the fact that there's the Monty on side again. Saw it in the previous round, stacked up with the Deimos, but as we were speaking about that Dockerby ban, how it might impact BDS, we saw Shiko with the track onto the move, chase after him from top yellow, and immediately from bathroom, Handy was there to swing and get a freebie. Because they had no knowledge that Handy was dug inside of that room. Really starving information away with things like the Mute and the Mozzie. Both teams have done it a hell of a lot on this map to date. Some work to be done for BDS, maybe even starting to work their way in through the basement here to kick things off. Shiko trying to free Bride up to start that one, but can't quite fully open the wall up. They have to call for some help to get that one done. Oh, look who's close, Vidaking. Did ask how far they play at the map, Tim. So far, the answer is quite far.
Just going to be looking to get aggressive onto Secret Wall there, knowing that the Monty may well try to push. Going to be trying to hold that shield at bay. BDS need to be aware of this handoff. They will take the view. Looking in towards there. Bride gets safely into the stairs and can start moving down. So that's BDS now taking a little bit of space there inside of the map. They're going to find that first challenge though. Cyber takes down Solotov.
They tried to get a set piece play onto it. The track coming out at the same time. Shiko on the window. Pressure coming in, starting to build from below, but it's like a stalemate in chess team. They can't make him move from the position. And he can't exactly jump onto them right here either. He has to wait. But it's already brought down one. He's done what he needs to. Half the round has gone. He's got rid of Solotov. And BDS are like, we need to make him move. But he just won't move. They're out of nades to try and force him out of that position. They're going to have to take a risk now or rotate someone around to try and pick him off. The blessing or the curse, I guess, of having that Deimos track. Every time the Shiko moves, they know about it. There we go, finally.
Leakerback also managed to pick up one along the way as well. Shiko will take down Cyber, leaving us 4 versus 3 BDS. Maybe about to find themselves their first attack. It's going to be 1 minute left for them to get this done. All pushing from that rear side.
A C4, 2 smokes to play behind. Mirror windows, I'm pretty sure, haven't been fully cleared out here. And look at this triangle setup coming out from FaZe. They are dug in and ready for this pressure to start building from the BDS side. Sol's arguably actually in quite an aggressive position here. He's going to go and challenge Ford. Sees the Monty, but now the Monty sees him. Might be a good time to back away. Smoke being dropped down will try and keep Deimos at bay as well. Shaiko has pushed on through actually here and is now rounding into the hallway. He can get a bit of a side swipe on. Starts his march on Ford, but again, the mirror windows are going to sting here. Leakerback also coming from back yellow. A lot of flanks coming in here for BDS, but can they find anyone? Yes, they can.
A really nice angle being held by Souls, but just pre-day positioning the shield really, really well. KDS manages to take down users. Shaiko's there with the answer as he has been throughout the round. 2 versus 1. Leakerback's down though, Des. This is all up to Shaiko now. The clock is ticking. He finds his man, as he so often has.
What were those words again, Tim? I love you, Shaiko. I'd let you... You can finish that one yourself.
I don't remember the rest.
I don't think you should. Great round. And that Deimos. Having a lot of fun, at least. I think letting that Deimos go through, I don't want to say it's fully a mistake because, again, the Dokkaebi is such a key part of BDS's attacks. But Shaiko is showing Tim why it is always banned against him. I'm looking at the stats loosely yesterday. He's played this operator 3 times more than any other attacker, so even with the ban rate against him, he will play Deimos any chance he gets. Doesn't matter on the site, doesn't matter on the map, he'll play it. And my God, does he make it look easy.
He does, doesn't he? That's the real key. It's just how effortless it looks for him.
Wow, an animated Shaiko.
I know. Usually very quiet. Very quiet character.
Didn't you say to this event he actually said good morning to me in English?
He smiled and said good morning to me, which is not to say that he's not a friendly guy. He is, but he's not
a quiet guy.
He's not normally the sort of person to walk past and be like, oh, good morning. But yeah, he was. I was quite surprised.
They've made some brilliant content over time as well. There's the one where they had Yuzu's trying to say a bunch of French words, and Shaiko had to decipher what was being said, and he was losing his marbles watching these supposedly French words coming out of Yuzu's mouth and weren't quite right. Now starting to see him kind of spread out into the English side of things. Always nice to see him get some words going. Only talking to be done here, though, is in the server. 6-1 on the map. Of course, can't ignore Leakerback on that last map, on that last round. Sorry, a 3K for himself. A great yellow flank coming out. No doubt a decision he made by himself as the IGL. And it worked wonders to free up his team, even if it did come down to a 1v1, to square things up at 4 apiece.
Leakerback up to the rooftop as BDS will start to attempt to set themselves up, attempt to position themselves. Going to be heading over towards yellow. We've seen so much attention on these top floor pushes over towards yellow to try and get in there, to try and get that advantage when you're looking for the top floor clearance. Hasn't always been successful for the attackers. 4-4 we stand in terms of the score. BDS.
I mean, they're cooking.
Very patient about getting into the map.
They've got, what, 6 flashes, smokes to play with, and it looks like they're going quite quick here as well. Candela's 3, them already burned. Smoke being deployed by users as well. One of each of the bolts coming out from the Capitao. Solotov gets cyber off the back of it, but there's a trade back elsewhere around the map, and that's the problem. That Monty was that linchpin, the spearhead of the attack. Now that's been taken offline, they're going to have to figure things out a different way. And not tons of utility to get it done with. A couple of tracks still for Shaiko, one of each bolt left, sure. Love to work with, but I don't think FaZe will be too bothered about losing a Malusi when it's the Monty they've brought down elsewhere.
Shaiko once again just going to be switching over to that Vendetta. We can hear the Candelas going in, which would usually suggest that there's going to be a little push from the attackers coming along with it, but as it is, just taking out utility, continuing to take down Frostmats, creating that space. Leakerback working in, he might just have the opportunity, he might have the space.
Vitaking in lobby.
Just not sure about what's going up above him, and they take too long, and Vitaking punishes them.
Oh, thought he saw the player's legs, so sure enough, he knows someone's dropped off there. Solotov hanging on this front door, needs to get rid of Vitaking, or they can't plant inside that corner spot in sight. Diffuser is down, that needs to be recovered, but they've got to push him. A 2v1 coming in, and sure enough, get what they need. The Firebolt, at least squeezing Vitaking a bit there. They bring it down to a 3v3.
The BDS can get this round over the line. It's absolutely huge for them. Gives them the advantage on Consulate, and they're staring down the barrel of a 2-0. But right now, KDS and Andy, they've got something to say about it. Shaiko walks on in, trying to get something, can only find one. 9 seconds left to go, and surely FaZe just wait this out, Des.
One on Spiral here. He knows he's dead to rights. We'll try and challenge onto this, but I don't think he gets away with it. No, he does not. Playing it the right way there, FaZe, and letting the clock become the 6th man. And see them back in the lead once more. 5-4. And what I'll say, Tim, when they won that last round BDS back in round 8, it did come down to a 1v1. It did come down to a 3K from Leaky Fat. Now that things have settled a bit more, just feel like FaZe are in control of the second half.
It feels like the game is just really bouncing back and forward here between FaZe and BDS. We keep making arguments for why one is on top, why one might just find that advantage. But ultimately, it seems to change round to round to round. Because we're seeing two of the absolute greats of Siege at the moment going head to head. And it's a real treat.
This is the game, bit of a read here, FaZe. They've got BDS figured out. It is FaZe's favourite map. It's very high up for BDS as well, which is why I was somewhat surprised when it was the second pick in this series, knowing that BDS also like it. Did lose it to Unwanted about a week ago. It was a close game, 7-5. They did lose it regardless. FaZe having some game tape, felt very confident going here. And you're seeing why as this one builds on. Back towards an Architect comp as well as that double drone Denard, the Mute and the Mozzie coming out. Castle and Rocked out at the same time. Spoke a bit about Solotov, that being his favourite operator back on Chalet. Obviously on console it's a different story. And he's the one rocking on that. The player that we spoke about in Spades, Tim, has had a wonderful tournament so far. Won an award earlier today for his performance too. I think even being on a UMP, he'll still manage to find himself involved in this round in some way, shape or form.
Yeah.
One thing I normally love about FaZe, this game, it's a bit different here because Souls isn't up there, but you look across their kill feed normally, or across the scoreboard on FaZe, every player is balanced around the same sort of mark. It feels like a real team game. We saw it yesterday in both of their series. Yeah, Cyber had a fantastic first map that is putting quite far ahead of everyone in the lobby when it comes around to kills overall. But it does feel like a team game with them every single time. There's no one player that they rely on to drag things over the line. Occasionally, yeah, Cyber has said will be that guy, but it's not like they depend on it.
Drone just getting caught out in the mute jammer. They're going to remove a little bit of intel, but Solotov finding out everything that he needed to know in order to be confident in opening up the cubby. That's going to give the angle in towards site at least. Cuts off some of those rotations. Will tie up one of the FaZe players inside of there as well. Need to be cautious, of course, but nobody's just wandering on in. So Vitaking, for the time being, will be tasked with keeping an eye on that door. Make sure that nobody gets in from BDS and causes a threat.
I think FaZe have read quite well here into what BDS want to do. Not only have you got that cubby you've got to fight over, there's also a castle barricade on the single door inside the cubby itself. You've had Leakafat come in below on the blitz and start opening up the floor. So FaZe have largely said, right, evacuate the room, we're playing around it, we're holding the hallway, we're holding inside a B site, we've got long desk under our control. How long they can keep BDS, Shaiko Nane, and looking at here really on the Deimos to be the one that brings out a track to indicate what the game plan is a big part of it. Now they've retaken site because BDS have completely stepped away. Spent a lot of time getting control of ground and starting to open that site up. Now they're giving everything back to FaZe and they've sort of got to reset and go again.
3Day's just going to start bullying his way through. Copy here, looking to get in towards that vending position. FaZe have actually dropped back a little bit deeper. KDS is in long desk, and he's got a little bit of support from Vitaking inside of site, but BDS have got some room to work with. They know that vending is clear now. They can start pushing towards that meeting door, but the Toxic Babe canisters start coming out. They won't matter, though, when a 4K comes in for BDS and leaves a 1v5 for Cyber. Surely not, Des.
They've absolutely crushed them there, Tim. It was a great pinch onto long desk, kept them pinned in with nades, with the Grimbees coming out. And it was enough once Brady had information on what was going on in that room for 3 or 4 kills to quickly fall their way. Leakafak again being the decisive player like he was coming down yellow stairs on the basement hit. He's done a lot of work there and got his team over the line. These teams staying dead square. We're seeing all 12 rounds of regulation at the very least.
It's like I said, they're just so evenly matched at the minute. It really is fine margins that are going to determine this one, whether that be in overtime or whether one of these two can grab it here and now. We will see over the next couple of rounds, but every time you think one of them has got a little bit of an advantage, one of them has got a little bit of something that they can work with, the other just comes back at them.
That's the moment there, Leakafat breaking the backbone of that FaZe defense and seeing his team over the line. Cyber going back to how things started on Chalet, Tim. He's jumping over onto that vigil once again. Is it going to be Boss G raining out trouble around the map? It is. Outside of that, drone denial. Solus on side once more. Pulse below, feeding information across to those two operators, I imagine. So looking to aggress onto the side of BDS here and cause a little bit of a headache for them at the early parts of this round, realizing that if they give too much space to that shield of Brede, they're going to get chewed apart.
Getting, once again, into position here, BDS. Getting themselves up to the rooftop to start building, to start scheming, to start strategizing about how they break down this FaZe defense.
A lot of work to be done, though. Because again, for me, it's about springing these traps around the map. It's not giving BDS the time to even see the setup. It's going to be getting aggressive into the team itself. The thing we were speaking about back on Chalet. Do we see early aggression? Do we try and break apart the attacks? That's what they should be looking for. EMP, straight into this hatch, opened up. I'd love to turn around and say that we're going to see aggression here, Tim. They'll just go straight in and drop the hatch, but very rarely do we actually see that. It's more opportunistic. I think without very little information about what's going on the site itself and around the rest of the map, that's more preparation.
Pulse scanner, just going to be feeding all that information in, handy. Working with the cardiac sensor, they know then that there is a presence outside of Visa door. They need to be careful then about the potential for this back push, because they could well look to do both at the same time here, BDS.
Oh dear!
Shaiko cannot support Brede enough, and the Monty is lost. Cyber's able to take down Solotov, 4 versus 3. As FaZe now look comfortable in the round.
Shaiko's really going to get a kill down here. That diffuser's now down around server side. FaZe set up around this and are willing to challenge Shaiko. If he dares push down again, then they're in a good spot. But there's 2 of them here. Usus and Shaiko stacked up. Another track coming on through, but Tim, what did I speak about baits here? Someone will have taken handy spot and be willing to swing on Shaiko the second he steps down. A nade in is going to force aggression. Vidakin goes in, but the nade finds his man. Well played by Shaiko, never exposed too much of himself.
The problem that BDS have got, Des, is that this push is becoming one-dimensional. They're all working their way down those stairs. They manage to get the diffuser back in hand, but what this is allowing FaZe to do is to just front up, to focus in that one direction. Nitro goes out, won't be successful. FaZe can just play the time game.
Shaiko's on a slither of HP too, Tim. It's got to be headshots or bust, it feels, for him to find kills. Going well so far. 10-1 on the map, despite the score at the top of your screen. Plant is now going down. Impact up close. A little bit of damage tickling onto Leakipak. And here it comes the step. There's no cover! Shaiko distracted by kills deep inside the site. 15 seconds to go. And they've got to find something here, Tim.
Shaiko on super low health. He's not really the best to be covering this. Users go for the plant. It is so easy for FaZe to step around and pick that up.
Someone needs to get down on that stage and check Souls' back pocket, because Shaiko was in it there at the round end. Really wanted to protect his teammates going in for the plant, but Souls from deep was challenging him every step of the way and is rewarded with that at the end with a kill. Timeout coming in from FaZe, Tim. Have a listen to him.
É isso, vamos fazer a DM, só que tipo, a gente vai precisar de realmente atrasar muito esse montanha, tá ligado? Esse eu falei, não montanha amarela ou montanha...
Eu vou pegar Meluze pra desligar Saregaí nas Meluze, pega Goio, pega Mute. Acabou, pronto. A gente pode trazer um Lisa também,
vamos atrasar.
Não
é bom tirar a Zami e pegar a Lisa, porque essa Zami também não tá servindo de nada, tá ligado? Ah, claro. A Zami não vai fazer muito efeito lá contra montanha. Se pá, tipo, uma sapatozinha lá embaixo.
Together, slow or fast, okay? Because every time we did slow or fast, we won. Every time we tried like solo thing, I don't know, they expect it or whatever. Okay? So now this time they can go CEO, can go piano, can go garage, we just see and adapt during the round. That's simple. We did good, guys. Keep going like this.
Not really too much stress, I think, on Leakyfak's side there.
No. It concerns me a little bit, though. If I'm looking at that from a BDS perspective, it feels a little bit like, let's just see what's in front of us. Like, this is my point. And I know it's difficult sometimes, you know, if you don't know exactly which site you're going to be pushing onto. I'd just like to see maybe a little bit more focus there. This is what we're going to do. This is what's going to work. Rather than, let's see the setup and then we'll kind of work it from there. Like, that's fine. And sometimes you've got to do that. I think it could be tough, though.
The key thing that he said about that, because he's saying, like, we could go to any site here, so it doesn't really matter, like, what we talk about on a specific site. We don't know where they're going yet. We'll figure that out. The key thing came before that when we first jumped into the TAC timeout. And he was speaking about when we go slow, they've just figured us out every time. When we go slow and then go fast, they find success. That's what worked for them back on Chalet in that first half. They can spend 2 minutes droning if they want, but the willingness to then send 4 players at once, jump in, execute 2 players where they stand and get the map control they need, that was where BDS found success. So I'm not surprised at all to hear that that's a focus for them in the round. Problem is, Tim, last time we had attack timeout, we heard what they were saying. That next round, we didn't see them play tighter together. So I'm a little bit concerned they might just fall short here and give FaZe a 7-5.
FaZe back to a 50-50 site. Up on the top floor, we saw them win it back in round 7. They were unsuccessful in round 10. If they don't get it locked down here, we will, of course, be going into another unlimited overtime. BDS are setting up pretty much the same as they did last time they attacked this, which is understandable, given that they won last time around. Solitop immediately making it a priority to open up that cubby wall. The rest of BDS are looking to get themselves inside of admin, in behind Bride, who will then try to push forward on the Monty. That's what they did last time. That's what worked. They got themselves into bending corridor. They were able to get onto meeting door. They were able to pressure FaZe inside a site.
Double track for the attack. The Jackal and the Deimos coming along as a pairing. Main nervousness for Meetim. That Monty, it slows things down. I get it. Shields are really strong. Why not play around them? Completely get it. But you've had a chat as a team about wanting to go faster later in the round. You can start off slow, but they're really going to have to move forward as a team, which means not losing players too early in this round. They're trying to massage these FaZe players back in towards site, trying to squeeze them in so they've got more of the map to set up around, make it more like Chalet, where they have all the control, where it's on them, where the engagement takes place and when it happens. FaZe for now just delaying them out. Already half the round is gone.
Solotov's just trying to get a peek in through that connector window, see if he can get anything going. Users is going to take a ton of damage along the way. They don't want to lose the Capitary. That will be a big part of any potential execution. Bride looking to get aggressive and push forward, but he's going to be forced back. KDS manages to pick up Users. 5 versus 4. Bride has taken damage from the Toxic Babe canister. 55 seconds left to go, and I'm just not sure if BDS have got what they need for this round.
Well, they've got a Souls Team, which is one thing they need. KDS is stepping up big when needed. Leaky Pack falling. It's not looking so good for them now. They started out with a little flurry of movement. That pace that we heard BDS speaking about, the Leaky Pack demanded of his team, has fallen away. KDS into another, and it's all down to Solitov and Bride. Oh, Andy hits one hell of a shot. Bride gets one, but it's a Monty in a 1 versus 3. He's given nothing. FaZe bounce back in map 2.
FaZe securing themselves Consulate, locking things up at 1-1. It felt like they were in control. BDS made a good fight of it. Been very even maps so far for both of these two. The FaZe fans definitely enjoying that one.
Our next up, Tim, is Labs. Going to be a really interesting map. We know the FaZe have been a bit cursed on that map. It feels historically most definitely at SI last year. But until then, we've got a quick break, and then our analysts will break down map 2. See you in a few.
Available now. Welcome back, everybody, to SI 25. We have a match on our hands, tied up at 1-1 between FaZe and BDS. They got close, but not as close as first map. BDS unable to close that gap, and FaZe run away with a Consulate. We're back on the analyst desk to break the map down.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
Well, I just want to say, Milosh, I'm so happy that we finally got a series after
Yeah.
all we've seen so far is 2-0s. But I will say, I think BDS struggled a little bit more on Consulate. Obviously, it was FaZe's map pick. When we saw BDS attacking on Chalet, they were, I don't want to say cutting corners, but they were playing a lot of path of release resistance. That's much less available as an entire tactic or way of playing on Consulate. You've got to be fundamentally better than the other team, and that's the problem that FaZe will always present to you. They will give you whatever map control you want, but you have to be fundamentally better than them at executing on that map control. And when it came to BDS's attacks, they simply weren't, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at FaZe, strategically, they've been dominating that matchup. They gave away first round, you know, when they were attacking in a clutch, and they gave away another one when they were in defense here by overpicking to Visa in round 8. Happened way too many times, but still, they were the upper team. They were the better one. In terms of strategy overall, you could see the difference of level and control for FaZe and why it's their #1 preference.
Well, we wanted this map to at least be a comfort space for FaZe, because after looking back to Chalet, we were thinking, okay, this is not FaZe's best map, and this is BDS that had the pick for it, and yet it still went into OT, plus an extra overtime on top of it. Here, 7-5. It's not as clean as you want it to be, but still, FaZe get the hook in. Strategically speaking, they have the control.
Yeah, they had the control in almost every round. I think BDS, whenever they were winning rounds, it was grasping them back. It was battling back to get that, you know, in terms of late round.
And there's somebody doing a bit more work than others.
Yeah, a little bit. I will say it was a very good map from FaZe. They finally leveled it back up, where now essentially the casters actually said during the cast, now it's 1-1. We're essentially going to be playing a best of 3 for 6 Invitational.
The thing is, it's never going to look clean against BDS, because BDS is always going to fight back. They've got so much talent, even on a map like this, where you can see strategically they're not as good. They will always give the fight and went all the way to the 5th round.
There's one beast that was awoken on the BDS side that at least kept them in the running for a bit. That is Shaiko. Let's have a talk about him and how he's kind of pulling his weight on map 2.
He was so consistent on that Deimos. I think he was the only reason actually BDS was so close to beating FaZe on that map. He was consistent in fighting the entries, consistent here in that clutch in getting this. He was the reason they were bringing back rounds they should not win. Here, the use of the Deimos, and then the nade, bouncing on the south pole here. Beautiful play, and then he kills him again. You know, these kinds of plays were instrumental to bringing back the advantage, and you can see it. Shaiko is alive.
And it's curious for me, actually, because the Deimos being allowed through was something that didn't happen on map 1, and equally so, BDS also allowed the Montaigne through, which didn't happen on map 1. So both teams going in with different attacking bans. I would suspect, given how Shaiko was nearly single-handedly carrying through that game for BDS, that we might not see too much more Deimos in maps 3, 4, and maybe even a map 5.
Well, there's only so many operators you could ban, right, Jack? That's true. That's one thing that you have to live.
He's just so devastatingly good on that operator. He played the nades so well. The operator's made for him.
It's like between Shaiko and Doki, you just have like 2 of the best Deimos players that you could ever want to have on your team. But hey, only one of them is here in the grand final. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was map number 2. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, it's time for a third and get you ready for it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, MBs. It is live at the Invitational MGM Music Hall at Fenway Park, a historic place for a historic tournament. And we have Pedigree here also on the desk, or on the stage, really, before we get our third map started. Fresh and Alpha might join me on here for a quick chat. Our third map in the series will begin shortly. This time, BDS's pick. How are we looking into it?
Well, BDS's pick, it's Nighthaven Labs. The one thing that I will say about this map is actually, for a lot of these maps, I wanted the teams to focus internally just about their own preferences, the way that they want to play internally. However, both of these teams have played a metric ton of Nighthaven. FaZe have played it 5 series across this tournament so far. BDS have played it 4 times. So there is plenty, and I say plenty, of VOD of both of these two teams. So I'm expecting this one to be Counter-Strike galore.
They know it by heart, and they've been dominant on it. The last time these guys played, if you look at FaZe, they beat Liquid 7-3. You look at BDS, they beat Space Station 7-1 on this map.
And they're good teams, both of them.
Amazing teams on these maps. Amazing teams. So we're in for a really good matchup.
Well, the question will be now, who takes it? Because now we're all tied up. It's down to a best of 3, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely a best of 3. Obviously, BDS have picked this map for a reason. It's their second pick in the best of 5. So you would expect that they are the ones to come out and take it. However, that last map for me was a bit too convincing from FaZe with the amount of rounds they controlled.
I feel like their control was actually stronger than I expected it to be. They have amazing individuals in full confidence, Shaiko. So I'm expecting the BDS guys to take it.
All right, Boston, it's time to get our third match started. Get your heads together. Back to our casters. Ace and Dez, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, Tim, we've now finally got a series in our hands. 1v1 so far. Labs, as the desk have just said, actually quite a balanced map between these two teams. This is where one team has that chance to be a map away from lifting that hammer.
Yeah, this is it. This is where a different element starts playing in now. We speak about grand finals, grand final performances, and now it's about getting it over the line, Des. Now it's about being able to find that mental resolve to push on, knowing that the win or loss has a big, big impact.
Well, here we go, Boston. Labs is ready. Let's load in for map number 3. Bit of a cursed map for FaZe, Tim. 12 months ago, this was where they lost it all in map 5. They were up 6-1, yet saw it slip away. Last time both of these two teams played this map, they took 5 defensive rounds. The attack is where FaZe struggled. BDS, they took 2 in a row and beat out Space Station here 7-1. So, if you're looking towards someone to come out on top, you'd say BDS. They even picked the map. There's a reason for that. But FaZe are not going to be slouched. This will be another close map.
It takes some real nerve to come back here, like you said, Des. You know, this is where it all happened 12 months ago. And FaZe now not as reliant on it this time. It's not the decider this time around, but still needing to come here and get something. We're going to see the bans continuing through. We've got Deimos, Ace, Valkyrie, and Kaid. So nothing too wild there. One of the hard breaches taken down. What it is going to do, Des, what it is going to do is it's going to create, I think, a lot of shield play.
It will. The last time, again, both teams played in this map, double shield ban came through from both themselves and, of course, the other team. Looking at that Ace, it was a bit of an interesting one. A lot of teams play Ace. I believe he's one of our most played attackers at the tournament because he's so versatile.
He's really good as just like a solo operator. Until Buck's recent changes, I'd have said those two were probably, you know, right up there as the best 2 solo attackers. But Ace definitely maintains his position.
He has, and I'm looking more towards the stats around exactly what it is that FaZe Clan play on this map in particular. Ace, a big pick for both KDS and Souls, their most played operator on this map. I mean, the BDS are willing to let the Monty through, the Blitz through for FaZe if they want it in that second half. Does mean things should move a little bit more fluidly than maybe we're used to on this map. That Deimos goes back to being banned. That Dockerby will be available for BDS if they want to play it. But now not even going to go anywhere near it, though. Tim, double hard breach coming on through. Got ourselves that Monty being locked in by Leakifat rather than Brede, which is an interesting change away. Shaiko's on the Twitch, normally an operator reserve for Solotov. Shaiko normally being the Flores player, so both of them changing roles in this round.
KDS, as you can see the silhouette just ahead of us there, putting the mirror window on the IT wall. So again, just playing in towards that ace ban, potentially thinking about making it more difficult for something like a Thermite to be able to walk up to that wall and just put an exothermic on there. Little bit of caution being applied by Shaiko on the Twitch there. Always got to be careful when you approach those stairs. The old Nitro out of Electrical is one of the oldest in the book.
He's
missed it. He's missed it.
There we go.
That was a big moment. If that goes wrong, Shaiko's going to be really kicking himself.
Always a consideration you can use things like the Havana to get rid of it at the same time, though you will probably need to clear out any jammers on the other side. In fact, if there are no jammers, Tim, that wouldn't have been a worry. So yes, it's nice to save those extra few seconds, but there are always options available for BDS to get rid of that mirror window regardless. Where they're focusing now is Catwalk, and in this area of the map, it's a big point of entry for the attackers. That plus IT coming together, where you saw the mirror window deployed down early on. You need that control. It stops the rotations coming in from downstairs from any defenders that are roaming. It stops people stepping across and towards IT. The challenge that you have as the attacker is getting into sights from IT and from Catwalk is very bottlenecky. It's a single doorway or it's a single rotation that's opened up often by the defenders. So you don't give yourself much to work with, which is why you need a backstab then coming in from Aqua or pressure coming in from Electrical side at the same time. I think BDS have got to decide what they want their attack to be here, because right now everyone's very heavily focused on that south side with no backstab coming through.
Cyber making a decision there not to go with another impact trick onto the... Oh no, he has done. That's what I was waiting to see would happen, because he's got a Monty to deal with, and those impact nades can be fantastic for doing so. Not going to be able to do that now, and looking across the lineup, the utility that's left, they're really reliant on that KDS Nitro potentially to be able to deal with that shield if it starts pushing in, but Souls, he's going to find the opener, taking down Solotov.
Great read, and now there's a second one approaching at the same time. I was about to say, you've got a shield here. Saw Unwanted with some brilliant shield play between Spirits and Gaveni in this exact position previously. BDS probably got to channel that in at Unwanted here and do a little bit of work. Of course, there's all the info coming in from Leaky Pack, but they need guns in behind him, Tim, to capitalize on the info that he's providing. But now BDS is looking a little bit stuck, I'm afraid, and I'm worried for them. FaZe, watching that clock run down, it becomes the sixth man.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Brede. He's on the catwalk door and he's got the diffuser in hand. I'm wondering, how does he get in? Where is the space for him to be able to put that diffuser down? Vatican goes down, but KDS does manage to pick up Shaiko. 25 seconds left to go, and Leaky Pack, he gets moving with the Monty Dares.
They got the 3v3, but they need to do something else here, Tim. They're so bottlenecked in, like I said. And Leaky Pack, sure enough, is going out aggressive here on towards Aqua. Cyber's up in his face as well. Got to be careful about this, Ella. A 3 versus 2. He's now backing himself away. Diffuser is with Brede coming in on Catwalk side. KDS now gone, and it's on to what they can do. Cyber's got to step across. It's all about this 1 versus 1. He wins it out. Brede's going for the plant, and Cyber's got 3. Shutting BDS down just when it looked like they were on the path to victory.
Cyber is just better today.
Or in more northern terms that you normally use, Tim, he's different gravy.
He is indeed different gravy today. That much is for sure. He wants to lift that hammer. Having got his 1000th kill here at SI 2025, he wants to go all the way this time, Des. And he is just absolutely gripping a hold of this with both hands tighter. And I've maybe ever seen a player try to grab a hold of a match. He is just dominating right now.
Oh, horrid, because in a way he should have no right killing Usus there. Usus clearly afraid that he had 2 angles that Cyber could step out front to challenge the Monty plant, which would sure enough win the round, so he had to make the challenge. Cyber has had a few rounds today so far where BDS, it feels, should come out on top, and they haven't been able to do so. FaZe taking round 1, and if you are keeping count, that's Cyber up to 33 kills in this series.
Could be more records that he's looking for before things are done here. Get into round 2. Going to be down to the basement for FaZe. No major surprises. I expect them to see basement, and then probably storage will be their next site, should they follow their rotation.
Saying that, we've seen FaZe play in control storage and do quite a little bit of damage playing on the control side of things. KDS, remember, tucked in behind the bomb chassis?
Yeah.
Pretty magical 2K that he walked away with, but do agree with you, I don't expect we'll see much kitchen play. When it has come out, it's been chaotic at best. Maybe you want to throw us a little bit of a curveball if it comes round to it. I think for BDS, though, if this keeps on going against them, they find themselves losing this round, maybe the next, you'll see that early tack timeout coming in again, because things will just keep on working against them unless they can get their mojo together.
Cyber and Handy are currently up on the top floor and are going to need to be dealt with by BDS because Cyber's playing on the catwalk, so he's got that view down into warehouse. It's going to prevent BDS from being able to open that warehouse hatch and get the view down into Animus. They have managed to breach the double wall, so that's a little bit of progress for them at least, but they have to prevent anybody pushing into them in storage because they need storage control in order to be able to move in through that breach.
What to do? Looking in towards those mirror windows again that Shaika nearly missed out on clearing away last time around. And Dockerby, glad to see it back in the lineup. Don't want to call him dependent on that operator, but it does feel like it a lot of the time. First call coming out. I always ask, what's the movement being made by BDS when you see that call come on through? A lot of it. You've got users and Solotov in towards bottom aqua here. You've got a bit of an exo push coming in from Leaky back at the same time. So BDS have made good use of that call to get a lot of players inside the map. Start getting set up for an execute. Solotov deleted the second round in a row. No second call from Dockerby.
The problem for BDS is whilst they have got a lot of players inside of the map, Des, they haven't got any control for it. Look at where they're being hurt from. I said this at the beginning of the round, they need to clear out catwalk, they need to clear out top floor, otherwise they will be punished from warehouse, and that's exactly where they've been punished from. 5 versus 2 now, BDS just completely failing to take any sort of map control. FaZe have played in their original positions pretty much throughout, and they have punished them. FaZe take round 2.
But for a second, Shaiko was going to find his man there. I come back to what Leo spoke about. Very, very start of this series. And Azami making use of it to isolate out gunfights, not give a chance for a trade to come through. And BDS have relied on trades a lot throughout this tournament. There's a stat I reeled out earlier on, about 2 or 3 days ago. As a team, they have the highest trade percentage. About 22% that number sat around. Better than any other team at the tournament. Those keepers are definitely doing a bit of work to frustrate them here and deny that possibility. 2 rounds going against them. See one more, I would expect that attack timeout to come in.
Yeah, BDS can't allow this to continue for too much longer because, like I said coming in, Des, I'm sort of keeping in the back of my mind that mental resilience, that thought about the rest of this game and how it goes. FaZe are a great clubhouse team. We would expect them to go there and against most teams to be winning that map. If BDS don't pick up labs here, that is what they face. Going to clubhouse not only to try and beat FaZe there, but to try and rescue the entire tournament there.
Yeah.
And that is a huge ask. So for me, BDS, you can't let this start to spiral. You gotta dig deep and you gotta dig quick. You gotta start finding those rounds. On the attack, they need at least 2. At least 2.
We were speaking to Xenox about it downstairs, and I was generally in agreement with him that if FaZe get this map, I think they win club, and that's it, 3-1 to FaZe. If BDS win here, it will require all 5 maps to crown our new world champion. Of course, we'll see how they can do. Work to be done by both sides still. It's still very early on in the map overall, and I'll say it again. 2 halves to a game of Siege, and that's maybe not quite the way to do it. Solotov for the 3rd round in a row here. Picked off very early on, and an easy and free kill, to be honest.
It was, and they're starting to hand these opportunities to FaZe now, and it feels like BDS are maybe just getting in their own heads a little bit. I said it in the last round, they didn't, yes, they got inside of the map, but no, they didn't take any control. They didn't win any fights. They didn't gain any ground. And this time they send Solotov blindly in through a window and get punished for it. And that's the tip of the spear. If you've got a blitz on side, you are looking to push in behind them.
There'll always be that big question as well for BDS. You've lost 2 major finals this year. It's a stinger. Different lineup now, of course, compared to last year with Usis and Solotov joined the team just a year ago. But they know that pain of losing in grand finals, like both teams do. Will the BDS, as they start to build in the mental, do they start to crumble? Because yet again, they are falling apart at the seams. FaZe looking to go at 3-0 here in a flawless round to close out this first quarter. And I'm pretty sure, guarantee, that we step into attack timeout from BDS.
Almost certainly. Brede would have needed a 1v5 ace clutch to close that one out. And if anything, Des, the problem for BDS here is that the rounds are getting worse and worse.
Here we go then, attack timeout. Let's see what's going on in the BDS camp.
Push together, okay?
Or if we're going to do that thing, do it with people. We got used to it.
We continue. No, we can't. Let's brief a bit, guys. Remember why we are playing for the fucking SI, okay?
Yeah.
So, again, we need to want it, this SI. We need to want it, okay? So now, just brief, build down, and let's be on the same page. That was unlucky for you, Fatih, as the camp. But that's fine, okay? Let's forget this round.
I should just fucking flash his ass.
It's tough for Solotov. Been caught out so early on. I think they're getting the timeout because the coach hasn't been able to get in there. But even with what we were speaking about, that mental factor of losing 2 grand finals, is it going to be difficult? Very likely.
It's starting to change. That was the big thing for me there. It wasn't necessarily a full tactical timeout, but the content of what we had coming from Leakerfact there is changing. It was game-specific before. It was let's bring the traps. It was let's play slow or fast. Let's not give them the opportunity in the middle ground. Now it's what are we playing for? What are we fighting for? Those questions are starting to creep in.
I'm listening again. Now they get a second one because the mic wasn't working. Let's listen.
Let's go.
We have all 3 shields as well. Great. Let's fucking go, guys.
More of a gas up one.
Last round is my bad, by the way. Don't be like demotivated. I should have killed the guy that moving around. It's my bad. Let's fucking go. Let's focus. I think they don't even play mute, by the way, for the Grims. We can play Grim as well.
Grim they don't. Listen, guys.
Just as we want to listen to what he's got to say, and he gets a bit animated. But the same sort of thing coming across. For me, it feels like the mental issues that we saw earlier on in the tournament. Think back to that now infamous clip of Leakerfact going off and saying, no one is listening, no one is talking. What is going on? And this has always been a concern about the BDS side, is there are a lot of quiet members. Bride, great actor, but a very quiet guy. Yuzus, the same. Shaiko, a man of very few words. Solotov and Leakerfact, the only ones I've really seen speaking so far during these timeouts, and it makes me worry that when heads start to dip a bit, when things get hard and they stop communicating, rounds will keep on slipping away, and that has been the BDS curse for as long as I can remember.
And that's why I mention it. That's why I say that content shift of those discussions away from such specific details to this is SI, come on. It just starts to maybe give us a little bit of insight. But look, there is a lot of Siege left to be played here yet. BDS will have plenty of opportunities. This is their map pick. They won't want them to start on the attack. FaZe have chosen the defense to start on. So BDS have got a second half to look forward to. You love to say it yourself, there's 2 halves to every one of these maps. And BDS right now, they are going to be desperately looking forward to that second half.
And both teams, don't forget, in their last game on Labs that I told you about, both went 5-1 on the defensive half. More about the mentality and the mental effect that it has when you start losing that hard that can really punish you. But enough about that for now. Let's focus on the game and see if they can bounce back. FaZe, very impressive, very resolute in their defenses, have given very little room to BDS. We're dealing with shields, we've had Cyber pop off and get a 1v3. Everything you could ask from them, they're doing pretty damn well so far.
Going to be opening up that catwalk door. Apply a little bit of pressure. Nobody actually playing out on the catwalk this time. We will quite often see the Azami there, but they are not going to be in that position, playing instead behind the A-bomb chassis. This is getting more aggressive, and this is, I think, what BDS need, is to come in and get a couple of confidence kills. And that's exactly what they do. A double for Users, one for Bride. KDS finds one back, but it's likely to be meaningless. As Leakerfact finds 2. And the tactical timeout does its job, Des.
The key thing for me that BDS showed there, Tim, they've said it themselves a lot throughout the series. Slow, then fast. It wasn't really like slow to begin with, but it was the setup work, it was the droning, it was removing of utility. And then when they say go, they go. They don't hang on, they don't play slow, they don't doubt themselves. They hit the trigger, put the pedal to the metal, and away they go. Really good round from them. FaZe will respond. They will find an answer. They will battle back in. For now, that starts down in the basement. I've got no doubt we'll see some roaming looking at this lineup, Tim. They've played a lot of Ella, it's worth stressing too, because it helps them deal with those shields, just in case Bride does go across towards the Blitz or towards the Monty. Having that on side helps a lot.
For those of you at home, we've got 2 huge camps of supporters here. We've got, on the left side, as we look at it, we've got all the FaZe fans in one big group together with all the flags out. And then on the other side, of the complete opposite side of the floor, the complete opposite side of the stage, we've got all the BDS fans. And there's a real bit of back and forth between the 2.
What about those in the middle, Tim?
Maybe they don't mind who wins. Maybe the neutral does. Although I think most of the neutrals here have been back in BDS, so. Look, BDS could not have got a better timed round.
Nope.
Tactical timeout. They come out. Not only did they get the round, but they get it convincingly. That's the confidence boost that they needed right there. I said at the beginning, 2 attacking rounds is enough for them. They need at least 2 here on, lads, and then they can get onto the defense. So whilst it's been a very, very tough first 3 rounds that seem to be spiraling away from them, BDS have an opportunity to grab a hold of this and rein it back in.
Where I start feeling a little bit nervous, though, is I look back at Consulate and how they would stall out on the attack sometimes. I was about to say this is one of those rounds because we've got to attack the basement. We're starting off on the top floor. A minute's gone down. We've only just started to push forward. But Cyber overexposed himself and paid the price for it. I don't blame FaZe. They're trying to get up in the grills, up in the face of FaZe and keep them on edge at all times. Both teams really going at it. And so far, last round, this round, BDS are battling back.
Yeah, I mean, they obviously just needed reminding that they were at Siders. That was
this ain't a scrim.
Maybe
it's a world final.
Maybe it just slipped their mind that they were on stage. That's high, but one way or another, they've certainly woken up. 2 entries in a row, and they can look to build on that as well. Bride is a little bit low health on the Monty, which is not the end of the world, but something they need to be cautious of. KDS is going to take down Solotov. Shaiko drops as well. KDS has slipped the net.
How have they let this happen again?
Too many mistakes creeping in for BDS, Des.
They had these roamers red pinged earlier on. They knew there were 2 playing up on this first floor. Now they've got a bit of team play going in. A good flash coming over from the Buck, and that led to that kill. So a good moment. It's balanced things back out at 3 apiece. We've only got 60 seconds to play, though.
And they do need to deal with Souls. He's still up above. I've spoken about mistakes. The question is, are they aware of his position? I don't think they were, as User strays around the corner and he's going to be picked up by Souls. 3 versus 2 for FaZe now, 45 seconds, a low health Monty. It's not looking good for BDS.
It'd be a risk, but you can't afford to chase Souls around the map here. I've just hit sight. Force a 2 versus 2. Don't give him a chance to get back and join his team, or you'll be in a spot of bother. King chucked in on the bomb chassis as well, not a real common spot. Leakerback almost being getted down from above by him, but gets away. Both now not looking too healthy, and for FaZe, with only 25 seconds to go, feels like they should be able to hold on. Who is going to be BDS's Cyber? Who goes big when they need him? It's not going to be Leakerback, and it's probably not going to be Bride on the Monty.
You can see now King's just looking to get aggressive. Doesn't need to, as it's going to be handy picking up that final kill for FaZe, who are able to just prevent BDS building any momentum on the back of a great round 4. They lock out round 5. FaZe continue to keep themselves in the driving seat. There's one more defense for them, and then we start asking some really big questions of BDS.
And knowing that club is map 4 is what's got us all a bit nervous. Solotov, honestly, is a player I've got to look at, though. Whether or not it's a blind trust and a blind trust for a call coming from his team. He's died in the first 3 entries in the first 3 rounds. Over the last couple, has gone in as second entry. In the previous round, his team steamrolled, so didn't have to worry. But in that round just then, got picked up completely for free. This should not be happening. It's really painful. When we know that they like playing things like the Dockerby, as remarked before, it wasn't in this round, but it does let BDS make a lot of allowances that normally they would get away with. Here, though, FaZe are punishing them every step of the way.
See there what it means to the fans.
Top floor.
They've been here before. They want a different outcome. Top floor, as you say, will be the final spot for FaZe. And they've brought along the clash.
Again, curious. I didn't see it during the setup of the round, but curious to know if that was hidden away, because if BDS haven't realized it's on side, they could struggle here. They've got things like the nano EMPs that you can toss at the clash, takes off that shot for a short amount of time. There's no real gadgets, though, that...
No direct counter.
That's it, and that's where I worry. They're going to have to get some really good crossfires on the go here and punish him. We've seen teams do it several times. One player being that backstab that completely upsets the apple cart. Got to look for it in the rounds, but otherwise, Tim, I like what BDS have got. They have got a good lineup for this one. It's concerned that FaZe have equally got a very good response in theirs.
Just going to be opening up to the side of that mirror window to prevent any mirror tricking. Taking out the Skyros pellets. Cyber's going to be looking just as he throws the impact nade a little bit too deep there. Going to lose his mirror window as well, so that's going to force the Ella back into sight. And it just starts to give a little bit of space for BDS to work into.
They're showing this catwalk and IT focus execute twice, which is why King is now dancing around IT on the clash, looking to frustrate them a little bit, to keep them outside the map. What I really want to see from BDS is to do something a little bit different here, and by the looks of it, they have got 3 or 4 players starting to stack up on this meeting side of things. Brede, Leakerback, also got 1 or 2 hanging out below. So someone telegraphed where they're coming from, of course, to us, not to FaZe, who don't have a 100% idea on that. Still 2 players hanging around IT and Catwalk as well, but it could be bait at this point, Tim.
Nitro goes out, will be unsuccessful. Continue challenging onto Connector. They've got to know about Cyber this time, surely. BDS, they've walked into blind traps a couple of times, and I think this time they will get away without that being the case. But again, BDS just feel like they're circling here, Des, without too much real purpose just yet. Let's see if the Candelas can give them that. One goes in to Electrical, the next goes in to Pillar. But there still isn't much movement from BDS on the back of it. What have you got for those Candelas, Des?
Well, they've managed to get Solotov inside of Electrical, which is 1 step, but guess who he's faced off against? There's a clash in his face. That's not going to make life easy. Uzi's going down, they try and get the backstab in here, but there's the flank on the other side. KDS has been sat in this spot, Tim, nearly all round long again. Misdroned, paying the price. FaZe with a 5-1 half. History is repeating itself.
FaZe were just on a different level there, in reality. BDS, as I said, just didn't really seem to have too much of an idea where to go. 2 Candelas go in just to get them Electrical, but then they get hit on either side of that and lose bodies. There's just too many mistakes for BDS right now, Des. There's not enough big plays, like you said. Where's their Cyber? Where's their player that's going to step up and grab a hold of this one?
I would love to be a fly on the wall during BDS's next chat between maps if they lose this game.
Yeah.
The club, as we spoke about, builds up a lot of pressure, but not seeing the issues being rectified that are being spoken about during these tap timeouts, and it's really starting to cost them. Too much misdroning going on here too. Granted, for FaZe, they've done a very good job of chewing their way through the drone work of the other team, but it's unforgivable at this level to let that be the difference maker. Top floor, we're going to start things on.
Breeder's just going to be keeping himself hidden away there for the time being. Although, interestingly, IT wall at the minute is not reinforced.
Yet.
There you go. Breeder's going to... I don't know whether they were trying to keep the Bandit off the radar or what. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. There's a Maverick on side, so FaZe are going to be able to deal with that either way. But if you remember, I said, Des, we were likely to see a lot of shield play with that hard breach ban coming in. It's something that BDS haven't really lent into that heavily. Immediately on the attack, FaZe, Blackbeard, Monty.
We saw BDS trying a lot of shield play back on console, and I think it just wasn't working for them as effectively as they'd like. It's a very plan-focused team. You'd think you'd be able to utilize shields really well to get that diffuser down more often than not. Maybe a stats we'll analyze later is how many of their plants were off the back of picking a shield in the round. We will see. I do back FaZe though to do a lot of work here with both the Monty and that Blackbeard coming along. King said it earlier on, will play the Monty if available. Here it is, so he's straight on it, and KDS, who is frying this map, onto the Blackbeard, backed up by Souls on the Ying. A lot of scary utility in the back pocket of FaZe.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on where that utility is situated at the minute on the Blackbeard. KDS has moved out towards Aqua, so there could be a little bit of pressure coming from there, but that's likely to be later on in the round. For the time being, FaZe, they're just having a look around this site. They're just doing the appraisal. Where is the utility? What do we need to clear? They need to be careful, of course, moving around here. Mirror window is open, and the mirror of Solotov there. He's keen to have a little look out of there, see if he can get himself anything to start this round off.
Immediately the defensiveness coming out from BDS. They're almost letting FaZe have whatever part of the map they want. They've got Aqua. They're pushing into wall. That is unfortunate. That is so unfortunate. Leakerback can't be going down there, and Yuzu's certainly hasn't helped. One coming back the other way. A lot of aggression towards the Monty. They're sure that he's alone, and they'd be right, Tim. There's no one here. If they can bully him off and get a kill, it'd be wonderful. Right idea. There's a player on the window. And with this, they'll back away. Souls looking to join up with the Monty, which leaves Cyber alone on Catwalk.
I love that team play from FaZe there. Did you see that King didn't head back out of the door because he's had the call from Souls saying, hang on, I'm on my way, and he knew that there was an opportunity for him to find a kill, but ultimately, Yuzus manages to take down Souls. 4 versus 3 now in favor of BDS. Cyber tries to get something going for his team, but can't. Solotov cuts him down. Nitro out. Will do a little bit of damage to the Monty. It's all up to him. 1 versus 4. Solotov closes it out, and BDS They get themselves a defense on the board.
Taking a lesson from their attacks there, Tim. Slow to start. Let FaZe bunch up, let them do what they want to do. But then be prepared to go fast, and they push hard onto that Monty. That breaks apart the 2 or 3 players that were sat on catwalk, and it all begins to collapse for FaZe from there. Much better from them, much more active. But a hit him, boxes in with a call in.
Hey everybody, I mean, it may look dire for BDS, but the thing is, BDS matches up so well on Nighthaven Labs against FaZe because FaZe, as we just saw, they love the shields, but BDS can constantly apply that pressure, and if FaZe, the one thing that is their downside is they're not that fast on clearing, so they rely heavily on shields, but BDS, just like we saw, if they can keep constantly putting that pressure on the shields, spacing out their defenses, FaZe will just run out of time, and we saw FaZe in a similar situation last invite. They were able to bring it back down 1-5. I think anything's possible. I think BDS is a lot better favored in this situation, even though they're down a little bit.
Thank you very much, Fox. Always good to hear from a former pro. 5-2. A pretty crucial round coming up. FaZe win this one, Tim. Massive advantage. 4 rounds on their side. There's a lot to ask for BDS to claw that one back. Into the base up we go. Good defense on the top floor, and we spoke on the desk before the series, Tim, about the sends and presence of that across the competition so far. The team making excellent use, you know, the change to be able to raise and lower that light wall, the water no longer really being effective against it, can really enable some cheeky plants to go down, and that's probably what FaZe are looking for here.
Andy just taking that long angle in through the window, not going to find anybody. BDS not wanting to give them too good a start here, but like you say, it's a map maker for me. If FaZe are able to pick this round up, it really does just catapult them towards getting the win done. 6-2, you would have to say that surely it's too much for BDS. 3rd-rated defensive team overall at this tournament coming into today, but they're just not playing like it today. There's Cyber takes down Brede, that's the mute gone, and that is some map control at least for FaZe gained, and they can now start pushing on.
And the C4 taken offline at the same time. Problem is, we've heard them speak about it a lot in tap timeouts, play together. Brede's completely isolated there. Cyber, all the more happy to take the kill. Oh, Solitop spinning it back. Gets a second as well. That's what you want to see. Souls is there for the trade. Again, FaZe with 3 players in close proximity, able to secure it out. But that's 2 players dead on the side of FaZe, Tim. A lot of the strength of this attack now diminished.
We lost the book as well. That's going to be potentially a really big impact for BDS, taking away that verticality. FaZe going to have to find another way, possibly. Going to have to look at a lateral push. Going to have to move down and find some kills, but keeping it at 3-3, they've kept themselves in it, the Brazilians. They always seem to have some answers, Des.
It's the light walls for me, Tim. That can do some serious work. They've got 4 of them available. You can slice this up like cheese if you want. You can do anything you want to the site when you've got this much gadgetry to play behind. You've got flashes still. We've seen how much FaZe love using flashes throughout this series to overwhelm members of BDS and push in, securing a 3v1, a 2v1, whatever it might be, a man advantage situation regardless. And there is only 1 C4 left in the back pocket. BDS.
They're preparing for the drop into Animus, and they will go. Handy is there, does have the utility available on the sense, is going to start playing it. Maybe just try and create a little corner where they can put this diffuser down. 30 seconds left to go. The challenge from BDS could come from Cargo. Handy sends out another screen, but as of yet, FaZe are not moving, and when they try to, Leakenback takes down Souls. Nitro comes out, will not catch anybody. 2 versus 3, Des.
They tried to bait out with 2 light screens, but found nothing. BDS showing a lot of patience here. That Legion steps out, Leakenback can find a freebie. Handy waiting for him, another screen coming out, off towards his right. A great 2v1 coming out. And another one over the line, BDS. Starting to catch up in this game of cat and mouse.
I've spoken about BDS mistakes. I've picked up on those moments where they've misdroned, where they've pushed in, where they've lost bodies. But it's fair to say, Des, that they're having some magical moments as well. That was a great round from BDS. They just need to find that form a little bit more consistently, and then they will make a real matchup of this.
Small mistake though, I mentioned Brede at the start. That's the one that you can do without losing super early on, especially when there's a C4 for plant denial in back pocket. This is a big round, not just because it's round 9 like we spoke about on the last map, Tim, where FaZe either have a 3-round lead and they can play around with that to get it over the line, or BDS come within striking distance of FaZe by just 1 round. Why it's big is because it's that offsite. It's control and storage. If BDS can win this, they've shown they can win all 3 sites. You start to get a bit of belief. They could take this maybe to overtime, maybe even take the 7 and 5. But FaZe may yet jump in with a tap timeout to figure out a way through this round. Through this game even, really. The round's down the way, can't do much about that. Well, I've already got my eyes go to straight away though. Souls on the Nook. Potential backstab could be enormous. Seen them try on the top floor attack before to have a backstab attempt coming in. It was a Monty didn't really have the impact they needed, but it shows they're willing to have this 2 or 3 point push. And if Souls is that player that goes unchecked, catches out 2 or 3 players from BDS, the backline is broken, FaZe are then on match point.
You spoke about belief there, Des. And the thing about belief, it's not about you and I believing. It's not about everybody at home or here at the MGM Music Hall believing. It's about BDS believing in themselves. And that's what they need to find. Nitro, in hand, ready. We've seen this used to great effect so far this tournament. We've seen multiple kills come through.
We cast the game the other day, and there was a player 4 rounds in a row had to go and open his
over and over.
And got C4'd, shot at, just could not get involved in the game as a result. Waiting to see if anyone steps out here, the answer is no. Cyber going to be able to make it soft, BDS not wanting to take the risk. Worth stressing to, of course, that site is downstairs. This is just FaZe trying to get some control on the verticals. The BDS cannot deny from above. IT itself is perfect for denying the storage window, but needs to be dealt with.
And I think it's the perfect game plan from BDS. Frustrate FaZe. Make them use their time. Make them rush towards the end of the round. Yes, they're going to win a couple because they've got great gunners on side, but you're also going to get your opportunities as well. So BDS, I think, playing this right. Just try and burn as much time as they can. Legion is on side. Ella is on side. Hold that top floor. Do everything you can, but Cyber, he proves that there's plenty that he can do as he picks up Shaiko and Breedy. 3 versus 3 though, as Solitov finds Souls.
That's pretty big. Use the backstab factor for them, and Handy's up to get rid of Leaky Pack. No man's land there. Stuck in Narnia without a way home. Solitov and News has got to go so big here. This old duo that joined this team just a year ago. In fact, the old BDS core 2 years ago knocked their old team M&M out of SI. Of course, they're now on this team, looking to do it together rather than against each other. It comes down to the new boys to win out a 2 versus 3. FaZe establishing the verticals. That's what they wanted, was IT to make this plan safe. Users has got to go huge here, but the book, like an angel of death, awaits above as he slipped the net. Users has got 1, almost got 2, but it's a triple coming out for Cyber, and he makes it a 4. Solitov can't find his man. And Cyber, not only does he want that hammer, Tim, he wants to kill records.
BDS just lost control of sight a little bit there. Vidaking was able to get in and start putting that diffuser down, and it forced users into a tough position.
Cara, let's take a listen.
Bom, só completa a parada lá com o Rigora, tá ligado? Só que, tipo, tá vendo que o Shield também não tá fazendo muito efeito, saca? Talvez só o Blackbeard. Vão ser uma montanha. E ficou mais a bala, tipo, eles chegaram a oferecer brecha na elétrica, esse pai.
Let's fucking go, guys! No regrets, only solution, guys. So what we can do now?
Last time they played double shield.
No, yeah. I would Breedy, you can play Bandits. Farty, you can play Legion or Azami top garage. Sheko play Fenrir, or you play Fenrir,
I think Mirror is so good because they spent, like, you can't throw my every time. Okay. I should play the Mirror, you can play the Legions and the Azamis and stuff.
Okay, let's do that.
A lot of work to be done. 3 rounds BDS need to find if they want any chance of winning their map pick. But you look back across the series, Tim, Consulate, yeah, it was 7-5, but felt like FaZe with control for the majority of it. Chalet, it's their permaban. FaZe don't play it. Yet they ran it all the way to max OT and then beyond before BDS took the win. Here, BDS are on the back foot. Clubhouse looms, threatening, menacing. FaZe's map pick could be where it ends. It could be that 3-1 to FaZe unless BDS can find a way back in here and now.
A test of mental fortitude coming up for FaZe here, Des. They've been here before. They've been on 6 rounds on that Urban Labs and it hasn't gone their way. They find themselves here again today. It does not determine the outcome of the match, but they still have to get this done. They still have to get this over the line.
I mentioned the offside, Tim, as well. Control storage is what I was worried about. Might have got the other two, but now you've got to win all three. No mistakes allowed. I imagine you'll see relatively safe comps coming out of them. Trap operators, things like the Elo we spoke about, the goo mines of the Legion, in case there are a lot of shields being brought along. And here, it's just the one, the monster's been dropped away. King taking that away from KDS as KDS hops onto the Capitao instead.
It just starts to feel a little bit reactionary for me from BDS. Rather than playing their game, it's kind of like they're trying to play it into FaZe's game. And I think there's a fine line and sometimes that will work, but right now, I feel like that's just giving FaZe a little bit too much space, a little bit too much leeway to do what they want to do, to get themselves into those positions where they're finding kills.
And a reminder again for FaZe, last 3-6 invitationals they've lost to the eventual champions, been sent home by those before them, kingmakers in their own right. But yet to wear the crown, it could just be one round and a map away from finally getting it. And where Cyber has been that guy for them so far, Likafak finds a response.
It's a huge pickup for BDS. It's exactly what they needed to kick things off in this round. We have King just looking to get himself onto the catwalk. We have an FNAT just triggered as well, just making the progress difficult, impeding FaZe here. They are going to take out the mirror window, but Brede, he manages to get a much bigger prize, taking down King. Out comes the trick as well. BDS are on another one of those big rounds that they seem to be able to find, Des.
I really want to be super excited about how well we're playing this round, Tim, but you're expected to win this top floor, even the basement. It's that offside that I'm already thinking about in round 12 that has me a little bit nervous. Zero chance you get away from 3 players swinging you at once. And honestly, Tim, it's that entry where I think things are settled a little bit. You get rid of Cyber early on. A lot of the gunpowder for FaZe, is taken offline. But it's a big if. We've seen what he's done so many times. Still a lot of belief here that BDS can get this done too, unsurprisingly.
Every single round that the EU team are able to win, the place erupts and the noise seems to get louder and louder. And then the Brazilians have their say, of course. But right now, for BDS, it's about consistency, Des. It's about consistency, it's about getting in. And yeah, last round was a fantastic round. It was a great performance from them. But they need that round after round after round now. There's no excuses, there's no mistakes. There's no more opportunities for bad round, good round, bad round, good round. It's got to be solid, it's got to be consistent. And they've got to get it over the line.
It's kind of funny, Tim. I think back to the longest series ever played in competitive Siege. A place called Berlin.
Do you remember who cast that one, Ben?
I can't remember, Tim. You have to remind me in a minute. FaZe were involved in that series. It was ruling, it was the whole way through, and honestly, the crowd wasn't that different. We had a small group of FaZe supporters doing ole, ole, ole.
I'm pretty sure some of the crowd were probably the same people.
During the dip of that, where the whole ole, ole thing was, the response was, you're shit, you're shit. I want to hear that from you guys in the audience, if you really think BDS can still do that. It's my God, do they need it. 2 rounds to go. This one, I'd expect them to win. It is that basement site. They were very comfortable there last time. FaZe would shoot up and spat out by the time they were even seeing the basement of Nighthaven Labs. That offside is where I'll start to worry, but BDS making that occasional mistake that is costing them big time, can't help but feel a little bit nervous. I like this, by the way. Probably get Souls lying down here and see if the Oster Shield what's going on. Look at it, lovely.
I like that. So
they can't shoot back.
No, there's a couple of combinations of this. In this case, it's using the Oster. Sometimes you'll put a smoke there and you'll have a glass that's inside the smoke and you just peek through immediately. But I really like this little variation of it by getting the Oster in there behind the Talon shield. A nice attempt. Didn't pay any dividends for FaZe.
Wasn't far behind Shaiko, but he's just being very cautious now. He knows that wall is starting to look like Swiss cheese. Turns out he's not a big fan. C4 takes out the drone. Worth. Not finding any players. Half the round elapsed at this point. FaZe still trying to figure out their way through. For now, Animus is the main focus point for them. Got to start thinking about if they want to get that main breach opened up, they can get more vertical control, because Solotov right now is happily sat inside storage for no bother. Likafak I mentioned Cyber was a problem, Tim. Starts to get in this round.
I think they know that there's one inside of there. Cyber's looking for the challenge. The interesting thing from FaZe here is they don't have a huge amount of vertical options. Very little, in fact. So it's not really too critical that they get in here. They need to find the kills more than anything to stop the vertical being used against them. Brede is there on the cover. Manages to take down Cyber. 4 versus 4 now. 55 seconds left to go. And FaZe, they are stalling out. There's I feel they haven't brought the tools that they needed for this attack.
I think Vidiking's made a small mistake there. He stayed sat on the window rather than bolting in as Cyber pushing towards Warehouse. A rare bit of miscommunication. Very likely. Vidiking now finally gets a bit of revenge though, bringing down Brede. But that's upstairs. 35 seconds to play, and yeah, they've got the numbers advantage, Tim. But I always say that clock becomes the 6th man as we get down to it, and FaZe could find themselves being forced to make errors.
Zolotov's just going to work his way back down here. Could have something to say, and will, as he takes down Handy. Vidiking does manage to get one in the mix. Users onto Souls, 2 versus 2, and it's looking difficult for FaZe with 10 seconds left to go. This is where they have to take the risk. For the risks, they start to pay off. Zolotov, 1v1, 4 seconds.
A matter of seconds on the clock, and he makes a big call to swing with that super shorty. Back in the day, you never get kills there. But what did I say, Tim? That clock becomes the 6th man. Close, but no cigar for FaZe. And then I hate to ruin the party and be a party pooper here, Tim, but it's that offsite again. It's control storage. They got rolled over last time around. I was a little bit nervous. The BDS may have given us a couple of rounds to build false hope, only for FaZe to take this 1-7-5.
Well, the belief is certainly building here in Boston, that much is for sure. FaZe so close to having the big moment there to close out the round, but BDS somehow, by the very tips of their fingers, by the very end of that round, were able to close it out. Zolotov just proving his worth, proving how cool he remains under pressure to close it out. We head into round 12. FaZe have one more chance to close this out in regulation, and this is surely the one for them. This is surely the one. It's the offside.
That chant I can't repeat, Tim.
No.
I'll lose my job. Strong words. You know, it's building up between the fans in the same way it is in the server. Zolotov hopefully injecting a little bit of life into his teammates' veins. You need it. It's been a rough couple of maps. Chalet, it started out strong. But since then, it's never really felt like they've had control of any of the games. They're showing their class and their prowess in this series, because it feels like they're almost like the standing champion, and it's BDS who have to earn the right to challenge.
Nitro was pre-ripped, but will be put back in pocket. That will just give that little bit of an audio cue, should it be brought out again. Breach will begin to be open. This is something that we've seen consistently throughout, just working down the side of that mirror window to create an opportunity to be able to move in and take control of IT. They need to have that verticality above. We've seen previously plants go down on the pillar. Vidiking got in there, put it down. It created a lot of panic for BDS. FaZe are going to be looking for a similar opportunity.
What was mad was Yuzu stepped inside of it, into storage and shot upwards, killed the player that was in IT. It's not an invincible spot to hold, but you definitely have the advantage. They've got what they need, a small slither of the map, slowly working their way across here. Vidiking taking a lot of control of this top floor, nothing being given over, a few shots landing into users and leaking back. But no one yet dying, and Zolotov, well, this is the problem, Tim. You're trying to make that solo hero play. You'll pay the price once FaZe start marching through.
They need to be a little bit cautious here, FaZe, with Vitiking's progress. He's got the diffuser in hand. The last thing they want is that down in no man's land. They need to think about, what have we already taken? Do we have enough? Can we think about putting the diffuser on the ground? At the minute, Shaiko could be a little bit of a problem. He's in that default plant spot, but might have to move now as the kills start to come in. Users does pick up the trade onto Souls. 4 versus 3.
Feels like he had no right to win that one, but has found his man. Bit of breathing room, creeps in, one on the window, the Monty inside. They've got to win this, but didn't expect the second player. Handy going aggressive. You normally see a player hold on the window and not feel the need to step in. Well, Handy takes matters into his own hands. KDS is down to 2 versus 3. We're down towards this last 30 seconds.
King is manoeuvring here, just trying to bully these last players. Handy with a double. He's going to close it out. And FaZe, they take 9 David Labs and take a 2-1 lead in the 6 Invitational 2025 Grand Final.
I hate to say I told you so, Tim, but that control storage site was always going to be the curse. BDS have to pick themselves up here. FaZe are 1 map away. See you in a few.
Welcome back, everybody. FaZe Clan take their second map and the third one in the series. And here we see them live in their practice room discussing tactics. The squad from Brazil is ready to close it out in the next map. Should they have the proper strategies for it? Again, last year they got close. Not close enough. Maybe they can do it here and pull it off in Boston.
They are absolutely ready to close it out. I mean, we talked about them on the desk, how they are a stronghold of a defensive team, and that first half would display that beautifully of how well their defense. Honestly, it was the first time I've seen BDS throughout this entire tournament look so discombobulated and disconjointed in their attack setups, especially with LickyFact not being able to find the success and finding the pieces to move around. But again, for FaZe, they got over the hurdle. We were talking in the back. Can they get this done? They're in the exact same scenario. Last year's SI, can they close it out? And they did. That's got to reassure them they are here. They can get it done.
I mean, the map really took into play here. Obviously, it's such a hard map to attack on. And when we saw BDS swap sides, I thought we were going to go to overtime. BDS was bringing it back. Both teams struggled on their attacks. But the difference is FaZe started defense first. Going up 5-1 is so difficult to climb back out of. And it really looked like BDS was not believing in each other's strategy. There was individual peaks time and time again once they were on their own defense that they thought they had to make hero plays to be able to bring them back, especially in that last round. It looked like they were a little scrambled mentally, but obviously they've been there before. They've lost these events before. FaZe has not let that affect them after Chalet. BDS cannot let them affect it after this.
I fear that this has been an issue with BDS throughout all of its rosters, all the way back to 2020, 2021, and beyond, be it in Montreal, in Paris, in Sweden, or here in Boston. I don't want to count them out just yet. Don't worry, I got my EU bias as well. I'm rooting for that French passport one day in my future, but BDS, they got to step it up here.
Again, when you're looking at players on BDS specifically, Shaiko's obviously going to be a huge one that's going to stick out for me at a 33% cost. That's barely even making a dent within that round, within the map. So going into a next map, we're going to need to see life coming out of Shaiko in particular. But again, on that FaZe side, if they can control the aggression that BDS wants to bring on those attacks and play it and rely on those defenses just to close it out on attacking half, they can easily get it done.
I mean, BDS definitely needs some life because
they do.
Solid top, we're at the top of the leaderboard. We talked about how they were substantial on keeping BDS so strengthful throughout the whole year that the rest of the players that we're usually talking about, specifically Shaiko, haven't really been putting on the performances that we expected to see. Clearly in that matchup, it looked like they had the hardest time getting back into it. So obviously, that needs to be a wake-up call. We need Shaiko to wake up. We need Licky to wake up. Breeday's been doing pretty decent. I can't say anything about him, but we need the two other spearheads to be able to come alive.
Yeah, Users had a moment here that we'd like to talk about, Gabe.
It wasn't Users, it was actually FaZe, no?
It was?
Yeah, it was FaZe's setup here. So yeah, no, it was this is what I'm talking about, the stronghold defense from FaZe. They execute everything perfectly. They force BDS into unwinnable positions where they think they can take map control, but FaZe would immediately pounce on top of them and not let them into any part of the site, and closing out that round in a flawless round. Again, just the emphasis of how strong FaZe truly is on their defensive half.
I mean, you said Yuzus made the play, but he was the first one going down.
Yeah.
So no play for him.
You weren't wrong technically.
Technically not wrong.
True.
But somebody who's been making plays in this main stage grand final matchup has been Cyber. He's been so good at FaZe, and we talked about him the whole event, and he's coming alive in this matchup. He's been the best player on FaZe in the best of 5 so far.
Here's the question. Should FaZe lift the hammer? Would you consider Cyber the best player in the world in Rainbow Six at the moment?
I mean, he's on a team with Handy. That's tough. That's tough. He's on a team with Handy right now. That's a really tough beat.
I mean, I think realistically, every one of those players can be the best in the world here. It takes a team effort to get this far, and they are doing it now.
Well, Cyber is 21 kills away from breaking the best of 5 kill record in the history of the game. One good game or maybe 2 good maps. Who knows? Maybe I'd love to see it go a bit deeper. Then that record might be shattered right here, right now in Boston. Gentlemen, thank you so much. What a map we've had, but still at the advantage for FaZe Clan. They're up 2-1. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, it's time for map number 4.
Now, one series separates us from finding out whether or not it will be Team BDS or FaZe Clan that becomes the 6 Invitational 2025 World Champions. Now, we know, of course, that the winning team gets to raise in the air one of the most iconic pieces of silverware in all of esports, the hammer. But what you might not know is each individual member of whichever roster does manage to become triumphant today gets a piece of history to keep forever as well. 2 prizes for each team member. Number 1 being this, the trophy that you get to keep in your home forever. Imagine waking up every morning, looking at that, knowing, I did it. Plus, you get this. Now, I've got to be careful with this. It's really heavy. It is a keyboard, 6 Invitational 2025 branded by GMK in partnership, and it is truly beautiful. Look at the back. Let me see if I can show you this. Like I say, all in the SI Boston 2025 gold color scheme. And that is yours forever as well. Imagine winning both of them. Just a little bit more pressure for each of our players.
That is a sick-ass keyboard that you get there at the end.
Hard.
And Ian is a strong man, so imagine it took so much effort to lift it up. Must be made out of gold, if anything. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the main stage here at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway Park, and we potentially are 1 map away from making history. FaZe Clan on the cusp of closing it all. All they need is 1 more map, and that map is Clubhouse. What's their history like? Does it favor them and put them in the driver's seat?
It absolutely does. You know, we talked about the round differential where FaZe was already up 100 rounds over BDS. And again, on Clubhouse, they have played this map 6 times so far here throughout this tournament, but with BDS only playing it once. So if you got to look at that results in terms of practice and sample size, FaZe has that in their back pocket.
If you're BDS, you have to be worried a little bit going on to Clubhouse just because it's a comfortable map for FaZe. The attacks matter the most, but the defenses, you can get a really good run, especially on how strong it is defensively. Attacks, though, what do we know about FaZe? They're very good at the shield play. We saw them on Nighthaven Labs trying the double shield. Yeah. Clubhouse is a map that counts on your attacks. If you can absolutely abuse shields the most to give yourself an extra round or 2, you'll be sitting very comfortably.
Clubhouse is also a map of fundamentals. So should your mental be there, should all of you be working together as a well-oiled machine, you'll see that just go in spades for you.
Absolutely. I mean, and we just talked about it with BDS, the mental shakeage. We didn't see it affect FaZe. We're now going to see if it affected BDS because absolutely it's a fundamental map. It's all about trades. It's all about teamwork. On Nighthaven Labs, it looked like BDS kind of abandoned the script and started going for individual plays.
And that's the crazy thing is because that's not a BDS that we typically are used to seeing. And on a map like Clubhouse, you need to be more focused on your fundamentals more than anything because that's what it comes down to. It's whoever's making the least amount of mistakes and whoever is making the mistakes if they're being punished for it.
Gentlemen, it is spelling disaster for all the EU fans that are watching right now, including myself. But I'm going to ask Boston here, potentially one more time. Are FaZe taking this?
FaZe up.
We have the contingent over here, though. Are BDS pushing it to map number 5? You heard it here first. Give the people what they want. Up to Ace and Dez. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. All that talk about FaZe on this map. We sat here a couple of maps ago and said if it goes this way, we see FaZe winning it. But looking at the stats, BDS, no slouches on Club Tim. 6-2 over the last year.
Absolutely not, but the problem that BDS have got now, they're not just playing against FaZe, Des, they're playing against themselves. This is where
the whole series have been against themselves.
This is where it starts to get really tough. Those previous finals will now be in their mind, whether they try to keep them out or not. The memories will come back.
Well, it's time for BDS to lock in. Let's get into it. Clubhouse, map number 4, coming up right now.
Let's get into this then. BDS will kick things off on the attack, on the defense to start with, which means our bans will be reversed. So the opening ban will be BDS's. They will take out the first attacker. You feel like, I mean, it's such an easy thing to say that BDS need a strong start. Of course, they need a strong start here, but looking at what has gone on so far, they've got one map, which was FaZe's permaban, and then FaZe have been able to just go back-to-back to go 2-1 up. If you're a BDS fan right now, you've got to be worried, especially with FaZe taking away that Shaiko Demos.
Always the worry, isn't it? The Maverick, a little bit of a surprising one from me. You know, it's one of the least played, in fact, it is the least played Heart Breacher that FaZe bring along for this map. Cyber, most played, Thermite Maverick. Handy, Ace, Vita King, Hibana. They play all the other Heart Breachers. The thing that it does demand when you don't have this on side, and to be fair, this is why the Kai ban kind of works against it, and I think it makes sense that they want to take the Kai away here when Maverick has been banned against him. It is smart counter-banning almost by FaZe. It will demand that you bring things like a Thatcher along to make sure those walls definitely get opened up. It takes away some of the attacking teeth from FaZe, so don't blame BDS at all in what they've gone for. Just wonder if there maybe be a more impactful ban that they could have looked towards. Not really been too fussed by the shields on the side of FaZe, even though at points have threatened, but I'll probably agree with them in saying that shields haven't dominated this series like it has others throughout the tournament.
No, I would agree, but we've got to remember on Clubhouse there are some real opportunities for those shields. You think about the dirt push into basement, for example, using the Monty or the Blackbeard to get down there. We've got the Blitz brought along by Handy immediately. How often do we see that used to push down Blue and take the ground and push on into sides? When you're talking about catwalk defense, take a Monty, get up there, clear it off. Really, really powerful on Clubhouse, and I'm sure, given that they picked it in round one, that FaZe are going to be looking to abuse that.
Right down to the base we go for round one, and Leaky Back, as you can see on your screens, is up on that top floor, getting some of them mute jammers down. Trying to kind of drag FaZe into this fight around the map. Our main concern is where BDS have bled out in a number of rounds throughout this series. Has been having individual roamers out around the map and getting punished when FaZe realise what's going on. A good few years ago now, we saw what was famously called the SSG roam popularised on this map, leaning into Mute, leaning in towards Mozzie and Vigil to cause a bit of bother. Surely they have the understanding here that that was a Nook coming in and firing a few shots, and Sol's maybe kicking himself a bit there, that nothing was to come. A C4 comes out, tickles in the tiniest bit. Solotov falls yet again. His entry record this series is looking poor. Leakifak also punished, like I said, Tim. They will punish these roamers, and BDS already are down to just 2 players.
This is a terrible start for the EU side as they continue to be bullied by the shield. Chaiko finds one, but can do no more as Souls and KDS pick up the last 2. BDS, they looked all at sea in that first round. You can see, I question the mental game from them. It seems to be wearing them down, Des, and FaZe right now. We watched them coming back in from the break. They were laughing with each other. They look calm, cool, collected. They look ready to go and take a title.
And wouldn't they deserve it, Tim? They said 3-6 invitationals in a row. They've been kingmakers. They've lost to the eventual champions, been knocked out by them every step of the way. Might not have always been in the grand final. It was always one in their own minds, I'm sure. They feel that now should be their time. Another fun stat, actually, that someone shared to me, I believe it was Vidi on social media yesterday, shared that we've had 2 Brazilian teams so far will lose the final one year, then go on to win SI the next year. We saw it out of NIP, we saw it out of W7M. Maybe that FaZe become that 3rd team to do just that. The fact that Bitterkin can walk down main stairs and do that, that should not be happening.
No, it really shouldn't, and that's the point. It's not about losing a round for BDS. Again, it's the manner in which you are losing that round. At the minute, on the rounds that they lose, they don't feel competitive. On the rounds that they do, yeah, they maybe have a big hero play. They'll maybe get somebody going, get a 2 or a 3K, and they win the round comprehensively. But they are becoming fewer and far between.
Very, very clear on where momentum sits in this series, and it's not with the defenders. Let's see how this round plays out, though, see if BDS bounce back and give us a bit of a game on this one. Otherwise, we see it running away from them, then you start to feel very, very nervous for them. Bitter King here, straight up in towards Catwalk, as they'll try and take this Cash CCC out of control. It's not where the site is, but the sooner they can get it cleared out and they can force Yuzu, so leak it back, even Shaiko, the better. Also, players working in from below. Yuzu's on this clash is going to be a little bit of a nuisance, but has to respect pressure that can come in from bottom red stairs.
The range is just a little bit too far there. I think Yuzu's just zapping a couple of warning shots towards Bitterking, but it won't be enough to do any damage from there. A little bit of a stalemate, a standoff here at the minute.
Did C4 over the top, surely?
You would have thought so. Bitterking does push through, is able to reposition outside of the breach. They can start thinking about getting that wall open. Nitro gone, will not do any damage. This is good from FaZe. Good, patient build-up play.
See BDS do this quite a lot on this side, to be fair, and I think back to casting them historically. Kiva's used to cover the retreat back in towards site. You've wasted, a minute and a half. It's not bad. Problem is, you now leave FaZe with a minute and a half to get set up on this site. They can now play on the south balcony. You need control of this side of the map, so you can play on south balcony and play on the gym and bedroom windows. Now they have that as an option. One thing to note, Tim, they have not opened Jacuzzi Breach. There is no late round backstab that BDS need to worry about yet, and that clash is still standing.
The problem that BDS have here is that they're being pushed deeper and deeper. They're now in a smaller and smaller group. They're limited pretty much to Lodge's shower and the Jacuzzi breach corridor. That's all they've got to work with. FaZe, it's going to be difficult for them to create any space as Shaiko gets the explosive. Bursts into construction and takes down Handy.
Shocked there was no trade swing coming out there. I think the threat onto the window was enough to keep KDS at bay. This one going over is good, and now impeded by Castle Barricades, which you saw getting rolled down by Solotov not too long ago. He's still playing below here with shotgun in hand, it's worth noting. They can't comfortably plant inside of this site, they'll always be a threat. 3-Day steps round for one, but Cyber, that name that we cannot take out of our mouths today, comes through and starts a bit of a comeback. 4v3 for BDS, and the clock is now starting to work against FaZe.
This has been a really promising round for BDS, despite being forced back so deep into site. They've played their game plan. They've fallen away at each opportunity without taking a loss. FaZe haven't been able to take utility away from them, but KDS gets himself inside. He's going to be able to put this down potentially. The cover is not there. Uses Shaiko one apiece, and BDS goes out the round as Liquify finds the final kill. BDS level things up 1-1, and there is a glimmer of hope for the EU side.
They could be down and out, Tim, and you still have the chance coming through. Don't want to get too excited about one round there. Losing on the basement feels a little bit unforgivable. Much better on gym and bedroom. I wouldn't say it comes down to that time wasting out towards Cash and CC. Much more on Shaiko being willing to swing like he does here.
Yes.
Getting away with a freebie shouldn't have happened when there's two players in there and a player on the window. FaZe had him dead to rights. He's got away with Daylight Murder, a wonderful shot onto Souls to boots. And they really are having to fight tooth and nail for every single kill in these rounds. FaZe are not making it easy. Now we go to Cash and CC.
I mean, it's yet another spot inside of construction that's been sort of informally named after him. You can't expect him to allow FaZe to just keep themselves stood in there. For me, I think on the attack there, FaZe did not do enough to punish BDS. They got in there and they forced them back. Out of Cash, out of CCTV, out of construction, they took that ground, but they never punished them. And that came down, I think, to not opening Jacuzzi wall. You picked up on it during the round. BDS were able to just say, yeah, okay, we've lost a bit of ground, we've lost a bit of map control, but it doesn't matter because we're not losing bodies, we're not losing utility, we're not being punished for this. And that was the big problem FaZe need to deal with.
If Jacuzzi was open, they don't stop that plant going down, I expect, because they have no pressure coming in from the hallway. That's one for FaZe there. The consideration needs to be on ensuring there are enough angles to pressure BDS from. Even if you don't put someone on those angles, it's more about the phantom pressure it creates. Having a breach open, you can't always tell if there's a player out there waiting for you, Tim, but you have to assume there is. Otherwise, you lose your life for nothing, and that's how rounds slip away. Still, see how things go next time we come back to that site, I imagine. In round 5, for now, I said the focus is on Cash and CC. FaZe have largely got control over the master bedroom side of things. They've all been given it by BDS. They've got a bit of control inside of Garage itself. But have otherwise said, FaZe, it's yours to take as you please. We'll let you have that ground, but we will fight you when you start looking at the site.
Not going to be pushing to take catwalk control, all going to be master side, as you say, but you bring the Monty last time and you clear the catwalk when it's not a CCTV site, and then you don't bring it along this time and leave Leaker back to play there. Again, maybe questions that will be asked of FaZe in the next couple of rounds if this one doesn't go their way. Handy has an answer to Shaiko, but not before he can take down Cyber. He can't protect his teammate. All he can do is find retribution.
It's the Blackbeard that goes offline. The fear for FaZe here, Tim, is they haven't actually got lots of utility to execute with. They've got everything for the setup. Preventing the flats coming out with the Nomad. Getting the breaches opened up. Flashes they can toss in and frag nades. They've done a lot of that already. So at this point, BDS, as long as they dig in deep, I struggle to see how FaZe actually managed to pull off a successful execute here. They need to get another kill or two if they want to get this diffuser down, and that is hard without loads of utility on side.
Just going to see the Selma charge tricked away as well. Solotov manages to find Souls. Just going to see the Nitro shot out of the air there as it comes through the window towards KDS, but FaZe are stalled out here. They don't have catwalk, but they do now. Peter King goes in and just claims that for his own. KDS onto Solotov, and this is the danger with a team like FaZe. They can always find kills, Des.
30 seconds to play with here. Vidiking's got that long angle. Do not expose yourself here, Usis, or you are in trouble. He just got to hold on. Brede standing up tall. 2 kills in the round for himself. Has staved off this onslaught from FaZe. KDS now pushing in through this doorway. They hear the sound. They have to swing at the same time here, but they can also play clock tip. There's 10 seconds to go. If he pauses to get rid of the goo mine, he probably runs out of time. He'll do just that. Won't be able to get the diffuser down. Needs 2 kills, and BDS are going to play it patient. Give him nothing. Down to 1 HP, and they win through the clock. Well played by BDS, but a bit scary there in the middle of that round, Tim. FaZe still showing they've got teeth.
Yeah, BDS locking in there, certainly playing that 2v1 better than they did the one back on Chalet. This time just keeping themselves out of danger, locking it down, getting the round. 2-1 they start. Let's not forget they picked the defensive side. We would expect a better half to start with from BDS. They need to make sure that they're getting enough rounds here that FaZe aren't able to run back at them when they get onto the defense in the second half.
Like I say, we definitely can't see BDS as slouches on this map. Their record, 6-2 over the last year. Happy to play there, have picked it themselves at multiple events. It hasn't just been picked against them. Same as like Consulate in a way when I look at it. That was second favourite map for BDS. When FaZe picked it, I was a little bit nervous for them. They got the job done. Now BDS really need to fight their way in. So far, after that first quarter, they're up 3 rounds. Good start. FaZe are not going to let them off lightly, Tim. They'll change their own ideas here. Last time round, they got a great rush down into this basement and absolutely wiped BDS at the face of the planet. More of the same I expect with Handy moving over to that blitz. Why change away from what's worked so well before? The Capitao and the Ying also going to make this so much easier.
Yeah, exactly that. Last time it was the blitz push down through blue. We'll see whether he positions himself there again. Shaiko just looking for that early pick potentially. You feel like that's the energy BDS need here, Des. Get themselves into the rounds quickly. Get up in the faces of FaZe. Just inject a little bit of pace into what has otherwise been a very strategic game of Siege.
It's the same sort of thing we were speaking about back on Chalet, right? You've been willing to challenge the attackers early. Don't give them enough time to get the full surround and get ready for an execute, because if you give it to them, well, they'll do pretty damn well with it. FaZe being a little bit cautious here as well, making sure they've got a full map clear being considered. Last time round, we had Leaker back up on this top floor, trying to cause a bit of bother on the mute, but they just sliced him off on main stairs. The Nook of Souls getting in and doing a little bit of damage. Vidiking with a 2k down that main stairs too. Made it extra difficult. On setting below here, a C4 up onto that wall below. Leakyfat was fishing, but they backed away a bit too soon here. FaZe are not going to make the kind of mistakes that mean you get 3 kills, I'm afraid.
This is a much more winnable round for BDS. Last time we saw them defend this, as you said, they lost 2 bodies really, really quickly when they were trying to rotate back to site. BDS are not a team that would generally defend this site all over the map. They're all back on site this time. They're going to be confident of their positions, and they're going to try to hold them for as long as possible. It's up to FaZe to try and disrupt them. The first area that they're going to try to do that most likely is going to be blue stairs. Try and get in there, open the hatch, try and move that as army.
Well, you had the Candelas on the Ying coming down main stairs at the same time as Handy. You've got the Capitao moving down blue. We've seen that kill so many times, Tim.
Yeah.
Straight in from blue, down towards Church Wall. Doesn't always get in a kill, but teams who aren't aware of that, they pay the price. And it's funny because BDS, Shaiko, I always think of, was a player that would play that spot and get many kills from that position. Leakyfat who's paid the price, so Bandit taken offline, a C4 also removed.
And what it's indirectly done is free up blue as well, because Shaiko's had to dip deeper. He now needs to be playing more toward door to replace that position that Leakyfat was lost from. He's still trying to hold on to blue, but his attention is split. He doesn't know where the pressure is going to come from. He knows he's got the blitz on this side of him. 45 seconds left to go, FaZe. They've got everything they need here. They just need to be careful that they don't stall out and let this one slip away.
Still getting a couple of hatches opened up here as well, but for the most part, it is done. We've got the first fireball coming into blue to move. Shaiko is now back in blue, uses, I'm pretty sure, dropping smokes on towards Handy here, inside of Moto, so trying to keep him at bay and isolate out gunfights. Shaiko going in deep as well, tucking himself in and waiting. KDS marches his way down, Shaiko finds him out, 2 quick kills for BDS. Kept the other side guessing, and FaZe have got to find something here. It's down to a 2 versus 2, shot in the back again. Shaiko is going off Tim. Finally finds himself down now. Users has got to clutch up big.
This could be difficult. The blitz just having to make a choice here. Handy. Let's see if the swing will come in. Users, no!
You cannot keep giving rounds feels like this away on the biggest stage of them all. A timeout for FaZe. Let's listen in.
Não, é o seguinte, vamos fazer um pouco umas plays mais diretas, tá ligado? Tipo, de abrir o server meu. Só que abrir o server pode ser um pouco mais complicado no bomb do dinheiro. Então eu preciso que o KD pegue o track bid, aí tu faz o montanha, saca, subindo, e o Soul faz o capitão. Tá, isso. E a gente vai, tipo, vamos abrir aquela parede do céu de qualquer jeito ali.
Tá, vamos fazer o seguinte então.
E no bomb do
Focus on the next round. Let's go next round. Focus on the next round.
Let's get the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, let's focus.
It's club as well, by the way. Club is
Focus on Fort Wally.
Yeah.
The classic strat. Breeder, you play Mira, you put one on Jacuzzi, late round and one bathroom. I'm playing Bandit, I will put on Bandit in Jacuzzi. Party Fenrir.
Okay.
Teko as a meetup garage or Legion. Josh Mut.
Let's go, guys.
We don't leave server side on this one, guys, okay? We're going to fight back. Teko, save one wire. Don't put.
Sounded very frantic when we first jumped into those BDS comms, Tim.
I can tell you as well, we've got a great view of the players there from where we are. And when that round was lost, there was a lot of eyes being rubbed on the side of BDS, a lot of heads in hands, and just really not sure how to react to it.
Less than half a second left. Heartbreaking for the boys in blue. Elation for the ones in orange. I understand as well, if there's no info on site and you assume the plant is going down, you don't want to give them a chance to come off and force a 1v1.
No.
But maybe just, well, literally 0.45 of a second too soon. BDS pay the price. They could be up to 3-1. FaZe keep things square at 2 apiece. We heard during the attack timeout, BDS want to hold Cash and CC more aggressively. They don't want to give it away. They backed away last time and had all 5 on site. It did require a moment of bravery from Shaiko to challenge aggressively into construction to get a freebie. And there was no response from FaZe. I don't think they'll get away with the same joy again. And that's why they're playing so actively on the bandit trick to this main breach.
You feel like for BDS, it might start to stack up here and feel like, what can we do? Shaiko, as you said, had a huge round inside of blue. He really did grab that one by the scruff of the neck, but it wasn't enough. And that will start to mount up on BDS, the pressure that they will start to feel. As if there is just nothing they can do that is right. FaZe on the attack here, don't forget. It's their map choice. They'll be looking towards that defensive half. If they can get 3 here, they're going to feel confident that they can wrap this up.
Just making it too easy at this point, BDS, I'm afraid. FaZe a bit too on the money. Too present, too aware. Too locked in, you might say. BDS trying to find anything they can. They are paying the price. Bit of a rushing towards site. 2 quick kills come through. Can they dance back here and get rid of the Twitch? Cyber coming in behind and finds the man he needs. In the blink of an eye, Tim, it's a 2v2. Breeder uses to hold on, and now just uses. Can he make up for last round? No, he cannot. FaZe up 3-2 on the attack.
That is most certainly one more step on FaZe's journey towards lifting that hammer, towards laying to rest the ghosts of 2024, Des. Getting the 3 rounds on the attacking half is a big, big step for them.
Enormous. Absolutely huge. And BDS gambled their last defensive round on bar and stage, Tim. Feel they've been figured out on every other site. Time to try something a little bit different. Bar and stage, one of those sites that we don't see all that often. And you see some really interesting defenses on it. Sometimes leveraging all 3 floors of the map, often 2. Sometimes it looks fantastic and teams pull off an incredible defense. I look back to Rogue at the Berlin Major in that final round, Tim. It was won on this exact site and defended it extremely well. BDS, when things are already a little bit draining, when the team looking like they're running on empty, like they can't find a way out of this situation they're put in, it feels like a huge risk.
The Echo was a key factor back on the day you mentioned in Berlin, Des. And I'm pretty sure that that one still stings for FaZe. And I don't think they're going to allow the same thing to slip by again. Let's see as it plays out. Still doing setup there as we see the wall getting opened up by FaZe. BDS just needs to be cautious that they don't get caught out.
Used to seem a bit surprised by it as well, like, oh, the wall's open. They've gone for it pretty quick, and I don't blame them. We've seen some ridiculous kills through that wall. And it's opened up. I remember one from a long time back, construction site. Wall was left soft, someone sprayed through it. Killed a clash, it was on bedroom door. absolutely bonkers. You just never know what you'll get when you start things out a little bit quicker. Take a few pot shots through. Could have been users falling away very early in the round. Choco's doing his best in this game. It's worth stressing, Tim. The only one positive at 7-4. Every day you can look at a 3-3 if you like. On the other side for FaZe, I spoke about this earlier in the series. Lowest is 3, highest is 5. It's not the Cyber show. It's not the Vida King show. It's not the Handy show. Every player is involved in this lead.
Vida King just trying to move in there. He's going to get the castle barricade open, so that starts a little bit of progress. They need to be aware of that top floor. We can see from the silhouette ahead of us that the castle barricade on Gym Door is potentially going to be open. That's going to leave an angle down through that hatch. Souls manages to find Solotov. Great start for FaZe. That takes down the castle. 5 versus 4 at the halfway mark.
Solotov's having a really rough time on entry throughout this series. After the last map, he was sat at 7-9, and it just seems to be getting worse as the series wears on. They're getting a nice cheeky plant in here, Tim, and I don't know if they know about this. Sure enough, they're trying to retake, and the Nomads doing all the work they need. KDS has absolutely shut this round down. Closed, locked up, offering nothing to the other side. Brede can do nothing but look on as his team are about to lose their 4th defensive round of the half.
FaZe just will not be stopped at the minute. Brede just trying to get a little bit of intel, any sort of morsel that he can work on. Manages to pick up one, but Cyber is there, ever present for FaZe to close out the round. And the Brazilians go one step closer. 3 more rounds, Des. 3 more rounds will do it. They move on to the defense. And right now, BDS look broken.
I've seen these pictures so many times before, Tim. BDS players, head in hands, frustration, but most importantly, or most obviously, silence. One voice trying to command and rally the team around. As we've seen twice already this year, it cannot be enough. FaZe have got that secret sauce today, Tim.
They just look amazing.
They're cooking. There is very little mistake being made by this team. Playing trades at the back of each other. Everything is considered. Very rarely have we seen them let BDS slip the net and get away with a kill. Now that side switch, maybe you'll see something magic. BDS are on the attack. They started out so strong, back on Chalet, but they can't afford to drop any more than 3 rounds.
There is absolutely no question that this FaZe team turned up meaning business today. Cyber particularly has just taken this one and guided his team through it, 1 map at a time. Unsurprisingly, he sits at the top of the overall ratings for FaZe, but not far behind are all the other players who have played a phenomenal part so far in getting FaZe to within 3 rounds. But there is still an awful lot of siege to be played. BDS, it's time to start fighting back on Clubhouse.
I think back to the number of missed dronings that BDS had on labs. I'd be a little bit nervous for FaZe, to be honest, Tim. Well, nervous for BDS, to be fair. FaZe are the ones capitalizing on the back of it. For the most part, they're dug in here. Pretty much everyone back on site. FaZe don't feel the need to go aggressive. I spoke about this throughout the series. They're a team that don't like to play hyper-aggressive out on their own. On Chalet, they had no choice. Over here, they can afford to be a bit more defensive. Sitting behind all this utility they've got, they can waste so much time away from BDS. We've seen them struggle with the clock at multiple points in the series as well.
It's just a case of no matter what BDS seem to try, there is just always an answer, always a response from FaZe. It's like they've almost seen the game play out ahead of time, and they know what's coming next, and they're ready for it.
First phone call.
Halfway through the round, the phones will begin to buzz. Cyber just dips himself away. Yellow ping is there. They know his position. They have to get this entry. They can't lose it.
Nearly did.
Usus moves in, gets the kill. A good start from BDS. Something for them to build on in the round.
Don't realize about the cross, and no! Solotov's found on his way out. That's the problem with oil, Tim. Once you start walking up that corridor, you're dead to rights if they know you're there. A C4 over the top finds one more. KDS being chalked alive a little bit. Walks away with 3/4 of HP, though. They can afford to dig in now.
The real problem that BDS have got at the minute is the position of Vita King. He's just inside of Armory. BDS were showing all their presence towards blue, trying to push down there and take that ground, but Vita King's just holding that tight angle from the door. So BDS have had to move. They've had to try and work an alternative. KDS spraying through. He knows that one has dropped Moto. He's taking a look. He can't find his man. But there's Vita King. I said from this position that he was going to hurt them, and it's Shaiko who gets cut down. Brede continues fighting. 30 seconds for BDS.
Surely they know at this point. Users must know about his man. Yes, they have no idea that he's there. Onto his backside he goes. Got to be careful of the fire there, my friend. Still a bit of time for this plant to go on down, but Handy is lurking, Tim. I think Brede's got an idea that he's here, and he would be right. This might be a mistake. Letting him in towards Moto. He's got himself tucked back inside of sight here. In a great spot, and Users might just run head first into him. Brede alone in a 1v2, and it has collapsed once again. FaZe are 3 steps ahead at every turn, Tim. BDS are on the ropes.
The difference that we see there at the end of that round is their ability to work as a team.
Time out, Tim. Let's have a listen.
Guys, the only thing I see right now, it's a team give up. This is the only thing I see. Everyone. So what you want to do? You want to give up right now and go back at home, or you want to fight until your death?
Until my death.
So do it, guys. Right now. Now! Not tomorrow, now! What the fuck are you doing? Please! It's time to fucking wake up, guys!
Let's check the setups and don't hesitate, by the way.
And we have to play more fast, more together! We will say it every time, we have to do it!
I feel like we hesitate as well. Just fucking pick Thatcher, fucking blitz.
Yeah,
just take shields.
yeah.
I'd rather lose trying to do that than just all wait around.
Exactly, Jim. You can literally do the full clear like the RCB.
I respect it. Because it's the same things that we've noted throughout the series, Tim. They talk about it in the attack timeout, and it still seems to miss. They don't ever quite put into practice the things that they speak about. I respect it.
We've got a little call in from Alfama. He's just going to interject for us here.
Franchise, man, you've heard Stu Flex. Now is the wake-up time. Now is the time where BDS is on the verge of getting eliminated. And I will tell you, they have 2 win conditions. The first one, they need to bring shields, just like they've said. They're missing aggression right now. So the second one is Shaiko. Shaiko is the savior for this team right now. He dropped the ball. He was one of the biggest guys, uncontrolled, to bring this back. He dropped the ball the last map. He was the best fragger on this team on the defense side. With Deimos banned, he's the one that plays in the big, strong positions. With Capitao on blue, he's the one that needs to step it up for his team. Let's take a look at Shaiko right now, because if one guy can save this team, it's him right now.
I think he's very spot on there, Leo. I think it requires more than just one man to save this team, though. It requires voices, Tim.
Yeah.
It's been quiet.
Look, the end of that last round, as I was going to say, the teamwork, the difference was evident. Handy and Souls worked together as a team brilliantly. Souls had the long angle from boxers to cover his man, who'd hidden himself away. Users pushed in on his own. Souls cuts him down. Brede pushes on his own. Handy cuts him down. Users and Brede had to push at the same time there. So yes, maybe Users loses his life, but at least they get the kill onto Handy. And then it's a 1v1. They get the trade, but the timing wasn't there. Maybe the communication wasn't there. But for FaZe, it certainly was. And they are not making a single mistake at the minute.
They're looking like very deserving winners to meet him. Just 2 rounds stand between them and that hammer. And BDS, that is their last time out they will get, unless they can recover this map and send us through to Sky. It has felt since Chalet, they've been on the back foot. But the Brazilian side have been the ones in control. It's looking to carry on just that way. Bulletproof taken out, but look at the C4s as well in FaZe's back pocket, Tim. They've got 3 of them to play behind. BDS could be walking into a trap here.
BDS are playing under such intense pressure as well. Of course, Stuflex says what he has to. They have to fire themselves up at this point, but the pressure to not make that mistake, to not be the one to die, must be immense right now. And it will start to affect the way that they play. Right now, they're working the windows. They've got themselves secure. They know they're not going to be pushed from CCTV. BDS now need that entry kill.
More than just that, Tim, and they've got no idea. I spoke about rat plays and missed dronings earlier on. BDS might have missed out on the man tucked in, and just like that, Handy's come up, taking a big double. does get traded out from the window, but the damage is done, Tim. Liekefak and Shaiko are gone.
It's just too easy for FaZe right now. With a player on the window, they're still able to step into construction, to push that aggression. Just the way that Shaiko did to them, but BDS unprepared. They get hurt by it. 3 versus 4. Maybe not aware again. KDS is just going to firm this one. He's going to keep himself in this position. He goes for the peak. They don't know that he's there. And BDS, they keep being hurt by what they can't see, Des.
We've called about the misdrawings throughout time and time again, Tim, but FaZe will abuse every mistake this team makes. They are 1 round away from correcting the course of history and lifting a hammer. They fought for this for so long. 3, 4 tiring years of being knocked out by the eventual winners of the 6th Invitational. This time, they make amends.
FaZe will know better than anybody else that this job is not done yet. 1 more round is required, but they are on a map that they love. They're on the defensive side, and right now, they are firmly on top of BDS. BDS just don't look competitive with this FaZe side at the minute. Over what I've seen over the last hour and a half, I have no doubt that right now at this moment, FaZe look like the greatest team in the world. They look absolutely phenomenal.
Throughout this tournament at points, I've looked at them and thought, they play too slow. They don't roam aggressively enough, they drop off. But sometimes, Tim, teams will step up and show you fundamentals are all you need to lift a hammer. Our Kingmakers may yet take their rightful throne, and just 1 round stands between them and their empire.
We've seen it throughout this tournament, Des, and I say it over and over again. Form is so important. You can have a slow start so long as you finish like this.
And think about the history of lower bracket teams going on to win, because they're still warm from yesterday. They had lights out series yesterday. They were unbelievable. 2-2-0s, didn't give their opponents a chance to fight back in. BDS coming in a little bit colder after their win on Friday. You're seeing exactly what happens then, Tim. Just not quite in the game.
BDS were shown the blueprint for what they need to do last year. W7M, they fought back. They got themselves to overtime, and they overcame. BDS have no choice. No more mistakes, no more chances. 4 rounds in a row, or they go home empty-handed.
It would be one hell of a comeback if they can save this game, but it feels all but impossible. FaZe just sat here waiting now to see what BDS are up to. A construction side push starting to build. 4 players, but Tim, underneath them, Cyber working his way around main stairs. They should see him on this drone, unless someone peels off, in which case, he can be the X-Factor.
Droning and intel has been the real problem for BDS throughout. We've commented on it. They need to make sure that they're aware of the potential of that flank, because otherwise, that could be it, lights out. Right now, BDS are making good progress on the construction-sided push. They've got themselves in there safely. They're trying to soften up the site. They're trying to find that opening kill. But look at the utility that they're facing, Des.
Just stacked up before them, and all this does is give time for Cyber to start his move. Working his way underneath, actually, Tim. He can play Dinar from down here, or a C4 through the hatch. Flick away at the most unfortunate time. Shaiko shooting it out right in front of his face. Will keep the dream alive.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Shaiko there. That really nullifies Cyber underneath. He's likely to just push back up to site to be an extra gun. BDS, now is the time. They have to start thinking about how they push forward. Beta King is going to take some damage there. BDS haven't got themselves that kill yet, Des. They haven't got themselves that advantage, but there it is. Solotov picks up Cyber. There's another one from Solotov. 5 versus 3, but the fight back comes from FaZe as Beta King manages to find 130 seconds, and it looks like BDS will keep fighting for 1 more round.
It's only Souls left, and they've got a 3 versus 1, Tim. Surely you can't let this one go against you. 3 days in, plan going down, finds it down. Be so careful here, BDS. Souls clutched out in the semi-final back in Sweden to send them into a grand final win the next day. Surely he can't be allowed to do it here. Amonte staring at his face, and Solotov, a big round from him. 3 kills to keep BDS in it.
You said it coming in. Yes, they need Shaiko, but they need everybody else as well. Solotov, big 3K to keep BDS in this one for at least one more round. It must be impossible for these FaZe players not to have the memories of last year. 6-2 up, they find themselves 6-3. They still have plenty of breathing space. But sooner rather than later must surely be the thoughts in their mind right now.
This is definitely not meant as a slight on him, but it tells you a lot when Brede is BDS's top-rated player, currently with the most kills in the series. And when you've got players like Users, Solotov, Leakefak, Shaiko, these big frontline players that we have seen shine and excel time and time again, maybe you start looking over there to say that's where things might be falling away. For now, they extend their lifeline by one more round, but FaZe have got 3 attempts, Tim. They've only got to be right once. BDS can't afford to be wrong at all.
They can play every site on the map, Des. They can just try each in turn. If they feel like they're close, they can go back somewhere. They have all the options. All the cards right now are in FaZe's hand. We head into round 10, what again could be our final round here at Six Invitational 2025.
Nice big set piece execute by the looks of it, planned from BDS, as long as they drone and don't get tripped up. That has been a constant theme throughout this series. If you lose key operators, like the Sens, like the Capitao, even the Grim here, crucial operators that need to be kept alive. Arguably, Leakefak even more important. Just running around here on the Hibana, his job will be a couple of hatches, assuming, of course, they don't lose them too early into the round. Keep an eye on the Sensor and the Capitao, so Shaiko and Usus in this round. For me, they're going to be the decision makers. Wherever they drop their gadgetry down is where all the action's going to happen.
That's going to be the blue hatch open. So they can start thinking about moving players now. That's going to be the next job, but look at this. KDS is getting aggressive, he's stuck. They're going to find the opener, Solotov again. 3 kills in the last round, and the entry in this one. Solotov is digging deep.
They almost found King as well. He's down to a 3rd HP, force away from blue. BDS are moving these players around. A nice attempt to C4 through the hatch. Gonna find nothing. BDS keeping themselves safe. Leakefak dipping away towards meat to keep himself safe. Got to watch that clock, Tim, because BDS have ran it down to the wire a few times, and it does come back to bite them.
Got the Goyo canisters stacked up. Just gonna see the first of those being taken out. Is not gonna force them out of Dirt Tunnel. Souls will hold his position there, but it is at least going to remove one of his options when thinking about the later round. 1 minute 20 left to go. BDS continuing their work here, trying to soften up the side. Leakefak, he softens up FaZe with a kill onto Vita King. That's the Azami taken down, 5 versus 3.
Surely not, Tim. Surely BDS don't claw this back from the jaws of defeat. Still 2 more rounds after this one to go, and they've got to get this one over the line first. Cyber, Handy, Souls. 3 players you trust in a situation like this to get the job done. But for now, they've all been backed inside Church. Cyber and Handy both in there. Time to start saying some prayers that you can get this done here and now.
Soul starts the fight back, but Usus is there for the trade. Surely this is another BDS round. 3 versus 2 though, as Handy manages to find one. Diffuser's going down. Brede likely to stick this, and will. The cover is there. BDS surely fight back. Cyber has tried to retake above, but it won't be enough.
Tries very best. There's a shield bearing down on you, and 2 of the players that are hungry for this one, Tim. That's 2 rounds in a row. Do you dare to dream of a BDS bounce back? I'm still thinking FaZe, like we've already seen on the map in this series, Tim, will break hearts. They're looking for a second there, hinting at a timeout. They chose not to. The coach shaking his head, letting this carry on.
BDS waking up not a second too late, Des. Not a second too late. They needed 4 rounds in a row. They're half of the way there. Stuflex told them that now was the time to fight, not tomorrow. And they've listened to every single syllable of what he said. 2 more rounds for BDS to go to continue fighting back. It's funny how history seems to repeat itself. BDS have struggled today overall in a grand final. They find themselves 2-1 down, as we've seen happen throughout the year. Now they fight back. FaZe on championship point have struggled to close it out on the first 2 opportunities. We've seen it before. Which one will be able to turn the tides?
Well, gym and bedroom is where we step. It's where FaZe won back in round 8 in very convincing fashion. Handy, 2K on the construction door. KDS tucked. Springs out to get a third. And that was all she wrote for that round. BDS really have to be careful here. And already the first challenge begins. The mirror window cracked open. After opening this one on the rappel, be very mindful of those 3 C4s in Handy, Cyber, and KDS's back pockets.
BDS have largely abandoned the Jacuzzi side wall now. Instead, Brede is going open CCTV wall, so they're going to try to push across. Handy taking a little bit of damage there. Returns fire, but won't be able to find his target.
That'll be another one of those that you look back at and say, such a close moment. Both for Handy almost getting the kill, but for Leaky back almost finding him in the first place. Don't think he realised he was on the other side of that barricade, but nearly got away with a few more bullets that would have netted a kill.
BDS continue to get the work done here. They're going to open construction wall, and that now sees FaZe completely pushed back into sight. But much like BDS benefited from on their defense of this site, Jacuzzi wall has not been opened as the mirror window is, so it makes it more difficult to play in and around that area for FaZe. But they do have an opportunity to potentially dig in here.
That's the thing for me, Tim. Half a round's gone by and they've kept every player alive, FaZe. Spoke before about their roaming tendencies not being hyper-aggressive. They will turn it on BDS though, just when they feel the pressure's starting to mount. BDS have got to be decisive here. Slow then fast, boys. Slow then fast.
Usus is just preparing, he's ready to head on in here, but the Kiba barricades are just slowing him down. They want to get that Blackbeard challenge and they want to start bullying FaZe here. But where are the kills going to go? The first couple will be critical. And Simon finds a beauty of a headshot. He flips 180 and looks to challenge onto Jacuzzi Breach. BDS, it's now or never. You've got to start pushing. They find one. Shaco onto Visa King. Can he find another? 45 seconds. BDS, you have to get in there and make it happen.
Tucked in on the corner, KDS down to a slither of HP. They've got the breach to, but they can't make moves. Shaiko starts on it, a second on site. He loses out to KDS, but BDS, with Leaky Fat going down, it's looking dangerous.
This could be the end. Such low health across FaZe. 3 versus 2, Des. 20 seconds for the attackers to rescue themselves.
Main stairs looks like a real threat as well. Handy in position. Diffuser's going down. This cover has got to be flawless. But Brede comes up. He's going for the kills, Tim. They've found one, but now they've got to re-stick, and Cyber's in a spot to do a bit of damage here. Trying to bait out once again. Solotov has to win this gunfight. He's got to get Cyber. They're waiting. Solotov's down. Brede's off. He's also down. Fate will wait, but it will not be denied as FaZe lift the hammer after 3 years of waiting.
Unbelievable scenes as BDS continue to fight back, continue to seek and search, but just couldn't find the rounds they needed. FaZe have looked on another level today, Des. They found that extra gear when they needed it, and it is going to bring them the peace that they have been looking for 12 months. This time, they will not have to sit and watch another team lift the trophy.
The Kingmakers take their rightful throne. As for now, the best team in the world. It was never a question of if, Tim. It was only ever a question of when. The consistency this team have had for the last 3 or 4 years, consistent quarter-final, semi-final, grand final appearances. And now they're up there, BDS, 3 losses in a year, that's going to sting, but there is work for them to do. And quite naturally, tears of joy for this FaZe side. Let's get down to Ian on the stage to speak to our winners.
Wow. It slipped out of their fingertips in Sao Paulo, but they've got a firm grip of it here in Boston. KDS and the rest of your team, come and join us in front of the hammer here. You have been so incredibly confident the moment you stepped on this stage, how big of a redemption feeling do you have right now?
This feeling is amazing, you know, because we work a lot to win this tournament. And it's amazing with the people we love to play together, so it's amazing.
Did last year play on your mind throughout this series here? Did you know that how easy a situation like this, how easy a final like this can slip away from you?
We expect a lot more difficult match, you know, to the last map, and I'm so happy to be that fast, you know, only one map, and yeah, it's amazing, amazing.
You've been phenomenal, and like the casters said, they're the best team in the world right now. Handy, come here, brother. Listen, we all remember in Sao Paulo when you and your brother hugged with tears in your eyes. Ned, do you want to come and give your brother a hug wherever you are right now? Your twin brother. Two brothers with hammers to their names, but now this FaZe Clan is your moment. Boston, ladies and gentlemen, your 6th Invitational 2025 World Champions, it's FaZe Clan! It looks good on them, doesn't it? Boston, one more time, make some noise for your world champions here in Boston. FaZe Clan! Now we're wrapping things up here, but of course we had some monumental news coming. March 13th, the Siege X Showcase from Atlanta. You do not want to miss what is shaping up to be the entire next chapter of Rainbow Six. And of course, too, we will see you in Rio, Brazil very soon. But for now, we will end with you having a good, clear view of your Brazilian world champions. It's FaZe Clan.
Check, 1, 2.
goes on every night. Did you book your trip yet?